Part 6. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. When Ji Chang's entered the house, Ji's father and mother had not yet woken up. When he entered, he smelled the unpleasant smell in the house, which should be mixed with musty smell and various other smells. It's winter now. The Ji family is poor and can't afford a charcoal fire. The two old people are sick and can't blow the air, so the doors and windows are tightly closed. As a result, the air is not ventilated and the smell is naturally unpleasant. Patients originally need to recuperate in a good environment. Today's environment is definitely not conducive to recuperation, but this is the best environment that the children of the Ji family can give their parents. Ji Chang's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't smell the unpleasant smell. He sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand and began to feel the pulse of the second elder. Along the way, as soon as the miracle doctor woke up at night, Ji Chang's began to learn medical skills from him. He is really smart, but he is also really diligent. He has been studying all the way. Although he is not as good as a miracle doctor and has no medical experience, he is not worse than an ordinary doctor. The result of taking his pulse made his slightly frowning eyebrows relax. Fortunately, although the body is weak, it is only slightly damaged to the root. Once you have a good rest, you can slowly recover. After checking the pulse, he gently put the two old men's hands back into the worn quilt. Just as he put them back, Ji's father, who was sleeping, slightly shook his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. Because the doors and windows were closed and the environment was dark, Father Ji squinted and looked at the person in front of him for a long time before he recognized that this was his eldest son. He had been sick for too long. He was groggy every day and his thoughts were unclear. He looked at Ji Chang's for several seconds and suddenly let out a long breath. "It's the boss. Dad, it's me." Ji Chang saw him struggling to sit up, and quickly stretched out his hand to help the old man sit against the wall. Ji's father's eyes were full of confusion, but there was a smile on his face. Because he was weak, his speech was a little unclear. "I dreamed of you again, when will you come back? Your brothers and sisters can't hold on anymore." "I'm back." Ji Chang's knew that his consciousness was not very clear, so he grabbed his hand and put it on his face to let him feel the temperature. "Dad, please touch it, I am the boss, I am back." Ji's father had a look of confusion in his eyes, and then he shook his head with a dejected look on his face. "Don't coax me, I know, this is a dream." "It's not a dream, I'm really back. Dad, let me tell you, I entered the military camp and became their accountant. I got money every month. I even hired a miracle doctor." Ji's father still didn't believe it. Ji Chang's didn't insist on convincing him. He patted him gently and said warmly, "Dad, you lie down first. I'll go out and get a basin of hot water to wipe your body." Seeing that his son was about to leave, Ji's father screamed anxiously, stretched out his hand to grab him, and said vaguely, don't go, your mother and I don't want a doctor anymore. Don't go find a doctor. Just at home, protect your siblings." Seeing that he was unconscious, Ji Chang's followed his instructions and did not go out. "Someone is coming." As soon as he shouted, a guard who was always standing outside the door to protect his safety immediately opened the door and came in. "Sir." Ji's father, who was still holding on to Ji Chang's sleeve, squinted his eyes and looked over. When he saw the armor on the guard, he was so frightened that he pulled Ji Chang's back. "Master Bing, it's Master Bing. Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and most of the rebels are harming the people. Sometimes the army of the imperial court will follow to rob some of the finances. There are only a few people like General Ho who are strict with their subordinates and prevent them from harming the people." Seeing the white-haired old man shaking with fear, Ji Chang's quickly blocked him behind him, patted his back and comforted him. "Dad, don't be afraid, These are my guards, not soldiers, nor soldiers. He didn't come to our house to steal anything. The guard knew that he had scared the old man, so he quickly stood behind the door. Ji Chang's comforted the old man, who gradually calmed down, and waved to him, "You go and heat some hot water. I'm going to wipe my father's body and heat up a few more pots." As he spoke, he took out the silver from his pocket and threw it over. When he saw the guard catching it, he said, "Let them go to the village to look around to see if anyone has a clean and bright house that they can rent to us for a few days. The environment in my home is not suitable for recuperation. Also, go to the village and ask who has clean clothes. My father, the kind that my mother can wear, just buy it with money. If nothing else, the bacteria here are definitely not old or young." The clothes on Ji's father and Ji's mother were also in tatters. This is not the fault of the children, this is the best they can give their parents. With yes. The guard carefully covered his armor and moved out. Ji Chang's knew that Ji's father was unconscious, so he kept sitting on the bedside to coax him, waiting for the hot water to come, and then helped him wipe his body bit by bit. Ji's mother also woke up several times during this period. She always glanced at Ji Chang's blearily, called boss again, smiled, and then fell asleep again. Ji Chang's knew that this was definitely not the first time they had dreamed of their eldest son. And he must have experienced the ecstasy and the disappointment after waking up from the dream. That's why she was so calm about his existence. After helping Ji's father wipe his body and put him into clean clothes, he went out with a basin of water. Seeing several children standing outside looking at him timidly and longingly, Ji Chang smiled and waved to Wea. "Wea, come here." Wea is a very thin girl. She doesn't have any baby fat on her face despite her young age, but her eyes are as big and bright as Liuya's. Seeing his brother calling him, he quickly stepped forward timidly. Ji Chang signaled the guard to bring a basin of hot water into the room, then squatted down and said to her in a warm voice, "I just wiped my father's body. My mother is a woman. It's inconvenient for me. Can you go and wipe your mother's body?" Wei nodded, "Okay, I have wiped my mother's body before. There is a set of clean clothes inside. You can help mother wipe it and ask her to change into that set of clothes. Can you do that?" The little girl nodded quickly again. Seeing her like this, Ji Chang smiled and touched her head, "Go ahead, let's wait outside. If mom doesn't wake up and can't move, I'll ask others to help." Wei entered the house. Ji Chang's turned his head, and the four little carrot heads looked at him without blinking. No, they are not all little carrot heads. At least Ji Sandy is not the biggest among them, but he is taller than them, just a little thinner. Seeing that the previous rejection was gone from Ji Sandy's eyes, he guessed that the master must have said something to them. "I just asked the guards to borrow a house in the village, and asked them to find a sedan. After a while, the sedan came, and I sent my parents there to take care of them. It's not because the home is simple that my parents need to move to another place to recuperate. It's because there is no place to exhaust smoke and it's difficult to put a charcoal fire in the house. I have become a disciple of a miracle doctor. When my parents are sick, ventilation and warmth are very good. Importantly, now that they are ill and unable to move, they can only rent a house from someone else, and we will go to the county after the two elders have recovered." Ji Sandy opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just curled his lips and looked aside. Ji's second brother admired Ji Chang's very much. Although he was a little timid, he had no fear and asked directly, "Brother, shall we go to the county to settle down?" "Exactly." Ji Chang's waved his second brother over. When he saw him coming, he gently patted his thin little shoulder. "I am still an accountant in the army, and it is because of the general's kindness that he allowed me to come back to visit you. Once the arrangements are made, I want to go to the northwest with the army." Upon hearing these words, several children opened their eyes slightly. The youngest Liuya took a few steps forward cautiously, and begged in a childish voice, "Brother, can you not leave?" "Luya, I am a member of the army now, so I have to leave." Ji Chang smiled gently at her and coaxed, "You can rest assured and wait in the county. When I succeed in rejuvenating the country, I will naturally come to pick you up." Third brother Ji opened his mouth, "Can't you take us with you? I also want to fight." Ji Chang's glanced at him and saw that although his face was full of anger and seemed to be complaining about himself, there was uneasiness and reluctance hidden in his eyes. After all, he was just a child. He had just been relying on him, and this support was about to leave. How could he not be afraid? "If you want to go to the battlefield, I will hire a martial arts master for you. When my eldest brother is not here, you can learn from the martial arts master. If you learn well, I will send you to join the army." Only then did Ji Sandi's face show a little joy, and he raised his chin with a bit of pride, and said proudly, "I will definitely learn well, my strength is great." Fourth brother Ji looked at them quietly all the time, but Ji Chang's did not ignore him, but looked at him and said, "Second brother and fourth brother will study literature. When the time comes, I can invite the master to call you, or send you to school." Wei and Liuya could only hire a female master. This is the way the world is. Before he has the ability to change everything, all he can do is adapt to it, otherwise it will still be the two girls who will suffer. Ji Chang's words reassured the children at home. When Wu Ya came out, the sedan chair also arrived. Ji's father and Ji's mother couldn't bear the wind, so he directly asked the guards to smash the wall, carried the sedan into the house, and carried the two old people who were still dazed into the sedan. The youngest Liuya was held by Ji Chang's. Several children, all wearing cloaks that were too heavy for them, followed on both sides of the sedan. In their opinion, this cloak is not heavy, but warm. The sedan was carried steadily into a nearby farmer's house. Ji's second brother has been following Ji Chang's, watching the sedan enter the courtyard gate, and looking at the owners of the courtyard, a couple who can be regarded as the main members of the Ji family and should be called father and mother, uncle and aunt, with flattering smiles on their faces. Stand at the door to greet. Among this couple, the husband once went into business and earned a lot of silver for the villagers. After that, he built a large house that was very luxurious in the eyes of the whole village. For the children of the Ji family, this family is the richest in the village. But now, they treat themselves so enthusiastically. Looking at Ji Chang's holding Liuya in front of him, wearing a thick cloak and talking gently to the couple, the children felt a deep sense of peace of mind in their hearts. They knew that from now on, those difficult days would be completely over. Ji's father and Ji's mother were wiped, then carried into the sedan, and then carried all the way. Naturally, they felt it. It's just that the two of them were confused and their ideas were very fragmented. Ji's mother was thinking, is she already dead? He was carried into a place. Was that a coffin? But where does the family have the money to buy a coffin? Hey, the kids down there must have gritted their teeth and bought it. Thinking of this, she opened her eyes with difficulty and took a look, and saw Ji's father beside her. Ji Mu sighed in her heart. Hey, it seems that her husband died with her and was buried with her. The clothes on his body were actually clean and had never been seen before. Several children must have pooled their money to buy it for them, hoping that they would wear better clothes when they go to Huangquan Road. Mother Ji's heart ached. What are these kids doing with all this effort? Why spend this money on these two dead people? They are still so young, they should keep the money and spend it themselves. The sedan swayed, and Ji's mother's thoughts also swayed. She thought, why is she still conscious if she is already dead? I thought again, I don't know why my body feels particularly warm, and I don't have the sour smell that I'm used to. Maybe it's because he died that he became clean again? This was quite good, she liked to be clean, but she was sick in bed and didn't want to strain the child, so she never said she wanted to wipe herself. Shaking and shaking, Father G woke up in a daze. Seeing him open his eyes, G's mother smiled at him and said weakly, "His father, are we going to the underworld?" G's father was not very sober to begin with. Hearing what G's mother said, he looked around again. Oh, they were in a sedan-like thing. What kind of status do they have and how can they afford to sit in the sedan chair? Father G immediately thought of the paper sedan in the coffin shop he had seen before. As expected of a couple, his brain circuit is the same as his wife's. These kids, spend this money. He spoke vaguely, trying to keep his eyes open. The two old men reached a consensus, knowing that they were dead and would no longer be a burden to the children, so they closed their eyes and continued to sleep. When G's father woke up again, he was woken up by G's mother. His father, wake up. Father G still had the thought that he was dead. He opened his eyes while wondering if he had reached the underworld. Then he saw G's mother, who was clean, her hair neatly combed, and her clothes were new, leaning up and looking at him. He stood up slightly in confusion, and then realized that his body was not as weak as before, and he was able to stand up at least. Looking around, I was confused. The room was very large, and there was a brazier beside the bed, which was burning charcoal fire that looked very expensive and they had never dared to think of it before. Looking at the bedding they were covering, they were all brand new and so warm that one could hardly bear to get out of them while lying in them. When had the two old men ever experienced such warmth? In which winter did they not fall asleep in the freezing cold? Is this the underworld? Is the treatment in the underworld so good? If it was really so good, it would be great if the children could come down, at least they wouldn't have to suffer. G's mother's thoughts were similar to her husband's. She touched the thick warm quilt covering her body and felt that it was so comfortable here. Dad, is this the underworld? Is death so comfortable? Just as Father G was about to answer, the door of the room suddenly opened. A very familiar woman came in with 2 bowls of porridge. When she saw them all looking at her blankly, a warm smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she strode forward and sat on the edge of the bed. "Uncle, Aunt, are you awake? Are you hungry? Come and eat some porridge. I made this specially for you just now. How much rice did I put in it? Look, I can't bear to eat such thick porridge at home. Drink, it's delicious." As she spoke, she showed the porridge in her hand to the 2 old people. Seeing that they all stared blankly at him without any movement, he didn't mind at all and said with a smile, "You are sick and have no strength yet. I will feed you. You are all members of my family." With that said, she was going to feed the 2 old people. G's mother still looked at her blankly, with confusion on her face. "How come you're dead too, from the Changzhou family? Their house was big and they were rich, so logically they shouldn't die." The woman was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was doing, covering her mouth and laughing. "Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? I am living well, and so are you." If someone said something like "Why are you dead?" it would be strange if she didn't fall out. But these are the parents of the eldest son of the G family. He went out for a trip, and when he came back, he was escorted, rich, and called the boss of the G family. Their family is related to the G family, and now the G family has come to rent her house again, and they are generous. She had to take good care of these 2 old people so that she could have some friendship with the boss of the G family. Not to mention that it was just a word from G's mother. Even if G's mother really scolded her, she would definitely pretend she didn't hear it with a smile on her face. After she finished speaking, she saw G's mother's face became more confused, and she looked down at her hands. "Are we living well? Isn't this the underworld?" "Of course not. Auntie, what are you talking about?" Seeing that they didn't seem to understand the situation, the woman got excited and began to educate them. "This is my house. Your boss spent money to rent this house so that you can recuperate. G's father, my eldest. The boss is back. Hey, it seems that you two haven't woken up before. It's okay. We are all a family. Let me tell you, your parents, Z, have become successful. He is still an adult now, and he is still surrounded by guards. All of them are wearing armor, it's so generous to take action. Your second brother and sister-in-law have now been sent to the Yamen. Our entire village knows this. The Yamen will directly sentence them to exile. They may never come back in this life. Uncle, I really envy you for raising a child for such a promising son. You have made it through. Until the woman finished speaking, the two old men looked like they had not reacted. Therefore, it was not their dream for Nagasawa to come back. Therefore, the paper sedan they thought was actually a real sedan. Their parents, ZZ, are really back. The second elder of the Ji family was the last to know about Ji Chang's return. After all, the village is so big. I don't know how many people saw the two military masters dragging the second uncle of the Ji family all the way there. In addition, Ji Chang's didn't hide that he did it, and the elders of the clan were still there. On site. Although it was winter, the news that the eldest son of the Ji family was back and in great condition spread throughout the village. I heard that there are guards around him, and those guards call him sir, sir. The county magistrate also gave him face. How could he be promoted to court so quickly before? The second son of the Ji family and his wife were sentenced to exile so quickly this time. They deserve it. They bullied others while their eldest son was away. Now, Ji Chang's is back. From what I heard, he seems to have been taken away without even seeing his second uncle. There must be resentment in his heart. It is said that when he left, he specifically asked his second uncle to help him take care of the house. His second uncle immediately agreed. As a result, Ji Chang's left peacefully. With one step in front, he left with the other. My uncle and his second sister-in-law bullied his family together, and even kidnapped his sister and sold her to a jail. If it were me, I would feel resentful. Didn't it mean that Ji Chang's took all the money from the family and didn't care about the lives of his parents, siblings? As soon as this was said, a bunch of people immediately refuted it. Who did you hear this from? Ji Chang's is also a scholar after all. How could he do such a thing? If he is really such a person, how could he come back? Speaking of which, Ji Chang's left his family behind. Who made the news? I think it was his second aunt. It's true when you think about it, their family is really good at calculating. They promised the eldest son to help take care of him, but when Ji Chang's left, he immediately fell out and sold all his brothers and sisters. Even if Ji Chang's comes back, what can he do? Manage. So God is in charge of what you do. I said before that that family is not a good one. A big man doesn't work every day and thinks about drinking all day long. His family even drowned their newborn daughter before. Do you know? That's why he doesn't want to have a daughter, so his wife drowns to death. What else is there? How can you kill your biological parents? If you don't want to give them away, how can you still drown them alive? Not many people knew about this at the beginning, so it's normal for you not to know. Also, I boldly asked those soldiers about it. It seems that this is not the first time that they have robbed other people's children and sold them. It was her man who once got drunk and robbed a boy on the street, then resold him. For God's sake, they are not afraid of doing evil either. Isn't it a sin now? There was a lot of discussion in the village about Ji Chang's return, but most people didn't dare to come. But my third uncle came once. He was also an experienced person. When he saw Ji Chang's getting angry, he pulled several clan elders to retreat together. Now that he knew that Ji Chang's had settled his parents, he thought that his anger should be almost gone, so he came to the door. After asking him to find out that he was now an accountant in the army, but was highly valued by the generals and military advisors, the third uncle showed a look of relief on his face. As long as you make a difference, your family will be better off in the future. Ji Chang's poured him tea and said with a smile, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you. Now I can only come back to visit my parents temporarily. When I settle down at home, I will still have to join the army. The house at home is simple and there are few families in the village. I will not feel at ease with the 2 old people and several children staying at home by then, so I thought it would be more convenient to settle down in the county and buy a house directly. The third uncle took the teacup and paused. He didn't say no. There is no reason to say either. Ji Chang's parents and younger siblings were bullied like this in his absence, and no one in the clan said a word. Anyone else would feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid if Ji Chang's hadn't happened to encounter some of their clan elders when he came back today, trying to stop Lu Ya from selling them, what Ji Chang said today would not have been to live in the county, but to branch out directly. In fact, this is fine, even though they have moved out, they are still members of the Ji family. If something happens to the family, Ji Chang's will not turn a blind eye. It's good to move out. There's no adult man in the village. It's really not a good place to live. He drank the tea with a smile and asked in a good manner, my son and daughter are both in the county and are familiar with it. Why don't we let them help find some houses? It would be better if they live close to each other. I can also take care of you. Seeing that he understood, Ji Chang's thought that he had become more mature with age, so he also picked up the teacup and said with a smile, thank you so much, third uncle. After the third uncle left, Ji Chang's looked at his fourth brother Ji, who was quietly looking over here, got up and walked over. Fourth brother Ji was reading a book originally. He already loved reading, but he just didn't have time to read before. Now that his eldest brother is back, he doesn't have to be busy anymore, so he can read quietly. Just now he heard his eldest brother and his third uncle talking, so he put down his book and listened to the 2 of them talking. Seeing his eldest brother walking over with a smile, Ji's fourth brother gathered up his courage and asked softly, brother, did you ask the Yaman to arrest the second uncle and his mother-in-law on purpose? Ji Chang's was not surprised that his fourth brother would guess it. He was originally a smart man. In the original timeline, if it weren't for his hatred of the original owner, he could have risen to a high position. Yes, I did it on purpose. After Ji Chang's readily admitted, Ji's fourth brother's eyes lit up and he sat up a little straighter. I guessed that the eldest brother did it on purpose. If the eldest brother really wants to punish the second uncle and the others without damaging his own reputation, there are hundreds of ways, but he chose the most criticized one, so he must have some ulterior motive. In the eyes of fourth brother Ji, the eldest brother is the smartest person in the world. How could such a smart brother make such a mistake? He said, it's just about moving away from the village. I don't know what you think. I heard others say that brother, you have resentment in your heart, but I always feel that brother will not leave because of this. Fourth brother is young, but he is very smart. Ji Chang smiled and touched the head of the child in front of him. Seeing the admiration in the other person's eyes, he directly stated his plan. He doesn't have any complaints in his heart. Most of the people in the village are poor, and it is common to sweep the snow in front of the house. As long as he doesn't add insult to injury, if he blames the other party, isn't that moral kidnapping? This world is not easy for anyone. Who would be willing to risk their reputation and offend others just for the sake of someone they can't stand? If Ji Chang's can live at home in the future, there is nothing wrong with building a house in the village and living there. But he will continue to follow the military camp. At that time, the old people and children will be left behind. If he didn't show his vindictive nature and let people know what would happen if he touched his relatives, it's hard to say whether anyone would have any bad intentions. Now that he came back in great force, he directly asked the guards to escort his second uncle and his mother to the county government office. Everyone knew that he wanted to take revenge on these two people regardless of family ties. By moving out of the village, I almost drew a clear line with the people in the village. Everyone knows that if Ji Changs does not help his parents and siblings when they are in trouble, although he, Ji Changs, will not retaliate, he will also not help each other, and will even directly draw a clear line with others. The next step is to buy a house, find a husband, hire a guard, and then bring these two items. Ji's eldest son returns and kisses his second uncle and his second aunt regardless of family affection. After his return he moves out of the village because the villagers sweep the snow in front of their house publicize the matter. Finally, I pay a visit to the county magistrate. There is a basis for what happened before, and there may be a friendship between him and the county magistrate. By then, even if he leaves home for a year and a half, Ji's family will definitely be safe and sound. It is not safe to use both Kwa and together, it is better to take more care. Ji Changs didn't hide anything from his fourth brother Ji, nor did he think that he shouldn't know these things as a child, so he told him everything. Fourth brother Ji looked at him no longer with admiration, but with the desire to regard him as the god in his heart. "Brother, you're so awesome. I've been thinking about it for a long time and couldn't figure out why we should move away. It turns out that's what you think. You are young, and it is already remarkable that you can figure out that I deliberately took revenge on my second uncle and the others in a big way." Ji Changs encouraged his younger brother, "Study hard and help your brothers and sisters when your eldest brother is not around. It's good that your second brother has a stable temperament, but your third brother is not so good. He is a little reckless. Wei has a gentle and graceful temperament. Although it's a good thing, you shouldn't be too soft. If you take her to read more, Liu you won't see anything, but if a woman reads more, there will be no harm." Fourth brother Ji nodded quickly and patted his thin little chest excitedly. "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely take good care of my brother and sister." Wei just opened the door curtain and came in. Hearing these words, he said with a little hesitation, "But brother, they all say that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue." Ji Changs looked at her with a smile and asked, "Since lack of talent is virtue, why do men rush to study hard to become talented?" Wei's eyes looked thoughtful. "Okay, just study hard. Brother, I promise you that when you reach the flowering stage, the trend at that time will be that it is virtue for a woman to be talented." Whenever Ji Changs says this to someone with a little knowledge, he will definitely be met with disbelief and ridicule. But his younger brothers and sisters trusted him very much and nodded immediately. Naturally, they are ignorant now. Ji Changs was confident that by the time they became governor, he would have completed the matter. In the next few days, everyone in the Ji family seemed to be in a dream. They had good food and drink every meal, and even had chicken soup to drink and chicken to eat every day. Ji Changs also went out of his way to buy a big fat pig with a big show of money, and immediately called the guards to carry the big fat pig and the money directly to the next village. The aunt who lives in their family is Ji's father's sister. The family this aunt married into was not a wealthy family, but it was not poor either. Her mother-in-law was very kind-hearted, and she treated her daughter-in-law well, and her husband was also honest. Now I have a pair of twin sons, both of whom are at the age of tiger heads and tiger heads. It was precisely because she married well that this aunt was able to send some food when the Ji family was sad. Although the food was definitely not much, it was enough for Ji Changs to be grateful that it could provide help in times of need, and his family was not a wealthy family. Aunt Ji's family also knew that the eldest nephew was back, but she was timid and didn't dare to visit him when she heard that the military master was there. After all, she and her eldest nephew were not close. Since the eldest nephew went to the county to study, the two of them had only met a few times. Sometimes Aunt Ji always felt that her eldest nephew didn't like her. Although she was an elder, she was too soft-tempered. Although she noticed it, she did not dare to do anything and could only bury it in her heart. Now that her eldest nephew has become successful, she is even more afraid to step forward. Lady. On this day, her husband came back and smiled when he saw her. I heard that your third brother has been taken to a big house in the same village by the boss. He is taking good care of him. He also invited a miracle doctor to come back. The miracle doctor also said that he will soon be ill. It can be cured, so you don't have to worry anymore. Really, Aunt G's family was so happy that she quickly clasped her hands together. God bless me, thank you God for your blessing. Are we really not going to take a look? Don't go. They just want to be well. If we go there now, we don't have any good gifts to give. An old lady came into the house and saw them talking about this. She said with a smile, listen to your wife, let's live a good life in our own house. The family was chatting, and suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Aunt G's husband went to open the door and was stunned as soon as the door opened. What's wrong? Who is it? Aunt G went out in confusion. As soon as she walked out, she met her eldest nephew who still looked frail, but seemed to have a different kind of frightening temperament standing at the door. Behind him were guards carrying a big fat pig and wearing armor. One of the guards was holding a plate on which was definitely enough silver for an ordinary farmer. This is. Ji Chang's knelt on one knee and saluted with his hands raised. Nephew Chang's, thank you Aunt for saving the lives of my father, mother, brothers, and sisters. After saying that, he motioned to the people behind him to carry the big fat pig into the yard, and then asked someone to place the tray in front of Aunt G's family. My aunt saved my family. Nagasawa swears here that he will protect my aunt. Aunt G's family was shocked. The people in the neighboring village who heard the noise and came out quietly to see what happened were also shocked. The big fat pig is already a feast for the eyes. The most coveted thing is the silver coins. So much silver? Ji Chang's actually gave it to his aunt. No, it's so embarrassing. I just gave you some rice. Aunt Ji declined, but Ji Chang still had a determined face. To aunt, that is rice, but to me, it is the lives of my parents, siblings, please accept it. He said with sadness in his eyes, we are all relatives. My second uncle clearly promised to take care of my nephew, but instead he took advantage of the crisis and insulted my younger siblings. My aunt is a married woman, but she still helps my family. My aunt treats my family well. Nagasawa naturally wants to treat my aunt well. Now that I think about it, I really regret that I entrusted my family to someone like my second uncle. Seeing him like this, Aunt G's family quickly comforted him. Don't be sad, it's the second brother who's not good. He obviously promised you to take care of him, but he treats the third brother like this. I don't blame you. Ji Chang's nodded gratefully, thank you, aunt. As a result, even the next village now knows that Ji Chang's asked his second uncle to take care of him when he left home, and then left with the family's money in peace. He was not as careless about his family as rumored. Middle. As a result, his second uncle, a guy with a human face and an animal heart, clearly agreed, but then not only did he not take care of her, but he also insulted his family members. This man is really hateful. Inside the county government office, the second uncle of the G family and his mother-in-law were sitting together, waiting to be exiled. The second uncle was so angry, why didn't you tell me that you promised Ji Chang's to take care of his family? He is now prosperous. If we had taken care of him in the past, do you know how great the benefits would have been? How could he have ended up like this? The second uncle of the G family looked confused, but I really don't remember this. Has he ever looked for me? You just drink and drink every day. If you hadn't asked me to sell Liuya for the wine money, and then took the children from the street to sell them, how could we have been exiled? The second uncle of the G family had a sullen face. You still have the nerve to say that I asked you to sell Liuya, So you can just sell it secretly. Who asked you to rob it? How could I sell it secretly? Why didn't you say you promised Ji Changs to help him take care of his family? The second uncle of the Ji family stopped talking. He sat in a dark cell, thinking. Has Ji Changs looked for me? Did I forget? Maybe he really looked for me, but I forgot about it. If I really took care of his family and he knew the county magistrate, wouldn't I be rich? But why don't I remember? Hey! What a waste of time drinking. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Ji Changs took care of his family affairs at rocket speed. In ancient times, it was difficult to move without money. On the contrary, if you have money, you will have smooth access. He quickly found a nice house, bought a group of girls and boys, visited the magistrate, and hired a gentleman under his introduction. The county magistrate was very friendly to Ji Changs. In today's world, most people who can secure their position have two skills, and the same is naturally true for the county magistrate. He knew General Ho's reputation. He had grown up with the military advisor beside General Ho. The two were closer than brothers, and the county magistrate also knew it. Although Ji Changs was in the name of an accountant, he was surrounded by many elite cavalry and letters from military advisors. This was enough to make the county magistrate not dare to offend, and even wanted to have a good relationship. In fact, Ji Changs has read the letter, and the content in it is very common. It is nothing more than hello, hello, I tell you that this Ji Changs is from our military camp. He goes home to visit relatives, so I will ask him to come and visit you. In fact, the military advisor and the county magistrate have never been in contact with each other, and they have no friendship, so a visit is definitely out of the question. The underlying meaning of this letter is hello, let me introduce to you, Ji Changs, my man, help me cover him. General Ho has a high official position and has military power in his hands. How can the county magistrate not protect him? So, on the first day when Ji Changs visited the county magistrate, he had a scene with him where they felt like old friends at first sight. Both of them are fox-like characters. You laugh and I laugh, and after a few exchanges of words, they roughly know each other's background. It's not someone to be trifled with, it's better to make friends with him. Because of Ji Chang's own ability and the great backer of General Neva behind him, the county magistrate was very attentive when doing things for him. As soon as Ji Chang started searching for the female teacher, the county magistrate sent someone to invite him to his house. He was introduced to a female gentleman. He briefly introduced that this gentleman was 30 years old and had a husband before. He was the daughter of a scholar and was originally an only daughter. However, since there were no sons in the family, his father adopted a boy from the family to inherit the family industry. As a result, her husband met a bandit and died unexpectedly. Her husband's brothers deceived her into having no heirs and robbed her of the farmland and house in her family. Her parents were dead, and her adopted brother was unwilling to look after her, so she has been working hard alone since then. Well, occasionally there is a young lady in the county who wants to get married, and she will ask someone to teach her the rules before getting married. This is how she makes a living. Ji Changs listened to it and asked directly, "It doesn't matter, but I wonder what his character and knowledge are like." She has been following her father since she was a child. Her knowledge is naturally good and her character is obvious to all. However, her temperament is a bit cold and she is a widow, so she doesn't like to get along with men. That's okay. I invited her here to teach my two younger sisters. Ji Changs thanked him profusely, and after leaving the mansion, he sent someone to check it out. When he saw that it was exactly what the county magistrate said, he posted a message and invited the female gentleman to come to the mansion. When the female gentleman came to the house, she was really serious about the people around her. Even towards Ji Changs, the master who would pay her monthly money in the future, she had a cold expression. Ji Chang's didn't pay attention and asked Wei and Liuya to come to meet his husband. Wei and Liuya just felt as if they were in a beautiful dream these days. Their brother came back and took them to a big house in the county. They were served by a girl every day. They could eat whatever they wanted and play whatever they wanted. The girls below will also send it up. They all also have their own houses, no, not only houses, but also yards. Liuya was young, so she pestered Wei to sleep next to her. It happened that Wei was also a little timid. The two sisters lived next to each other anyway, so they lived together, and their relationship became even better. Today they were playing with the flower rope together, and the girl suddenly came over and said that the eldest young master was looking for them, so they both came a little nervous. "Sir, look, these are my two sisters." The female gentleman glanced at Wei, who was worried, and Liuya, who had a confused look on his face. Asked, "But you want me to teach them etiquette?" "Of course this is necessary, but the most important thing is to ask your husband to teach them to study well." As soon as Ji Chang said these words, the female gentleman looked at him with a hint of surprise. After that, the cold expression on her face softened slightly. Being born as a woman, it is a bit difficult in this world. It is a good thing to have knowledge in you. "Sir, you are interested." Ji Chang's returned the favor with a smile and watched the female gentleman go down with his two younger sisters. From now on, the sisters will rely on this gentleman to cultivate their outlook on life. After everyone left, he took out the route map he had drawn before from his arms and frowned slightly. That gentleman was right, in this world, women have a hard time. This female gentleman is a daughter of a scholar after all. She is even more talented, and her temperament is not very weak and can be bullied. But even so, she was still bullied after losing her husband. One can imagine how difficult that girl's life must be. What's more, she still has a child in her belly. Pregnancy is hard work for a woman. Even if she survives her original fate, she will still have to endure many hardships. He redrawn the route map and decided to take the risk and arrive as soon as possible. Ji's father and mother have never enjoyed such a blessing since they were born. Living in a big house, they were served by maids and servants. Food was brought to them every day, and doctors took care of their illnesses. The most important thing is that the sons and daughters no longer have to suffer and go hungry. The sons study every day and learn martial arts. Their faces are visibly rosy. The girls are also much more lively than before, wearing beautiful clothes and wearing I never thought of jewelry before. I studied with my husband and occasionally did needlework together. I'm afraid this is the life of the young ladies and young men in the dramas they have heard before. Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, the second elder doesn't even dare to open his eyes, for fear that when he opens his eyes, he will find that it was all a dream. However, if it is a dream, then this dream is too long. Just when they gradually accepted that they were called master and wife every day, and the children below were called husband and wife, Ji Chang's came to say goodbye. "What? Are you already married?" The two old men were stunned. Mother Ji reacted the fastest and asked eagerly, "Who is your wife? How old is she now?" Ji Chang's showed a trace of pain on his face. When the two of them saw this, they were both stunned. Could it be that something happened? Then, they saw their eldest son, who had been steady and dignified since he came back, and said with a little heaviness, "Back then, my money was robbed by robbers, I had nothing to live on, and I was hungry. After I was rescued by my wife, we fell in love with her and got married. Unexpectedly, just after we got married, the rebels came to kill me. In the village, the entire village was massacred, but the son was lucky to survive, but the wife was kidnapped along with the women and children in the village. After she went to the general, she found out that the rebels were engaged in human trafficking, and she was afraid that she would be sold to the northwest." Ji's father and mother were stunned when they heard this. They all learned from the mouths of other children why Chang's failed to come back in time, but they had never heard that Ji Chang's was married before. Then go and bring her back. She is already your wife and she saved your life in the first place. She should be brought back properly. After Ji's father finished speaking, Ji's mother also nodded. They were all farmers, but they didn't think about whether their character would be damaged if the girl was kidnapped. To be precise, they know this, but they don't care as much as those wealthy families. Neither of them is the kind of person who doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. When the eldest son was in trouble, it was the girl who saved their son and still didn't dislike him and married him. Now that the other is in trouble and the eldest son is in the military camp, he is capable. Of course I want to save people. The road to the northwest is far away, and the rebels set off in several separate waves. If we pursue them rashly, I'm afraid they will kill people to make the journey. If we want to save people, we can only save them in the northwest. Ji Chang's knelt down and bowed his head to his parents. Father, mother, we are married. At this moment, my mother may have my flesh and blood in her belly. I know that my father and mother and I don't care about these rumors, but it is difficult for women in this world. Now I am going to find my mother. Please, my parents helped cover it up, just saying that my wife is in K County. Both elders understood. Don't worry, none of us are ungrateful. Just go, we will take care of you at home. After making it clear to his parents, Ji Chang's began to prepare to return to the military camp. He had thought about it before, telling the second elder directly that his wife was waiting in K County, and he could just pick him up and send him back when the time came. But this lie may not be hidden from the children underneath. The old man has bright eyes, and the possibility of hiding it is not high. What's more, after a woman has gone through such an ordeal, what she needs most is people's understanding and care. Ji Chang's also knew that according to the temperament of the two elders, the focus must only be on the fact that the other party saved his eldest son and was the benefactor of their family. It is better to tell them the truth directly, otherwise if it is exposed in the future, both parties will think too much. Now that he has left the house, the second elder is in charge, so they will naturally help cover it up. So when Ji Chang's left, everyone in the mansion already knew that he had a wife in K County, but the journey was far away and the eldest young lady did not follow her. After arranging everything, Ji Chang's checked it again to make sure there were no omissions before he started on his way. Followed the previous route and rushed all the way to the army. When he returned, the military advisor and general were waiting outside the military camp. Seeing Ji Chang's coming with his men on Pegasus, he waited for the other party to dismount, then smiled and said, I guessed that you would be back today, and the days are almost here. Ji Chang's also smiled and replied, I have already guessed that you will be waiting for me today. Military advisor, I also guessed that you would guess that I was waiting for you. General Ho was pulled out to wait for others. Sometimes he really doesn't understand what these two people communicate with each other every day. When the group entered the military camp, Ji Chang's took out the Kanyu map hidden in his arms without saying anything. This map is drawn in detail. We can march based on this map, which is several times faster than before. Although General Ho is too lazy to use his brain in daily life, when it comes to war, his brain turns faster than anyone else. As soon as I saw this Kantu map, my eyes lit up. I quickly picked it up and held it in my hands to look at it carefully. The more I looked at it, the brighter my eyes became. This map is so detailed. I have seen a map of the world collected by His Majesty, but none is as detailed as this map. This is a treasure. He was so excited that he said to the two people who were looking at him with smiles, I'm afraid there is only one such treasure in the world, but we got it. Mr. G, where did you find it? Ji Chang's took out another picture from the box that the guard brought up. Come on, military advisor, let's look at this picture. This picture only contains our marching route, which is more detailed. General Ho. He looked down at the picture in his hand, and then at the more detailed and clearly labeled picture in Ji Chang's hand. He smiled and squeezed over, "Let's watch together, let's watch together." Ji Chang's glanced at General Ho with emotion. It's been a while since I last saw him, and the general is a bit thicker skinned than before. More than 1,000 years later, various accounts of the rise of Xinguo were mentioned in later history books, and when netizens jokingly called it a country supported by 3 men on the internet, they had no idea that at first, the 3 men just wanted to we need to quickly wipe out the rebels so that Ji Chang's can rescue his wife quickly. As soon as Ji Chang's gained the trust of the military advisor, he borrowed someone to draw a portrait of his wife, and specifically stated that she might be pregnant, and sent people to look for her. It's just that he didn't dare to call too many people, for fear of causing a butterfly effect and causing an accident to the other party. That night, the 3 of them discussed it all night and finally made the final decision. The next day, the army started on the road again. The soldiers in the military camp thought they were just chasing as before. Until they discovered that they had somehow reached the foot of Northwest City. Northwest City is a city that has gone through a lot. Before, the Northwest City belonged to the Xinguo. Later, the Zhao state next door was defeated, so it became the Zhao states. Later, the imperial court sent troops to attack and captured the Northwest City, and it became the Xinguos again. Later, the rebels rebelled and captured the Northwest City, so it now belongs to the rebels. But what's more friendly to the people in the city is that even if it changes hands again and again, no matter who takes over, they don't suffer much. Because the Northwest City is connected to the fortress, there are many merchants here and there are many merchants in the city. In other words, everyone is quite rich. In other words, every wealthy family in the city has some background. Let's take a look at one of the largest households, the Zheng family. Their family not only had a lot of business in Xinguo, but also in Zhao State. When Zhao State took over the Northwest City, one of its generals beheaded a son of the Zheng family. This made the Zheng family furious and all businesses withdrew from Zhao State. It was already a period of war, and when they came unexpectedly, many people in Zhao State suffered heavy losses. However, they still have nothing to do with the Zheng family. If the Zheng family dies, other merchants in the Northwest City will be in despair, but Zhao Guo cannot bear the trouble. The rebels are even simpler. They want money and food. Therefore, no matter how much it has gone through, the Northwest City is always peaceful. The merchants are also very easy to talk to. We will give you whatever you want. Anyway, merchants are rarely that stubborn and upright, and they can't even turn a corner. Otherwise, how can we do business? It can be regarded as maintaining a balance. The people of Xinguo captured by the rebels were originally supposed to be sold to the GEQ family next door to the Northwest City. Everyone in the GEQ family is brave, but there are only a few of them, and they live on the grassland, so there are even fewer women. They can only buy women from Renyazi, and then buy children as slaves. They don't buy adult men because such people are difficult to control. It's not like it has never happened before that adult men gathered together to kill their masters. A month before Ji Chang's and the others rushed here, Zhang Wanqing and other slaves were brought into the city by the rebels. Her belly was now showing. Only then did the rebels realize that this woman actually had a child. Zhang Wanqing's face was dark and smeared with mud. When the incident happened, she was looking for wild vegetables outside the village. When she came back, she could only see corpses everywhere and women and children who had been arrested. She didn't have time to think about it, so she subconsciously lowered her head and grabbed some mud and smeared it on her face. Sure enough, he was discovered by the rebels and arrested as well. Because Zhang Wanqing's face was full of dirt and she pretended to be cowed, the rebels were a little disgusted with her, but they didn't do anything else. Before being taken away, Zhang Wanqing was still looking back, trying to find her husband, but after searching, she could only see bodies lying on the ground. She was sad in her heart, but she also knew that the rebels had killed all the men, and her husband was just a weak scholar, so he couldn't escape. She was disheartened for a moment. Zhang Wanqing was an orphan. People in the village said that she was a nuisance to family members. Even though she was good-looking and down-to-earth and capable, no one dared to marry her. Only Nagasawa. He is a scholar, fair-skinned, speaks politely, and always smiles slightly at everyone. He has never disliked her, and he even took the initiative to say that he wanted to get married to her. Zhang Wanqing didn't know if she admired the other person. She only knew that when everyone despised her, only Nagasawa did not despise her and was willing to marry her. In fact, they had only been married for 3 days, and she still didn't know the general temperament and character of her husband. In addition, he had been in trouble and was weak. After getting married, he had been lying in the house to recuperate, and the two of them didn't talk much. But this is the first person who doesn't dislike her and is willing to marry her as his wife. But now, he is dead. The journey was very difficult. The rebels thought they were walking slowly, so they stuffed them into wooden cages. A bunch of people were crowded together, and there was no protection from the wind. Everyone was going to be blown away by the wind. Zhang Wanqing sat silently in her seat and didn't say much. The people caught were not only from her village. If the rebels saw women or children along the way, they would arrest them directly. Therefore, this prison is getting more and more crowded. All they could eat every day was the dry and hard food thrown by the other party. If these people had not been sold to others to survive, they would not even have solid food. Zhang Wanqing didn't notice anything unusual about her body at first. Until she felt her belly slowly getting bigger. He eats so little every day and is still exposed to wind. It's not bad if he is not thin, but how can he still gain weight? Then there is only one reason. Zhang Wanqing touched her belly cherishedly, her eyes filled with joy and sorrow. She is pregnant. This child is from Nagasawa. Nagasawa died, and the child was the only thing he left in this world. She didn't know what the rebels would do to a pregnant woman, so she could only carefully hide among the crowd, covering her belly. Fortunately, it was dark every time when the rebels let them go to the toilet. She was among a group of women, with her head lowered and her back hunched over, which successfully covered her belly. The rebels did not touch the women. Originally, if they escorted these people to sell them, they would definitely not be short of money by then. No matter how much you want to eat meat, why bother to find these people who are locked up in wooden cages every day? All of them are unkempt, their clothes are dirty because they haven't been washed for a long time, and they all smell like urine because there are children locked inside. Woman. Each one of them couldn't even see their appearance clearly, and they were even dirtier than them. As for washing their faces, during the journey, they had no water to wash their faces themselves, so they had to wash them for these slaves. Who knows whether what comes out is a beauty or an ugly one? Why bother doing this? Isn't the girl from Northwest City delicious? When the time comes, I will sell the person and get the money, but I will have as many women as I don't have. Zhang Wanqing escaped, but because of the child in her belly, she had a desire to survive and was observing along the way. Then it was discovered that these rebels captured an extraordinary number of Xingguo people. And they are very cunning, always changing their routes to ensure that the pursuers cannot catch up. When encountering uncooperative slaves, most of them would be killed with one blow without saying a word of nonsense. Zhang Wanqing became more and more silent, huddled in the corner and carefully protecting her stomach. I just endured it like this. I don't know how long I endured it, but I arrived at Northwest City. The bustling city cannot make the numb slaves happy. Because the rebels were talking to a tall barbarian who looked clearly not Han. That's the GEQ family. One by one, the women were called out of the car, and the men of the GEQ family walked past them one by one and counted them one by one with satisfaction. They paused when they counted Zhang Wanqing, who was hanging her head in fear. His eyes fell on her bulging belly. Is this woman pregnant? He frowned and looked at the rebels. The little leader of the rebel army was stunned, and stepped forward to take a look. Sure enough, Zhang Wanqing's belly was already big. It's impossible. When we arrested people, we killed all the pregnant women. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqing trembled and nervously protected her stomach with her hands. The little boss is still saying, "Look at this belly, there are not many months, who of you did it? Didn't I tell you not to touch these slaves?" The rebels behind him quickly shook their heads in denial. "Boss, we haven't touched them all the way." "Yes, boss, we are so tired from traveling every day, who has time to touch them?" The GEQ man said, "We don't want this woman. Pregnant women can't use it. They might die when giving birth. This woman won't buy it." The expression on the little boss's face darkened, and he looked Zhang Wanqing up and down. In his opinion, Zhang Wanqing is a loser. People buy women because they want to play with or give birth to children for themselves. Who would want a woman who is pregnant with someone else's child? And if he had an abortion, he would have to buy abortion pills. Abortion was very dangerous, and the woman might not survive, and she would have to lose money when the time came. But if she sells it, who will buy it since she is pregnant? Zhang Wanqing lowered her head, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the little boss in front of her was slowly pulling out the saber from his waist. She trembled, gritted her teeth, lowered her head and looked around. His hand fell on his stomach. "No, just run. In any case, this child is the last continuation of Nagasawa. He treated her well but died early. Only after this child is born can he have a good life." There was a stalemate here, and a sedan came out of the city gate and happened to pass by. The people in the sedan saw this scene, sighed slightly, called the girl to the sedan window, and whispered a few words to her. The girl nodded and quickly walked to the rebels. "My lords, our young lady bought this pregnant woman, please do it for your convenience." The little boss was stunned for a moment, then he saw the girl respectfully hand over a piece of silver. A pregnant woman made a profit by selling so much. He looked back at the emblem on the back of the sedan, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. It turns out to be the young lady of the Zheng family. Since the young lady wants to buy the slave, we will naturally sell it. You can take him away. The girl was blessed and walked to Zhang Wanqing. "Let's go, our young lady has bought you, and you will be the slave of our Zheng family from now on." Zhang Wanqing reacted, saluted hurriedly, lowered her head and followed the girl to the Zheng family's team. None of the girls of the Zheng family looked at her and just let her follow. However, the little girl who brought her here came to her side after saying a few words to the young lady in the sedan. "Are you from Xingguo?" "Yes, I am from Xingguo County." The girl nodded, looked at her belly, and asked, "Whose is the child in your belly?" Zhang Wanqing's eyes were red, her hand fell on her abdomen, she touched it carefully, and said softly, "It belongs to my husband." The girl was relieved to hear that they were not rebels. Although she and Zhang Wanqing had never known each other before, they were both women, and she didn't want to see her being abused. She did not ask Zhang Wanqing where her husband was. It was not the first time that the rebels had captured women and children from Xingguo and sent them to Northwest City to sell to the GEQ family. Those men had all been killed. She also knew this. The girl looked at Zhang Wanqing and said, "You are considered lucky. They have always refused to leave pregnant women. If my young lady hadn't happened upon her when she went out to worship the Buddha today, I'm afraid your life would have been in danger today." "Yes, thank you very much, madam. My servant, know how to work, and will definitely repay madam." "What are your plans for the child in your belly?" Zhang Wanqing responded quickly, "The child in my belly is my husband's only bloodline left in the world. I will definitely give birth to him. The girl sighed, maybe because she saw how pitiful Zhang Wanqing was. She came up with an idea. Our Zheng family is considered a wealthy family in the northwest city. Girls in the Zheng family will be let out to get married when they reach old age. I don't care about the child in your belly, he is still young. If he is beaten now and works well in the master's house, he can marry someone else and become the head wife in the future. But if you stay with the child, no one will be willing to marry you. Zhang Wanqing also knows this truth. But, this is her husband's child. They had only been married for 3 days. She only knew that his name was Ji Qing, with the courtesy name Chang's. She knew that he left home for his parents, that he was a scholar, and that he was weak and could only recuperate from illness. But he didn't dislike her and married her. And now, he is dead. Only this child was left. Zhang Wanqing's tears rolled down her face. She touched her abdomen, and said with a little choked up, but this is my husband's only bloodline in this world. If I don't give birth to him, he won't even be the one to inherit the incense gone. Don't worry, girl. Since I have been bought, I will definitely do a good job. I will not delay anything because of this child. Please agree and let me keep him. When the girl saw Zhang Wanqing crying, but still insisting on fighting for a good life in the future and not leaving her husband's child behind, she felt a little sad for her. Then let me tell the young lady for you. Don't worry too much. The young lady has always been kind, otherwise she wouldn't have bought you. If you don't want to abort the child, she definitely won't force you. After she finished speaking, she ran to the sedan chair in front. Young madam. The curtains on the sedan window were opened, and sitting inside, a dignified and gentle woman looked over and asked in a gentle voice, "How is it?" The child in her belly belongs to her husband. Her husband may have been killed by those adults, so she doesn't want to abort the child, saying she wants to leave a lasting legacy for her husband. The young lady nodded, with a bit of emotion in her eyes. In that case, just follow her wishes. But she is pregnant, what kind of work is better for her? The young lady thought for a while. Let's not mention this for now. My husband said that there are always unknown cavalry going around the northwest city in recent days. I'm afraid there have been changes in the northwest city recently. Let's go to worship Buddha and pray for our family first, and we can talk about it when we get back. Bar. The girl nodded, watched the young lady put down the curtain, and followed. Ji Chang's didn't know at this time that the cavalry he sent over made the men of the Zheng family feel uneasy, so even the young lady of the Zheng family was a little worried, so they decided to go out to worship Buddha. On the way to worship Buddha, I met Zhang Wanqing again. He actually decided to buy her earlier than in the original timeline. After going round and round, things returned to their original appearance. But Ji Chang's is a bit of a thief. He is well prepared. Since in the original timeline it was the young lady of the Zheng family who saved people, and the young lady likes to worship Buddha, it would be much easier to operate. Ji Chang's arranged for a monk. He interpreted the signature for the young lady of the Zheng family. So, when the young lady of the Zheng family arrived at the temple today, she found that she had rolled out a lottery that she had never seen before. A monk explained it. The general meaning is that good intentions must be rewarded. Madam, there is a noble person who is in trouble. If you lend a helping hand at this time, there will be great blessings in the future. The young lady of the Zheng family was stunned, and inexplicably she remembered the pregnant woman she had saved. She asked softly, "May I ask, Master, what does this noble man look like?" The monk clasped his hands and recited Amitabha. The root seedling fell under the towering tree. The young lady has chosen a noble person. It should be a woman, the root seedling. This woman is either carrying a child with her, or the child is still in her belly. The girl accompanying the young lady of the Zheng family was stunned and looked at her master. "Young madam, could it be the woman we rescued on the way?" The monk's eyelashes trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly under his drooping face. The young lady of the Zheng family believes in Buddhism, otherwise she would not have rushed to pray to Buddha for peace of mind as soon as her husband said that he was afraid of something happening recently. Now she had just saved a pregnant woman with her front leg, and the monk with her back leg said that her noble lady was a pregnant woman and was still in trouble. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. She quickly asked, "May I ask, Master, if this noble man will come to me in the next few days?" The poor monk doesn't know this. He still didn't know whether that was Lord Ji's wife, so he definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. Although I don't know why Mr. Ji asked him to say such things to Mrs. Zheng's wife, it is always right to obey orders. The monk didn't say yes or no. The young lady of the Zheng family was convinced. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? She had just saved a pregnant woman, and then the monk told her that the pregnant woman was her noble one. She hurriedly burned incense, thanked him, and took the people out quickly. As soon as she went out, the girl asked, "Young madam, I'm afraid the master is talking about that woman. What should we do now?" The young lady of the Zheng family thought for a while and decided that she would rather believe it or not. "Take it back to your home, treat it like a guest, and take good care of it." The girl asked, "What if the sign is not about her?" "That's okay." Although the young lady of the Zheng family believes in Buddhism, she is very open-minded in this regard. She was already pitiful. She was pregnant, but the child in her belly lost her father early. Even if it wasn't her, it was a good deed that we helped her. Otherwise, how would she live her life now that she has no relatives and is still pregnant? Anyway, it's okay to do good deeds anyway. Of course she didn't know that as soon as the Zheng family's motorcade left, the monk behind him wrote a letter and passed it on as a flying pigeon. This Lord Ji is really amazing. Even though he was so far away, he still sent him here in advance, and he actually guessed that Mrs. Zheng's wife would save a pregnant woman. After he spread the news, he tore off the white beard on his face and left in a hurry according to Ji Chang's instructions. Zhang Wanqing felt that she had met a good person. After she was rescued, she thought she was going to be a slave, but the young lady of the Zheng family actually treated her like a guest and prepared a guest room for her. I was afraid that she wouldn't adapt, so I often came to talk to her about needlework. She felt grateful and worried at the same time, but after getting along with each other, she found that she and the young lady of the Zheng family were very close to each other, and the two of them could talk about anything. The same is true for the young madam of the Zheng family. She thought Zhang Wanqing was pitiful, and she added the signature, so she wanted to take care of her. Unexpectedly, after getting along with her, she discovered that the two of them actually got along very well. She was married far away, her husband was an only child and she had no sisters-in-law. She always went out alone on weekdays. Although she was clean, she sometimes felt lonely. After all, the mother-in-law is old and her husband has to go out with his father-in-law to do things every day. She can only worship Buddha or go out to buy jewelry and meet the wives of other families. Now that there is Zhang Wanqing, the two of them are like close friends together. Even if someone told Madame Zheng that the monk was a fake, she would still treat Zhang Wanqing like she does now. Under the care of the young lady of the Zheng family, Zhang Wanqing's face gradually became rosy, and the fetus in the house was also very healthy. The young lady of the Zheng family was happy to see her belly, and said to her husband at night, "I don't know when our baby will come. It's better not to come in the near future." Master Zheng hugged his wife and sighed sadly. The imperial court has been fighting all the way, and the situation is overwhelming. I'm afraid the Northwest City will change hands again, and then there will be another turmoil. What should I do if I get scared when I get pregnant? Isn't that a good thing? We are originally from Xingguo, and now the imperial court is here, isn't it good? Master Zheng sighed again. It's not as easy as you said. The Northwest City has changed its owner, and we have to deal with the new owner again. I heard that Ho Jiangjun has always been an upright man, so I'm afraid he won't be easy to get along with. Mrs. Zheng sounded a little scared. Anyway, it's fine if nothing happens at home. The property doesn't matter. I know that you asked everyone in the mansion to be careful. My father has decided to surrender as soon as the army enters the city. There may be a banquet for the soldiers. The people in the military camp are more or less ruffian, so don't attack the women in the mansion. Mrs. Zheng nodded. On the second day, she began to strictly control the situation in the house, and did not forget to comfort Zhang Wanqing. But she didn't expect that the army would enter the city so quickly. The husband only talked about it for 3 days, and the Northwest City changed hands. Northwest City once again fell into the hands of the imperial court, and all forces began to take refuge again. After all, they are merchants, so isn't it normal for them to just sit on the sidelines? Among them, the Zheng family anxiously received invitations from the military to pay their respects. Master Zheng and young Master Zheng were extremely nervous. He quickly held a banquet, just to get along well with the other party and keep the Zheng family's foundation intact. As the young lady of the mansion, Mrs. Zheng could not do anything but sit in the garden with Zhang Wanqing, while she had a few embroidery needles and threads, and told her inner nervousness. This time is different from usual. This time the army directly enters the city, and General Ho is even more difficult to get along with. I am always a little worried. Seeing that she was worried, Zhang Wanqing quickly comforted her. Don't worry, she is from the imperial court after all. Although we are members of the imperial court, our Zheng family also helped the rebels before, so we were afraid that they would turn over old scores. Just as he was talking, he saw his husband and his father-in-law leading a young man this way with a smile, and there was something flattering in their smiles. He should be the lieutenant general who had paid his respects. Why are they here? Aren't they waiting for guests in the lobby? Mrs. Zheng quickly stood up. There is no way to hide now, all I can do is pay tribute. She did not forget to protect Zhang Wanqing. You will follow me in a moment and see the ceremony with me. After the ceremony is over, I will take you away. Don't be afraid. Zhang Wanqing nodded and stood behind Mrs. Zheng. When the three of them arrived, Mrs. Zheng heard her father-in-law, who was always dignified, introduce with a smile, "This is my daughter-in-law and her good friend Mrs. What a coincidence. Niang Yan, this is Mr. G, come quickly, greetings." She quickly blessed herself, "I've met Mr. G." After saying that, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Zhang Wanqing was not moving at all. He felt anxious and quickly looked back, only to see Zhang Wanqing staring straight ahead with a face full of disbelief. When she raised her eyes again, she saw that the young Master Ji, who needed to please his father-in-law and husband, also had a happy face. He took a step forward and shouted to Zhang Wanqing behind him. "Lady, you are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The soldier who had been looking at the scholar who looked like a scholar took a step forward and held Zhang Wanqing's hand with a happy face. Mrs. Zheng was still a little unresponsive. Not to mention her, even Zhang Wanqing herself was confused. She stared blankly at the person in front of her and opened her mouth. Before her brain could react to what she was going to say, tears fell down in large numbers and flowed all over her face. "Husband, husband, you are still alive." After being rescued, she, who had always forced herself to be strong for the sake of her unborn child, lost control for the first time. For the first time, she ignored etiquette and threw herself into her husband's arms with tears on her face. Ji Chang's hugged her and patted her back gently. He could feel the other person's thin body. Even though she was pregnant and treated well, Zhang Wanqing still didn't have any flesh except for her protruding belly. Her body was trembling, tears came to her in a surge, and soon wetted Ji Chang's clothes. Her cries were choked, and she opened her mouth to speak, but what came out turned into sobs. I'm alive. I've been living well. I won't cry anymore. Ji Chang's also had no scruples about etiquette. This period of time really made this weak but tough woman suffer a lot. Even if he made all kinds of preparations, he still couldn't avoid the suffering she suffered along the way, and she couldn't avoid the grief and confusion after she thought her husband had passed away. The couple reunited after a long separation and hugged each other. The Zheng family didn't have time to think about whether they were being rude or not. They were already stunned by the scene in front of them. Especially Mr. Zheng, who doesn't know much about the female guests in the mansion. He had always ignored the inner house. As for Zhang Wanqing, he only knew that she was a good friend of his daughter-in-law and was living in the mansion during this period. Zhang Wanqing is a woman. Even if she is visiting, she will definitely be visiting Mrs. Zheng. She will not come to see him as a man. And while he is busy outside, Mrs. Zheng will not use the phrase "my daughter-in-law saved a pregnant woman and stayed in the house temporarily." Tell him something. As a result, as she continued to live there, she became a lady who came to visit guests in the mansion. Mr. Zheng was stunned at first, then overjoyed. It's great that she is Master Ji's wife. This lady has always been a good friend of his daughter-in-law. With this relationship, the Zheng family can gain more confidence. He quickly looked at his son, who was also confused, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Mr. Ji only entered the city early this morning. I heard that he is from Hu County. How could his wife be MRSG?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted again. Yes, Zhang Wanqing always said that her husband's surname was Ji, and the people below also told him that the young lady's friend, MRSG, lived in the mansion. Her husband's surname was Ji, and Ji Chang's surname was also Ji. That's right. But who would have thought this way before? Master Zheng was also a little confused, but he and his wife had always been good friends, and the two of them knew how to gossip, so they were able to exchange a few words, and he also whispered back. "This MRSG was rescued by my wife from outside the city. It was said before that her husband passed away and left a posthumous child in her house. My wife felt sorry for her being helpless, so she let her live in our house." Well done. Well done. Master Zheng was filled with joy when he heard this. Although I don't know why Zhang Wanqing said that her husband passed away, but Master Ji is still alive and well, but just looking at the two people's happy reunion, I know that their relationship is definitely good. Now that the young lady of the Ji family has saved the wife of a subordinate who is very powerful in front of Ho Jiangjun, this is no longer some confidence, this is simply full of confidence. Mrs. Zheng was also confused. When she saw her husband talking to her father-in-law, she quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Who is this, sir?" Master Zheng quickly whispered to his wife to popularize science, "This gentleman's surname is Ji, and his courtesy name is Changs. He is a capable person under General Ho. It is said that this time he wiped out the rebels all the way and captured the Northwest City, and then went to the GEQ family to rescue the common people of our country. He has made great achievements, and I heard that General Ho has reported his name and achievements to His Majesty. With such great achievements, his future official position will only be high or low. Madam, you saved his wife this time, and you did a great favor to our Zheng family." Mrs. Zheng listened to the series of words her husband said and looked back in surprise at Ji Changs, who was coaxing Zhang Wanqing softly. "But he seems to be very young and like a scholar." "He is a scholar, he just joined General Ho's section." Seeing that Ji Changs was only focused on coaxing his wife and not paying attention to their side, Master Zheng carefully took Mrs. Zheng's hand and took her aside. He said in a very low voice, "Don't look at his young age. I heard that there was someone in the court before. He was the one who refused to reduce the military pay. The person who blocked it had lost his official position and was exiled thousands of miles away. Even the second prince could not save him. And his voice lowered a little, and he whispered, the second prince was also reprimanded by your majesty for this matter. They all know that the second prince always has revenge, but he can't do anything about this Lord Ji. I heard that it is Lord Ji's name. Master Zheng carefully looked around again before saying the rest. The emperor knows it. What her husband said was beyond Mrs. Zheng's understanding. She didn't understand and was shocked, but, isn't this Master Zheng a subordinate of General Ho? Who doesn't know that General Ho has been leading troops to suppress the rebels? If you want to get into the eyes of the emperor, you must first be at the feet of the emperor in the capital. I don't know these things. I was able to find out what I just told you because my aunt's nephew's daughter-in-law's sister is a talented person in the palace. If I didn't know these inside stories, my father wouldn't be so eager to please her. He did not dare to point his finger at Ji Chang's, but could only use his eyes to signal Mrs. Zheng to look at the frail-looking gentleman who was talking to Zhang Wanqing in a low voice. In short, you saved his wife this time. This is a good relationship. With this favor, our Zheng family may be able to go further in the future. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. What does it mean to give a pillow when you feel sleepy? This is it. His father was still worried when he received the post. He only knew these gossips and had no idea what Ji Chang's liked specifically. As a result, they still don't know what the other person likes, but his wife saved Ji Chang's wife. He already liked Mrs. Zheng, and now his gaze on Mrs. Zheng was even more tender. Mrs. Zheng herself was still in a trance, and when her husband looked at her like this, she immediately withdrew her hand with some embarrassment, blushed, and whispered, "It's clear as day, father is still watching." "It doesn't matter." Master Zheng smiled and took her hand again. "I want to take a good look at my good wife." Mrs. Zheng felt so sweet in her heart that she never took her hand back. In the pavilion, Ji Chang's also explained clearly why he survived the catastrophe. "After I was rescued, I took refuge with General Ho. I knew that the rebels would not take you away rashly, but would sell you to the GEQ family." Seeing Zhang Wanqing's eyes still filled with water, looking at herself sobbing uncontrollably from time to time, Ji Chang's took a handkerchief and wiped her tears with one hand while continuing, "After that, I followed the military camp all the way here, captured the GEQ family some time ago and rescued the people who were sold by the rebels, but I didn't see you among them." The captured rebels said that they occasionally sold some Xingguo people to people in the northwest city. "I came to the Zheng family this time because I wanted to ask the Zheng family to help find you. Come on, wipe your face. I didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that I met the lady here." Ji Chang's directly concealed the fact that he sent people to look for him and asked people to go to the temple to pretend to be Master Yunyuo, and what he said to Mrs. Zheng. When he lurked in Zheng's house, he found that Mrs. Zheng was treating him like a guest. Indeed, Zhang Wanqing left only after that. During this period of time, someone would tell Ji Chang's about Zhang Wanqing's physical condition and how well she was doing. At least Mrs. Zheng did regard Zhang Wanqing as a close friend and treated her with preferential treatment. Ji Chang suppressed his desire to take Zhang Wanqing out. He waited until the army entered the city, wiped out the remaining rebels, and made sure he was safe before coming to the Zheng family to pick him up. There is no need to tell Zhang Wanqing this. She was now happy that he was able to escape. If she knew how much danger his glory represented, she should be worried about him. Although Ji Chang's didn't think those dangers were anything, Zhang Wanqing was pregnant after all and couldn't be easily stimulated. So, knowing that Zhang Wanqing had been pregnant for several months and how the baby in her belly was doing, and that she had taken birth control pills several times, Ji Chang's, who had recently developed quite well, was still full of surprise and a little nervous. He reached out and gently touched her bulging belly. "Madam, your belly." Zhang Wanqing finally recovered from the surprise that her husband was not dead, and looked down at her belly. "On the way to being arrested, I found out that I was pregnant." After she finished speaking, she looked at Ji Chang's with a somewhat uneasy expression. After all, she was captured by the rebels just 3 days after they got married. Her belly was flat at that time, but now she has a bigger belly when they meet again. Even if Zhang Wanqing knew in her heart that this child was indeed Ji Chang's, she was still a little worried at this moment. After all, in most cases, the man will definitely doubt that the child is not his but the rebels. Ms. Zhang saw that the topic between the two of them had reached this point, and she did not bother to finish talking to her husband. She quickly stepped forward and saluted, "Master Ji, this child is indeed yours. When I first met Wan Qing, the girl even persuaded her to give birth to a child. Life would be easier if she gave birth to a child. She was stubborn and refused to abort her at any cost. She also said that this was the only bloodline left by her husband in this world, and she must give birth to the child so that her husband could have a good life. She loves to do good deeds and has rescued many poor women, but not like she did to Zhang Wanqing. Instead, she only gave them some money or helped find work. There used to be a woman who was a concubine and her husband was a businessman. She was in the car with her. On the way, they encountered robbers. Her husband was arrested and asked for money. She, the female concubine, escaped by hiding in the car. The next day, the husband returned. She was filled with joy, and before she even came forward to ask for help, she was asked where she had been last night. The woman quickly explained that she was hiding in the car, but no matter what she said, her husband refused to believe it. He just thought wholeheartedly about how this concubine, a weak woman, could possibly escape the robbers on her own. In addition, the concubine's hair was disheveled because she was avoiding him, and she stayed up all night because she was worried about him. Her face was haggard, so he identified her. Last night was ruined by robbers. After that, he became very cold towards her, despising her for not being innocent anymore because of this incident that had never happened. Before she even reached the place, she was kicked out just halfway. The accompanying lady was kind-hearted and knew that she had always been honest, so she sent her maid to give her some silver and dry food, which supported her all the way to the northwest city. This was just one night without her husband, and she was not pregnant yet. Madame Zheng was a little worried that Mr. Ji would suspect Zhang Wanqing. "Thank you for your hard work, ma'am." What reassured her was that although Mr. Ji looked like a scholar, he didn't have the overthinking temperament of some scholars. There was no doubt on his face, and he accepted the fact that his wife was pregnant with joy and guilt. Ji Chang's gently touched the bulging belly. "Because Zhang Wanqing is very thin, her belly is very conspicuous." He said seriously, "It's my fault for making you suffer. It's time to stay in Northwest City. I will take you back to your hometown in Huxian County." Zhang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly with red eyes. When the couple met, they had a lot to say. Ji Chang's didn't care whether it would be rude or not, and just apologized to the Zheng family in a hurry. "Thank you to the Zheng family for your help. Only then can I see that my wife is safe. I won't bother you today. Tomorrow, my wife and I will come to say thank you." "You're welcome. MRSG is also a good friend of my wife, as it should be." "Master Ji, you're welcome." The Zheng family father and son both had smiles on their faces as they watched Ji Chang's carefully protect Zhang Wanqing from leaving, all the way to the door. Ji Chang's came on horseback, and Zhang Wanqing couldn't ride a horse. Fortunately, Ms. Zheng was considerate and ordered a sedan chair from the house. She stood at the door of the house, watching Zhang Wanqing being helped into the sedan by Ji Chang's, and saying a few words to her through the curtain before the seemingly frail but very slender Mr. Ji turned around and mounted his horse. He did not speed up, just followed the sedan and walked slowly. After watching them leave, Ms. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of joy on her face as she was happy for her friend. He held the handkerchief and murmured, "I didn't expect that Wan Qing's husband was not dead. Moreover, we met by chance. Not only is he not dead, he has accomplished a lot." After the outsider left, the joy on Master Zheng's face could no longer be concealed. The same goes for Mr. Zheng. He glanced at his daughter-in-law standing there, feeling satisfied in his heart. Marrying a virtuous wife is indeed true. Who would have thought that when the people in Northwest City were trying to get in touch with General Ho, their daughter-in-law would have already rescued Mr. G's wife. Before, he was a little dissatisfied with Ms. Zheng for having been married for so long and still not getting pregnant, but his son had a good relationship with his wife and refused to take concubines. Originally, Mr. Zheng was thinking that after some time, when Northwest City settled down, even if his son was not willing, he would still find an honest concubine to continue the bloodline of the Zheng family. If the daughter-in-law is not willing, the child can be raised by her after birth. If she has a child, she can send the child to her concubine. Now that this happened, Mr. Zheng gave up this idea. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this daughter-in-law is very good. Not to mention his appearance, he has always handled the affairs of the mansion in an orderly manner, and he is kind-hearted. He is also very kind to his son, and now he has helped the mansion such a big favor. I don't have any children now, maybe it's because fate hasn't come yet. Both of them had been seen by doctors, and there was nothing wrong with them. Maybe if they didn't rush them, the child would come on his own after a while. Ms. Zheng still didn't know that her father-in-law had just decided not to give her husband a concubine. She was still holding the handkerchief, thinking about Zhang Wanqing's happiness but also a little worry. Master Ji seems to have a very high status now. He is no longer like what Wan Qing told her. Both of them are common people. Although it is a happy thing to have a husband with honor, for women, if the husband has a high official position and status, it means that there is no shortage of women around him. Wan Qing is still pregnant now. Before, she was just a commoner woman. Although she had a stable temperament, she didn't have much scheming. It's good that Ji Chang's doesn't dislike her, but what if there is another woman around him? Wan Qing is definitely invincible. Otherwise, we can say that we are friends. Zhang Wanqing was sitting in the sedan, thinking the same as Ms. Zheng. She has been separated from her husband for so long, and now he seems to have become an official. If there is another woman around, how should she deal with it? Zhang Wanqing looked down at her bulging belly and pursed her lips slightly. She didn't think about the idea that if you really found another woman while I was struggling to survive outside, you would be a scumbag. In today's patriarchal society, as a person who grew up here, she has long felt that this situation is very common. Instead of blaming Ji Chang's, she began to worry about what she would do if this was the case. They were all poor commoners in the past, and Zhang Wanqing had never worried about whether Ji Chang's would have another woman. 3 wives and 4 concubines were only available to wealthy families. Their entire village is monogamous. It's not that the men don't want to, it's just that they are too poor to have money to raise a little one. Therefore, although Zhang Wanqing knew these things, she had never experienced them. She became worried, and as the sedan swayed, she gradually became sleepy again. Nagasawa is here. Nagasawa took her home. Although Ms. Zheng treated her well, Zhang Wanqing was also very grateful to her. But after all, you are living in someone else's house, not your own home, so you are still a little uncomfortable. But now, she is being taken to her own home. Even if the family is poor or broken, it is still their own place. Thinking of this in a daze, some of the previous anxiety and worries gradually disappeared. Zhang Wanqing leaned on the sedan and fell asleep. Ji Chang's, who was riding slowly outside, moved his ears slightly and glanced sideways at the sedan. Breathing evenly, Zhang Wanqing must have fallen asleep. He raised his hand and said to the bearer carrying the sedan, "Go slowly, don't bump into my wife." Yes. The group arrived at Ji Chang's residence. It was said to be his mansion, but it was actually where a leader of the rebel army lived. After the northwest city was captured, according to the rules, it was time to divide the spoils as usual. Ji Chang's, as the man who had won the northwestern city, received not only the obvious rewards, but also some farm shops, gold and silver jewelry, and houses and manors. In short, this victory made him a rich man. The rebels who were entrenched here were quite fat. This was not an attack on corrupt officials. There was no need to hand over the things obtained from the rebels to the court. General Ho rudely took away 50% of it, and then only took the remaining 50%. Start letting the people below share. What Ji Chang's received was decided by the military advisor, who gave him 10% directly from General Ho. This 10% is compared to everything before. In other words, Ji Chang's received 1/5 of the property from General Ho. Even if he could not touch the money himself, but was kept by the military advisor for other purposes, General Ho was heartbroken and suffocated. It's not that he was reluctant to give Ji Chang's the 10%. If you want 10%, you should have told me earlier. It would be enough to just share the remaining 50%. If he had known earlier, he would have taken away the 60%. In the military, those at the top eat meat and those at the bottom drink soup. Among the armies of all parties, General Ho is a more generous person. If it were anyone else, he would be willing to let his subordinates share their achievements. He felt very distressed for a while. When Ji Chang saw that he was looking at the map with a sad face and looking at it for fun, he didn't tell him that the military advisor had taken the 40% to invest in a shop. The military advisor is good at making profits, and if the 40% comes into his hands, he can make a lot of money for General Ho in just 1 year. Ji Chang's also gave some money to the military advisor. Quan regarded it as a small shareholder. If he occasionally came up with small ideas, he didn't have to worry about it, and he could make a lot of money. He read the account books quickly and could finish them in one go without much time or effort, but he still decided to hand over the account books and the affairs of the mansion to Zhang Wanqing. Pregnant women really can't expend too much energy. But Zhang Wanqing has gone through too much. They were both poor when they got married, so they were on the same level. However, during the time they were separated, Ji Chang's status suddenly rose, and Zhang Wanqing would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Giving her the authority and handing over all the property in the house to her can make her feel at ease. As for whether you want to keep your belongings, Ji Chang's didn't think about it at all, and Zhang Wanqing couldn't feed him. In most cases, only men who didn't trust their wives or didn't earn much money would hold on to their money and refuse to spend any more. Lady. Zhang Wanqing was drowsily asleep when Ji Chang's called out gently. Pregnant women tend to get sleepy easily and find it difficult to wake up. Seeing this, Ji Chang simply bent over and entered the sedan chair, holding her in his arms. Holding her in my arms, there was not much romance. I could only feel the other person's hand that seemed to be only slightly thinner, but holding him like a handful of bones. She is a weak woman, and she is indeed suffering too much. Ji Chang's hugged the person's hand tightly, and strode into the mansion regardless of the curious and cautious gazes of passers-by on the street. It wasn't until they arrived in the yard that Zhang Wanqing was refreshed by the wind. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that she was being carried into the house by her husband, and her face suddenly turned red. There were also some servants wearing little servant girls' clothes who stood carefully and respectfully. "Husband, why are you carrying me? Put me down quickly. There are many people here. You are my wife, and we have worshipped heaven and earth properly. Now that you still have my child in your belly, why should I hold you in fear of anyone looking at me?" Ji Chang's carried the person all the way to the lobby. There were 2 chairs in the lobby. He first placed Zhang Wanqing on one of the chairs, and then he sat on the chair next to him. He said to the housekeeper who ran over, "Go and ask all the servants in the mansion to come over." While the housekeeper went to call for people, Ji Chang's turned to Zhang Wanqing and said, "Some of these people are gifts from colleagues, and some are bought by myself. We will stay in Northwest City for a while, so we will inevitably need people to take care of us." Zhang Wanqing nodded, glanced at Ji Chang's nervously, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he didn't say anything about asking his concubine to come and give her a gift. The servants soon arrived. Ji Chang's got straight to the point, "Come and meet the young lady." The servants below didn't hesitate either. Although they had been in this house for less than a day, they were used to serving others. They immediately went to the people around Ji Chang's to inquire about the master's family. They knew that their master had a wife. As for why the master came all the way with the army, but the young lady also followed, this is not what the servants should ask. Ji Chang's was not very familiar with these talents and bought such a small amount of time, so he said directly to the housekeeper, "Didn't you buy a dozen little girls before?" "They were sent to serve the madam." "The madam is pregnant, which is the most critical time. Look for someone who is stable and can protect the Lord, preferably someone who has served others before." "Yes, sir, don't worry, I will pick someone right away, but I don't know which courtyard the young lady will live in." Although he knew that Ji Chang's had a wife before, the housekeeper thought that the young lady might not come to Northwest City in the short term. The master didn't mention arranging the courtyard, so he made no arrangements. As a result, now, the young lady is here. If you have to make arrangements in a hurry, but you still have to arrange things well, then you have to be tighter. "No, madam lives with me." As soon as these words came out, the servants below were a little surprised. In the past, Zhang Wanqing might not have understood why they were surprised, but during the time she lived in the Zheng family, she also listened to Mrs. Zheng telling some rules about wealthy families. If the wife is pregnant, the master will generally not live in the wife's room. She hesitantly placed her hand on her abdomen and said softly, "I'm pregnant and it's inconvenient, so I'd better lie by myself." "How can this work? You and I are husband and wife. How can we not live together? Besides, I don't worry about you living alone." Ji Chang said tender words with a serious face, and Zhang Wanqing was startled at first, then a faint smile spread on her fair face, and even her eyes seemed to brighten a little. "Let's just make the arrangements first. Tell the kitchen that the young lady is pregnant. During this period, we will eat well as a pregnant woman." As he spoke, Ji Chang's voice was slightly louder, and he smiled and said to Zhang Wanqing, "When the lady is finished, I will give you all the affairs of the mansion. In the future, the mansion will rely on the lady." Zhang Wanqing didn't think much, nodded and agreed. The servants below were all shocked. The 7 points of respect originally given to Zhang Wanqing suddenly increased to 10 points. This is the mistress of the house, their monthly income, and even their wealth and lives are in her hands. Must be respectful. After telling the people below Zhang Wanqing's status simply and rudely, Ji Chang stood up again. "Madam, weren't you tired just now? Let me help you go back to your room to rest." Zhang Wanqing felt relaxed when she saw that he never mentioned introducing any women to her. "As soon as I relaxed, I heard my husband mention being sleepy again, and sure enough I was sleepy again." Following Ji Chang's into the house, she didn't even have time to look at the furnishings and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Perhaps because of the ups and downs in her mood, and subconsciously knowing that her husband was here and she could feel at ease, she slept very soundly. After sleeping until dusk, Zhang Wanqing moved slightly and opened her eyes. The very professional girls were busy working in the room without making any noise. Almost as soon as she sat up, they found that she was awake. "Madam, are you awake?" An older girl with a steady look took the lead and pulled up the curtain. The other girls in the room took shoes, and clothes. And the girl picked up the comb. Zhang Wanqing had just woken up and was still a little confused. She stood up following the strength of the steady girl, and then felt the confusion of being served by 3 or 4 girls alone. You. Seeing her doubts, the steady girl quickly blessed Fu Shen, slave Chunju, I will be the person next to the young lady in the future. The other 3 girls also hurriedly got married. Slave Xiaju/Chuju/Dongju has met the young lady. Zhang Wanqing nodded subconsciously, and her memory came back. Then she remembered that she had reunited with her husband. These girls must have been chosen by her husband before. She asked, "Where is your husband?" "Mr. Lang is discussing something with others in the study. He was afraid that the young lady would wake up and no one would be around, so he asked us to stay by your side." Chunju said, and then asked, "Are you hungry, madam?" "There is chicken soup stewed in the kitchen with jujubes, which is the most nourishing for the body. Can my slave bring it to madam?" Zhang Wanqing was really hungry. She nodded hesitantly, and Chunju went out. After a while, a bowl of chicken soup was brought. The chicken is meat from the leg, with red jujubes inside, and the oil on it has been skimmed off, making you want to take a sip just by looking at it. When Chunju went to bring the chicken soup, Zhang Wanqing had already been cleaned up by the girls. When the chicken soup came, she sipped it in small sips, and it seemed as if she was warming her whole body. "In the future, you will be the people around me. Several girls should be the same." Zhang Wanqing asked again, "How long have you been in the mansion?" "We were just bought yesterday, but if madam wants to ask anything, as long as it is about the affairs of the house, I can answer it." Zhang Wanqing hesitated for a while, but finally asked softly, "Is there anyone else in this house?" Chunju was a little confused. The only masters in the mansion are the husband and the young lady, and then there are 15 boys, 15 girls, 5 master chefs in the kitchen, and the housekeeper, because the husband has just arrived in the Northwest City and is still there. I haven't bought anyone to serve the flowers, fruits, trees, sedan bearers, or water-flowing water, but I heard that the housekeeper is already looking for someone to take care of him." After saying that, she added, "If madam still wants someone, she can directly call the housekeeper and ask him to find Renyazi to buy it back." After hearing what she said, Zhang Wanqing put her hands on her abdomen in embarrassment. While feeling embarrassed, she suppressed her embarrassment and said, "Is there anything else?" "Something else?" Chunju was still confused, but suddenly she saw the embarrassment on her face and suddenly realized. He said crisply, "No more, young madam, don't worry. Lang Jun is busy with his affairs. Today, several groups of people came looking for him, but Lang Jun still pushed them away and concentrated on accompanying young madam. If the general hadn't come to look for him later, Lang Jun would you are still guarding you, so before going to the study, he told the slaves several times to serve you well. The whole servants in the mansion know the husband's feelings for the young lady." Her words were absolutely reassuring to Zhang Wanqing, who was in a complicated mood of being happy but feeling inferior, feeling reassured and worried. Completely relieved, she lowered her head and gently touched her abdomen. "I don't know if it's because of the chicken soup, but my body feels warm and my heart feels warm too." Zhang Wanqing looked at her abdomen tenderly and said to her child in her heart, "Look, your daddy is coming to pick us up. When you are born in the future, you will not be afraid of not having a father." A gift for madam-in-law. I bought this hairpin with the general when I came here. It looks good. It will definitely make madam-in-law more dignified and elegant. Ji Changs took the box handed over by the military advisor and pointed at him with a smile, "It's good for you too. You are here to congratulate each other and only give one gift. You are not afraid that others will think you are stingy. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. When the general gets married, you and I will buy a gift for him. Won't you get it back now?" The military advisor smiled and joked. General Ho, who was still obsessed with Ji Chang's new map of Kanyu, looked up in confusion when he heard his name being called. Seeing both of them smiling at him, he suddenly felt dissatisfied. "You guys are joking. Didn't you say that the situation is urgent? I just received the letter at the school grounds and rushed back without even eating. You still have time to joke. The situation is urgent, but people are not in a hurry." Ji Chang's put down the box, opened the study drawer, took out a letter and handed it to the two of them. "Zhao has raised an army." The military advisor was thoughtful after reading this, but General Ho looked unconcerned. "The Zhao state has always been evil-minded. They will strike once today and twice tomorrow. I will be surprised if they don't strike someday. This is not a big deal. What's the emergency?" Ji Chang's clicked on the letter and said, "Zhao suddenly launched an army because it received a large amount of military pay. What's so strange about this? If they want to attack us, they naturally need military pay. Ji Chang's, this military pay was sent by the eldest prince. This is not the first time that the eldest prince of the Zhao kingdom has entered the military camp. What's more, in a war, the prince also pays the army." General Ho stopped talking and frowned. With a bit of disbelief, he frowned and asked, "The eldest prince of Xingguo?" Ji Chang's nodded. The military advisor's face darkened. "General Ho, what does His Highness want to do?" "I can't fight with the prince, so I plan to form an alliance with Zhao. This military salary is his surrender." "General Ho, isn't this just to rob one's own house, tear down the wall of one's own house and give it to the other party, so that the other party can help rob the house? Are you stupid? How long can the house survive if the yard is gone? I'm afraid he's the stupid son of a landlord. Since it is the princes who are fighting, we should stay away. These princes all look polite and virtuous, but in fact they are very small-minded. They will hold grudges if you don't go along with their wishes, and they will try their best to punish you." Although there are 10,000 ca ma in his heart, General Ho is still very sensible when it comes to major matters. He had suffered from the second prince before. Not only did he refuse to surrender, but he acted as if he had tricked the other prince. He tried every means to trip him up. If the military advisor hadn't been by his side, he didn't know how much he would have suffered. He finally figured it out. None of these princes were economical. He had better stay away. When the imperial court sends troops, I will use the excuse to deal with the remnants of the rebels in the northwest city. Anyway, I will fight whoever wants to fight, and I will not interfere with them." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. "I am so rational today. It's awesome." The military advisor suddenly asked, "The batch of military pay that was said to have been robbed on the road a few days ago was done by the eldest prince?" Ji Chang's nodded, "Exactly. If it hadn't been for the general's savings to make up for it that time, I'm afraid the northwest city wouldn't have been so easy to capture." "General Ho. His savings." Click. He heard the sound of his sanity shattering. General Ho slapped the table and stood up, with righteous fury written all over his face. "The state of Zhao dares to attack me and rejuvenate the country. I will write a letter to challenge you right now. Hit his grandma, comma. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Mao. Chapter 54. It was too easy to persuade General Ho. As soon as the losses caused by the princes were shown to him, General Ho was already sharpening his sword to attack Zhao. He was focused on recouping his losses from Zhao. After confirming his plans with Ji Chang's and the military advisor, he began to focus on training troops again. General Ho has always been very powerful in this regard. Let others do the brain work. He will do the fighting. Ji Chang's and the military advisor made a good plan again. To be honest, what the eldest prince did this time was enough to shock both of them. After all, he is also the eldest prince of Xingguo. No matter how many stupid things he did in the past, he is now able to hook up with Zhao Guo in order to expand his own power. Is he a fool? The military advisor felt that maybe things were not like this. After careful consideration, he thought that the eldest prince might be pretending to be stupid on purpose. After all, if he were Zhao Guo, he would definitely not help the enemy prince. But if this is a fool, that's not necessarily the case. If a fool sits on the throne of an enemy country, Zhao will not be able to do whatever they want. Therefore, the eldest prince may not be doing the opposite. Use stupid illusions to blind the enemy's sight, making them lower their guard against him and then try their best to help him. But maybe Zhao Guo thought so too. But maybe the eldest prince also thought about what Zhao Guo thought. This is what is called my prediction of your prediction. The military advisor's thinking began to fall into an infinite loop. Ji Chang's. He didn't know whether the eldest prince was really stupid or pretended to be stupid. Anyway, he only knew that the eldest prince and the second prince had never regarded the people below as human beings. When the rebels rebelled, the second prince colluded with the rebels and took advantage of the chaos to sell off the people of Xingguo, leaving the originally good people with their families ruined and their families turned into slaves of others. In order to seduce Zhao Guo again, the eldest prince sent people to rob the military pay transported by the imperial court to the northwest city. The fighting was going on at that time. If the military pay was just gone, and the military advisors were not that good at managing money, we don't know how many soldiers would have died by then. The eldest prince and the second prince could do such a thing. No matter what they thought, it was impossible for them to let him sit in this position again. Northwest City was just a temporary resting place for them. The reason they stayed here was to chase the rebels. Of course, the actual purpose is to make a fortune. After all, the army entered the city and looked majestic. As long as they sat in the house, people from all walks of life would naturally come to deliver money. This was originally General Ho's favorite project, but now because he has national justice in mind, he no longer has the heart to sit at home and collect money. He goes out to the school to train troops every day, with a "I can't do it without fighting" attitude. After Ji Chang's and the military advisor made plans, they went back to their respective homes. In fact, it's simple. They wanted to trip up the second prince before, just because of many considerations, mainly because they were afraid that the second prince would fall and the eldest prince's family would dominate. Now that it's better, there's no need to think about it. After some investigation, I found that the reason why the eldest prince was able to get in touch with Zhao Guo was because the second prince arranged for someone to do it behind his back. The second prince was smarter. Although he had contacts with Zhao State early on, he had never done anything treasonous. He only occasionally cheated his own family and enriched his own pockets through Zhao Guo. Even if he colluded with the rebels, he always hid behind the scenes. This time, I am afraid that he wanted to accuse the eldest prince of colluding with the enemy. After receiving the news, the military advisor fell into a deep thought. He was in disbelief. After all, the two princes were chosen by the ministers of the court. They have been surrounded by capable people since they were young. Do they not even have a gentleman who can plan strategies for them? Are they stupid, and the gentlemen around them are also stupid? Ji Chang sent someone to send the military advisor back who was in a trance. In fact, he knew it in his heart. It is true that these two princes are stupid, but they are not that stupid. They do these stupid things that damage the foundation in the eyes of military advisors, but in their own eyes, the common people are nothing. When the frontier soldiers die, they die. If they die, can't they be recruited again? Their death can pave the way for themselves, which is their greatest honor. After Ji Chang saw off the military advisor, he sat in his study and played a chess game. He didn't continue either. Instead, he just sat in front of the chessboard with a pensive look on his face, lost in thought. The servants passing by occasionally had the courage to take a peek inside the house. Seeing this scene, they did not dare to say anything, and all of them became more relaxed. After thinking for a long time, Ji Changs came to a conclusion. Sure enough, this is very effective. Very good, use this trick when you get to the capital. After waiting for some time, General Ho sent a message back to the capital. The general meaning is as follows. Your Majesty, I killed all the rebels in the northwest city. The city is now quite safe. I have nothing to do. I will listen to your decision whether you want me to go back to the border or do something else. Along with this letter went to the capital, along with the spies selected by Ji Changs and the military advisor. They originally had spies in the capital, but General Ho had been chasing and attacking the rebels, and no one paid attention to him. Now that he has taken the northwest city, he has glory. There will be many people watching him all the way back to Beijing. If he doesn't insert a few spies for them to keep an eye on, I'm afraid there will be no peace. When the letter arrived in the capital, His Majesty's reaction was exactly what they expected. Let General Ho go against Zhao Guo. Ji Changs didn't want to go with him. General Ho recommended him, and he was considered a civil servant in the court. The eldest prince wanted to get Zhao to support him through a war between the two countries, and the second prince wanted to use this to unseat the eldest prince. If we win this battle, the effect will be greatly reduced. Therefore, the two princes would definitely not let General Ho win. The military advisor accompanied General Ho to the front, while Ji Changs went to the capital to smooth the way forward for them. He was about to leave Northwest City in advance and needed to send his wife to his hometown in Huxian County while he went to the capital to become an official. Zhang Wanqing had already adapted to life in Northwest City. She has always had a strong temperament and good health. She was captured by the rebels and came all the way without any illness. Now she is back at home, with her husband by her side, maids waiting on her, and some warm and nourishing things from the kitchen. There is also a doctor staying in the house, checking her pulse from time to time. Her body is healthier now than before she was married. In addition, her husband respects her and leaves all the affairs of the house to her. There is a big difference between having a career and not having a career. Zhang Wanqing doesn't feel anything about it, but Ji Changs can see the cowardice in her eyebrows. We have gone a lot and people are more cheerful. In ancient times, being able to hold the power in the house was the confidence of most women, coupled with the favor of their husbands and having children at their knees. Every time she went out, no matter what the weather, Ji Changs would come to pick her up and take her back home. No one in the entire Northwest City didn't envy him. The baby in the womb is also very healthy and is just waiting for it to mature and fall asleep. In such a good mood among the three parties, Zhang Wanqing became more and more confident and was in a good mood every day. If you are in a good mood, your body will naturally feel better. She was not just waiting for her husband to help her. After discovering that Ji Changs loved reading, Zhang Wanqing also started reading. She practiced calligraphy at night and traced her husband's calligraphy. Ji Changs followed her lead. She loved reading, so he collected some unique books. She wanted to practice calligraphy, so he wrote a copybook for her to practice according to. Now that it is winter, occasionally the couple would go out in the snow to look for plum blossoms. The Zheng family didn't say much about her outside. They only said that MRSG and MRS Zheng were good friends, which could be regarded as protecting Zhang Wanqing's reputation. Although even if they spread the news, Ji Changs would still have ways to deal with it, but since they were so kind, he would naturally accept their kindness. As a result, the Zheng family got a fat fruit. They were so grateful that even MRS Zheng's status in the mansion was much higher. She felt grateful that it was because of Ji Changs that he became more and more kind to Zhang Wanqing. The two of them are now as good as sisters. Zhang Wanqing was naturally reluctant to leave Northwest City now. It happened that MRS Wang of the Northwest City held a chrysanthemum banquet and invited ladies from various families to enjoy the chrysanthemums. During the excitement, Zhang Wanqing took MRS Zheng with her. sitting in the pavilion with his hands. He told her that his family was leaving Northwest City. Ms. Zheng moved her hand holding the stove, with a look of reluctance on her face. She put down the stove, took Zhang Wanqing's hand and sighed, "In the past, I didn't like to go out and socialize, and I couldn't get along with other ladies and ladies. Now that I finally have you, you have to leave again. Don't be sad. I will write to you when I return to Hu County. We sisters will still be able to contact you by then. That's different too. The Zheng family is based in Northwest City. I'm afraid I'll have to live here for the rest of my life. Maybe we won't be able to see each other again in this life." As she spoke, Ms. Zheng's eyes became red. Although she kept Zhang Wanqing because of the signature, people's hearts are fleshy, and when they are together, there is a true sisterly love. Now that my sister is leaving, how can I not be sad? Seeing her like this, Zhang Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She held her hand and comforted her, saying, "My husband said that when he is 45 years old, he will resign and take me to travel around. Then I will how about coming to Northwest City to find you?" Ms. Zheng was a little surprised, resigning at the age of 45. But at this age, you can make a big difference in the court. Husband, he doesn't care about this. When talking about Ji Chang's, Zhang Wanqing's eyes brought a bit of sweetness. He said that in a person's life, men should study hard when they are young, and women should learn needlework. When they are a little older, they get married, and men have to work outside, and women should work hard outside. I have to take care of the house, and when the child is born, I have to plan for the child. I have lived for half of my life, but I have not lived for myself. Her hand fell on her abdomen and touched it gently. My husband said that when he is 45 years old, our child will have grown up and can take care of himself. Then we will play around, and if we feel that something is better, we can. It's always better to stay here and move to another place when you get tired of it. Ms. Zheng was very yearning when she heard this. Although her eye circles were still red, she smiled happily for Zhang Wanqing. "You are so good. We women are basically trapped in the house our whole lives. If you can travel around in the future, you will have to write to me those scenery, and when I look at them, it feels like I have traveled there myself." Zhang Wanqing nodded, "Definitely." The two of them talked affectionately for a while. Ms. Zheng suddenly remembered something, sat up straight, and asked carefully, "Your husband is going to the capital to be an official, so don't you want to go back to your hometown in Huxian alone?" "My husband said he would send me back and wait until I am settled before he goes to the capital." Zhang Wanqing was not very sad that Ji Chang's didn't take her with him. After she became the head of her own family, she realized that traveling was not easy. If she had not been pregnant, she would have gone. Since she was pregnant, it was best not to go out if she could. If it weren't for leaving her alone in Northwest City, her husband wouldn't have decided to send her back to Hu County. "Then do you know if your husband has any relatives in his hometown?" Zhang Wanqing had done her homework a long time ago and said immediately, "The two elders are here, there is no grandma above, there are 3 brothers below, and there are 2 sisters." Ms. Zheng hurriedly asked, "Master Ji, did you say that you should educate your sister?" "As I said, my husband said that my sister has a female husband, but after all, the husband is no better than his own family, so it is better for me, my sister-in-law, to take her with her and teach her well." Hearing Zhang Wanqing's answer, Ms. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The smile on his face also relaxed. "That's good. Your husband really respects you. Let me tell you, I know several ladies. After they got married, their husband's family never allowed them to get close to their younger brothers and sisters. That is, I'm afraid that they will teach me something bad on purpose. Who would dare to have such bad intentions, but my husband's behavior will break their hearts. Let me have a few words of confidence with you. Although I am living well in my house, it was very difficult when I first got married. My mother-in-law refused to leave the affairs of the house to me. She could get rid of any mother-in-law in her house. My face, my husband is busy, I can't bother him with this, let alone my father-in-law. From now on, I will serve my mother-in-law well. It took 2 years before she was able to let go. Speaking of this, Ms. Zheng couldn't hide her envy. Of the ladies and young ladies I know, none of them have been under the hands of the mother-in-law for several years before they can manage the affairs of the house. Even so, the mother-in-law is watching from the top. Sometimes I have to act according to my mother-in-law's wishes. There is no one like you who can take charge of the family affairs by yourself even if your husband loves you. Zhang Wanqing didn't know what other wives were like before. It was only after attending many banquets during this period that she realized that her husband had given her such great respect. Seeing Ms. Zheng speaking at this moment, she smiled and pushed the other person gently. What you said seems to mean that your husband doesn't love you. How come I heard that you are the most envied person in Northwest City? I envy your husband for his single-minded determination not to have concubines. You are the one who makes the decisions in the family, and your mother-in-law is also kind, so you don't tell me these things. Ms. Zheng was so amused by her deliberately narrow look that she couldn't stand up straight. Hey, it seems that you have a backer, and you still come to tease me. When I see Mr. G of your family, I will ask him how can I raise my wife like a child. The two of them laughed together. When the ladies and ladies outside saw it, they felt envious in their hearts. Although some people think it's rude for them to smile like this outside, how could they be so relaxed if they weren't held in the palm of their husband's hands? It doesn't look like them, they have to be careful in their words and deeds. Fortunately, Ms. Zheng, they have always known her and she is a good person. And this MRSG is even better off. My husband is the right-hand man under General Ho, and now he has been recommended by General Ho to be a capital official. They have met Mr. G several times. He has a talented appearance, his face is as white as jade, and he always smiles gently, looking at Zhang Wan. Qing's wife's eyes are also very gentle. It is no secret that Zhang Wanqing's natal family has no one. Although Mr. G also comes from a peasant family, his status is different now. He never takes concubines, and he refuses to touch outside women when socializing with others. Master G also had to go to the military camp, but whenever Zhang Wanqing came out, he would always come to take her home. This kind of protective wife is really something that people can't even envy. As soon as the banquet was over, the ladies and girls left the house one after another and got on their sedans. As soon as they went out, the ladies were still calm, and some young girls couldn't help but curiously looked at the horses sitting on them. Mr. G was waiting quietly outside the mansion. I'm embarrassed to talk to others, but I'm very embarrassed to talk to my sisters. Second sister, look, that is Master G. Every time MRSG comes out, it is Master G who takes her home. The elder sister looked over carefully and said with some surprise, this Jida has such a good appearance. No, otherwise why would I have to drag you with me this time? Not only the two sisters were secretly looking at Ji Chang's, but the other girls also glanced at him more or less. It wasn't that they had any evil intentions, it was just that it was rare for such a handsome, official, and very considerate husband to appear, and they couldn't help but want to watch more. Ji Chang's was wearing a sky blue shirt, with blue lines embroidered on the cuffs and hem. The clothes were slim-fitting, and they made him look more powerful. Zhang Wanqing made these clothes, and he wore them specially to show off. He came here specially to pick her up, not only because he was worried about Zhang Wanqing, but also because he wanted to give her this dignity. She lost her parents at a young age, and then was captured by the rebels and brought to the Northwest City like this, and lived under the shelter of others for a period of time. Even if she didn't show off, she still had to some extent have low self-esteem. What Ji Chang's did was to drive away all her inferiority complexes. What he wants is for her to be the envy of everyone. After waiting quietly, Zhang Wanqing came out chatting and laughing with the young lady of the Zheng family. Mrs. Zheng saw Ji Chang's outside at a glance, smiled and joked, "Look, your guy is here, I told you, he will definitely come to pick you up." Zhang Wanqing also guessed that Ji Chang's would come to pick her up. But when he looked up and saw the man on the horse smiling at him, he was still pleasantly surprised. The smile on her face became a little more joyful, and she said to her friend, "Then I will leave first, so don't worry. My husband said that my parents-in-law are from farmers, and my brothers and sisters are still young. When I arrive in Hu County, I will be the one to come in charge of the house. I thought that if I could raise such a kind-hearted husband, my parents-in-law would be good people and would not make things difficult for me. As long as you feel confident, go ahead and remember to write to me." Mrs. Zheng reluctantly said goodbye to her. Under the gaze of many ladies and girls, Zhang Wanqing lifted up her skirt and walked down the steps, all the way to Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's got off his horse, opened the curtain of the sedan behind him in front of everyone, and watched his wife enter before getting back on the horse. The bearer started to move forward with the sedan, and Ji Chang sat on the horse and walked slowly in a protective posture on the sedan. Zhang Wanqing opened the curtain and looked behind. She originally wanted to take a look at Mrs. Zheng, but she didn't miss the envious gazes of the ladies and girls. Deep in my heart, I was filled with huge pride and happiness in an instant. After lowering the curtain, her husband's voice asked her warmly outside, "We are leaving tomorrow. Don't be afraid. My parents are both very good-natured. You will definitely get along well." Zhang Wanqing smiled slightly in the sedan chair. He replied, "I'm not afraid. With her husband here, what else should she be afraid of?" Now, although she still cannot read some words, she can already read the account books clearly, and has learned how to manage the affairs of the mansion. She has also learned all the etiquette during this period. Her husband loves her and is willing to protect her. She really couldn't think of anything else she could be afraid of. She can't always rely on her husband to support her. He also has his own things to take care of. She will never show cowardice and let him worry about his family while he goes to the capital. Being filial to her parents-in-law, taking care of her younger siblings, and managing the house's internal affairs are all things she is sure to do well. Her husband helped her straighten her back, but she would never bend it down again. After settling the matter in the Northwest City, the house was sealed for the time being, leaving only one gatekeeper. The rest of the people who had a bond of prostitution took them to the waterway with them. Ji Chang's was surrounded by guards, and he was in a big boat, and no water bandits without eyes ran into him along the way. We arrived in Huxian County smoothly. Seeing that they were about to arrive in Huxian, Ji Chang's first sent someone on a boat to Huxian's home to inform them that they were coming back soon. Ji's father and mother are getting younger and younger now. Even after Ji Chang's went to Northwest City, he kept writing letters to them. They were illiterate, but the children below could read them out. They knew that their son had picked up his daughter-in-law from one of her friends, they also knew that their daughter-in-law was pregnant, and they also knew that their son had been recommended to be an official. One by one, they are all good things. The children below are also obedient and sensible. Those who go to school, and those who follow their husband in the mansion learn from him. I also made friends. Seeing that they were wearing brand new clothes, their faces were rosy, and they had gained some weight on their bodies. They were no longer as skinny as before. The sadness on their faces had long since disappeared, and they were happy every day. Every day when they open their eyes, the couple always think that this may be the life of gods. And now, their eldest son is coming with his eldest daughter-in-law. There is also a grandson or granddaughter in her belly. The couple excitedly came to the door to guard the door. The 3 boys were all in school, and the 2 girls were there, so they came together. Ji Chang's was sitting on the horse and Zhang Wanqing was in the sedan. They were not marching for a war this time, so they didn't need to worry about repairs. Northwest City was fairly close to Hu County, and they traveled by water. It only took more than half a month to get there. Fortunately, Zhang Wanqing didn't get seasick, and the baby in her belly slept well. When she got bored on the boat, Ji Chang's taught her how to read and write. Then think about what to do when you go to the capital. Just like that, when they arrived in Hu County, Ji Chang's immediately got on his horse and escorted him next to the sedan chair. This group of people is still very obvious. After all, Hu County is poor. Although many merchants will come here because it is near the water, the merchants are all civilians and will not bring any guards. Look at this nobleman who has just entered the city. He is accompanied by 20 guards who look like strong soldiers and cavalry in armor. There are 5 carriages behind him, and they are also accompanied by people who are better dressed than ordinary people like them. There are many dressed girls and boys. Look at this rule, these girls and boys actually move their feet in the same direction every time. Whose nobleman is this? The people were curious, because the guards did not dare to come forward, so they could only hide and watch quietly from a distance. They didn't realize it until the motorcade stopped in front of Ji's house. It turned out to be from the Ji family. The Ji family had heard that their eldest son was working in the military. When he got rich, he brought his parents, younger siblings, to the county to take good care of them. I didn't expect him to be so promising. Neither Ji's father nor Ji's mother expected that Ji Chang's return would be such a big battle. They were a little shocked when they looked at the guards and the girls and boys following the carriage. Ji Chang's got off his horse and helped Zhang Wanqing out of the sedan. The couple came forward to pay homage to their parents. "Father, mother, my child is unfilial. I have been away from home for a long time, but I have not been able to be filial to you and my 2 elders. Get up, get up." How could the 2 elders blame their eldest son? If he hadn't come back soon, the family would have been separated long ago. Ji's father looked at Ji Chang's, but Ji's mother's eyes fell on Zhang Wanqing. After seeing this, she nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Wanqing still has a child in her belly, so it is difficult for her to apply makeup, but she is still young and has not suffered any hardship since she was brought home by Ji Chang's. Her face is rosy and her complexion is fair. After a good life, her eyebrows are very smooth. Standing there, he looked very graceful. Ji's mother had thought that Zhang Wanqing would be a woman similar to those in their village. She made up her mind to be a good mother-in-law. After all, it was this daughter-in-law who saved Nagasawa's life. But now, looking at Zhang Wanqing's temperament, she was actually no worse than the wives from wealthy families she had met during this period. My daughter-in-law, Ms. Zhang, has met her father-in-law and her mother-in-law. Zhang Wanqing stepped forward and saluted. Ji's mother quickly helped her up, get up, my good child, but thank you for your hard work. You are running around with Chang's, and you are still pregnant with the child. After all, it was the first time to meet her parents-in-law, and Zhang Wanqing was still a little uneasy. I didn't expect Ji's mother to be so kind. Ji's mother was originally from the village. Even though she became a wife during this period, she still had some village habits that she couldn't change. Zhang Wanqing herself also grew up in the village. Seeing her like this, she felt closer to her in her heart. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along well with each other, and Ji Chang's touched the heads of the 2 sisters who were looking at him eagerly. Wen Sheng said, "I have to go to the capital. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and can't accompany me. I will stay in the house from now on. Go and see your sister-in-law. She knows a lot of things and can teach you." Wei and Liuya obediently stepped forward to greet Zhang Wanqing. They are still young and small in stature. When they look at people, Wei is curious and Liuya is ignorant. Their appearance has been developed over time, and they are somewhat similar to Ji Chang's. Zhang Wanqing already liked girls, but when she saw that they looked similar to her elder brother, she immediately fell in love with them, and her eyes showed her fondness. The family successfully reunited, and things moved into the house one after another. Ji's mother then remembered and asked her son, Nagaze, are these people from our family? Mother, these are all those who have signed the contract of sale. I didn't choose too many servants when I arranged them in the past, just because I was afraid that the slaves would bully the master and you wouldn't be able to suppress them. Now that my wife is here, it doesn't hurt to have more servants and girls in the house. Ji Mu looked at Zhang Wanqing, who was standing there talking to someone with a big belly. Although his tone was gentle and his words were harmonious, he was very methodical. First move the things in, take out all the books in the boxes and dry them in the sun, and wash the clothes again. Tell the lady doing the laundry that they will have to work harder these days, and double the monthly money. These girls and servants are setting up the house. Where is the housekeeper? Is he still unconscious? Let Dr. Lu take a look. When the housekeeper has rested, let him give me the list of servants in the house. By the way, there is also. Ji Chang stood next to Ji's mother with a smile, supported her and asked, Mom, what do you think of my daughter-in-law? When we were in Northwest City, many wives from wealthy families praised her. Now I am going to the capital. My wife can take care of you in the house, so you can feel more at ease. Ji's mother was still stunned. After hearing what her son said, she also thought this daughter-in-law was good. Although it was not quite the soft and gentle person she imagined. But it would be good if she could help her son. After settling Zhang Wanqing, she specially invited Mrs. Wen, and told her 3 younger brothers one by one to remember to take care of the house when she was away. She also asked her 2 younger sisters to learn management from Zhang Wanqing's sister-in-law. Home affairs. After everything was settled, Ji Chang's could go to the capital with peace of mind. But before leaving, I felt a little sorry for Zhang Wanqing. When you were just pregnant, I wasn't with you. Now that you're pregnant and you're going to give birth in a few months, I'm still not with you. Zhang Wanqing thought clearly, I know you have me in your heart, and it doesn't matter whether I am around or not. My parents-in-law love me, my brothers are good, and my 2 sisters are now following me and learning to take care of the housework. Master is also in the house, so I don't have to worry about anything when I give birth. She held her husband's hand and said, It's you, please be careful in the capital. I will keep an eye on this home for you and wait for you to come back. Ji Chang's looked at her and nodded seriously. I will come back as soon as possible. At least I will be with you when you give birth. Zhang Wanqing didn't take this sentence to heart. There were only a few months left for her to give birth, and she had to go from Hu County to the capital. If she rushed, she could arrive in less than 10 days, but Ji Chang's was an official, and he would come back as soon as he could. Zhang Wanqing is not afraid that no one will accompany her during the birth. She just wants her husband to be safe. Ji Chang's embarked on the journey again. Only this time, he no longer went to fight for his family, but to fight. Ji Chang's quickly took root in the court. He was someone who was remembered by the emperor, and with the help of military advisors, in the past 2 months, although it seemed to be tepid, there was actually a lot of planning behind the scenes. General Ho successfully fought back the Zhao state. Not counting the fight back, he also took away 3 of the opponent's cities. He can show off his power very well. It was rare that the military advisor allowed him to drink. General Ho ate meat and drank wine, and said excitedly, Now that I have beaten the Zhao country like this, I am just waiting for your majesty to call me to the capital. That second prince is really bullying me, I didn't dare to face him before, but now that you are here, I'm still scared. Just wait and see, I will definitely go to Beijing and make a plan to make all the disgusting things he did before come to light. The military advisor drank in silence and said nothing. When the news came that he had won the battle, His Majesty was really overjoyed and sent someone to tell General Ho to come back and give him a reward. General Ho was not idle all the way. He was exercising his strong body, and he was trying hard to resist the urge to doze off and read military books, trying to develop an IQ that could compete with the second prince in the ring. From time to time, I would talk to myself, practicing how to retort if I encountered an enemy who liked beeping. When he reached the heel of the imperial city, he felt that he had achieved great success. You can go and confront the eldest prince. This guy, forget about all the things he did in the past, even if he tried to get in his way, he acted so boldly that he even stretched out his hand on military pay. If he hadn't paid for it out of his own pocket, I don't know how many soldiers would have died by then. Pooh. He will definitely fight against this evil force to the end. When General Ho entered the capital, he first went to his general's residence to wash up, change his clothes, and prepare to wait for His Majesty to call him into the city. With his hair still wet, when he opened the door and went out, he saw Ji Chang's, whom he hadn't seen for several months, sitting opposite the military advisor. When they saw him coming out, they both motioned for him to sit over. General Ho stepped forward boldly, knelt down, and said with a serious face, "I have thought it through. Anyway, now that I have won the battle, the eldest prince also regards me as a thorn in his side. I can't do it unless I get rid of him. You two must do it, help me." The military advisor smiled and picked up the teacup to drink tea without saying anything. "General Ho, let's go to the court and report the eldest prince's collaboration with the enemy." Ji Chang's, 3 days ago, His Majesty already knew about this matter. Not only this, but also the relationship between the eldest prince and a concubine in the palace. He was so angry that he secretly imprisoned him in the palace. General Ho, who is trying to show off his grand ambitions. Ah, I see, that's it, but it doesn't matter. The second prince also has a grudge against me. Mr. G, you don't know. It turns out that the plague in Buchan was deliberately caused by the second prince. He went to ask famous doctors and prayed to gods and Buddhas. He also gave away rice and food just for a good reputation, causing many people to die in vain, and he also hoarded troops and horses, so he clearly had disloyal intentions. Ji Chang's, yesterday, the second prince learned that he had dealings with Zhao Guo. The news has been sent to the emperor. He has already deployed troops and horses. He will rebel and break into the palace tonight. General Ho. The military advisor smiled and patted his cousin on the shoulder. "Okay, the general is just waiting for help." "But, how could?" Ji Chang's, why does he know? "Of course I sent someone to tell him." The military advisor asked, "Did you really deliver the message?" "No, but the second prince thought it would be fine if I handed it over." He poured a cup of tea for the confused General Ho. "General Ho, then I won't do anything." "Of course not. General, just keep it straight. When the young prince succeeds to the throne, the more frank General Ho becomes, the more at ease the ministers in the court will be, and the more stable the country will be." General Ho. He translated. "This means, let him continue to be stupid. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. General Ho never expected that he went out to fight for a while, and when he came back, the eldest and second princes actually fell. And this was all done by Ji Chang's. Maybe some of them are the work of military advisors. He was deeply aware of what it meant to have a good head. Looking at his great military exploits in the past, he was still miserable at the hands of the second prince, and he was so angry that he couldn't let it out. Ji Chang's has only been in the capital for a long time now. He is not even a third-grade man, but he can actually let the eldest prince and the second prince take care of each other. I'm really not convinced. General Ho was relieved and felt that everything was safe. Ji Chang's and the military advisor knew that the most difficult part was yet to come. It is easy to defeat the eldest prince and the second prince, but after defeating them, it is difficult to help the younger prince ascend to the throne. First of all, the old emperor was a huge rock standing in front of them. Ji Chang's has always been cruel and quick, crossed out, but he hesitated on how to deal with the old emperor. The old emperor was not very transparent, otherwise the eldest prince and the second prince would not have been so wanton, and it was not all because they had a father who would help them clean up the mess. It's just that he hasn't always been like this. When he first succeeded to the throne, he was also diligent and worked hard for this country. It's just that when people get old, they think that the world is at peace, and after listening to the flattery from below, they feel that the country is prosperous, so they start to seek death. The reason Ji Chang's didn't take action was because he hadn't committed suicide yet. At most, it can only be regarded as wiping the butts of his sons. In another 10 years, that's when the old emperor will demonstrate on the spot how to kill a country quickly. Not to mention military advisors. Ji Chang's was thinking about how to turn the old emperor into the supreme emperor, but the military advisor actually grew up in this dynasty. The education he received since childhood was to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. He could be resentful towards the eldest prince and the second prince, and he could also stumbling upon them without any mercy, but he did not dare or could not attack the old emperor. Soon, they no longer have to worry about it. The old prince was so angry that he had a stroke. Speaking of which, it was still because of the matter of the eldest prince and the second prince. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the prince must have come out of these two people. If the old emperor didn't think so, he couldn't do this. In the end, instead of tempering each other, the two people he had high hopes for were actually tempered to death. One is a collaborator with the enemy and the other is plotting to usurp the throne. Not a good thing anyway. Although the old emperor seemed to dote on them on weekdays, when it came time to threaten him, he would never be merciful. The eldest prince was trapped in eternity. The second prince was sent to the miasma land, and as expected, they would die. After disposing of his two sons with his own hands, the old emperor looked at his sons below. Those who are old enough cannot inherit the throne, and the only one who can inherit the throne is still a baby. No. So, because he was about to experience the pain of losing his son, the old emperor decided to make himself happy quickly. He hired 10 women to serve him, and in order to be able to play coy games with them, he even took drugs for fun. He was already old, and it was okay to be shy with one woman, but he had 10 of them all at once, and he still took medicine. The next morning, the people waiting around found that the old emperor was speechless. Ji Chang's and the military advisor quickly received the news. Hey! It's okay now, don't worry about it anymore. The old emperor's death will not last for a while, but he will definitely not be able to go to court again in this appearance. The eldest prince and the second prince had just been dealt with, and no one in the court was in charge. This is a good opportunity for them to act quickly. Ji Chang's quickly found the manpower previously deployed. A major reshuffle began in the court. All this happened quickly, and even before some ministers of North Korea and China could react, the situation in North Korea and China was already unclear to them. Ji Chang's, a man who had always been famous but had a small official position, suddenly rose to prominence. I don't know what he said in front of the old emperor who had a stroke. The old emperor announced that he had appointed a baby boy as the crown prince, and Ji Chang's was the crown prince and tutor. He could stand in court. The kind that assists the prince in doing things in the hall. The status of the crown prince and tutor was not very high before. After all, he was still the crown prince's teacher. What he said in court depended on his original official position. But the situation is different now. The old emperor had a stroke, the prince was a baby, and the prince and tutor could go to court. This was very different. Thinking about it before, Ji Chang's was just a man in the military camp who didn't even have a serious position. However, he first helped put down the rebels, became an official in the court, and then was elected as the crown prince and tutor. This speed is simply shocking. No dog or shit is so lucky. Ji Chang's ignored the commotion in the court. To put it bluntly, he only got this position because of his thick skin. Although the old emperor is a bit suicidal now, he has not yet reached the point where he will disregard the country in the future. Now that General Ho is behind Ji Chang's, he uses words to make the old emperor misunderstand something. At this time, if you want the position of crown prince and tutor, you need to be accurate. Mr. Ji Chang's Ji is now very proud. All the civil and military officials of the dynasty, and even the entire capital, were looking at him, and there was an endless stream of people coming to visit him to give him gifts and make friends. There are also some families with daughters of school age who have some ideas. Although Ji Chang's parents were just farmers, he couldn't resist his own abilities. In terms of martial arts, he came from General Ho's side, and in terms of literature, he could beat 10 by himself. In addition, he is still young, and now that he has this official position, he may not be very powerful in the future. As for his appearance, he is also very talented, and he is also well-mannered. It would be a good thing if such a powerful person could form an in-law family. Although there is a wife in the family, it is not bad to marry a concubine or niece as a concubine. However, all these people's plans came to nothing. After Ji Chang's received the decree, he turned around and asked for leave. Reason for leave: I want to go back to my hometown to pick up my parents and wife. This is also common practice and will definitely be approved by the higher UPS. It's just that Ji Chang's trick caught everyone off guard. He has just taken office. At this time, he doesn't want to receive gifts. Doesn't he want to communicate with his colleagues? Doesn't he want to take a good look at the current situation? What's the alternative now to drop everything and go back to your hometown to pick up someone? Ji Chang's, there is no way. The Supreme Emperor is still here, and he forms cliques for personal gain. He is not stupid. If he is really disloyal, there are certainly ways to do it. But Ji Chang's didn't. His positioning was clear from the start. He personally trained the little prince. Then he retired at the age of 45 and the family went to have a leisurely life. There is no point in talking about rebellion or controlling government affairs. Why do you want to be an emperor? Like the old emperor. When he first took the throne, he was such a normal person. He was diligent, self-denial, conscientious, and had the world in mind. After sitting on it for a long time, people begin to become more and more obsessed with death and change their behavior. Ji Chang's knew very well that his relatives in this life were all stable. Even Ji Sandy, although he is reckless and thinks about fighting every day, he definitely yearns for peace. In the end, this country should have been the little prince, the eldest prince and the second prince. If you kill him, you will kill him. Now for your own selfish desires, you want to kill a baby who has never been sorry for this country or the people. He couldn't do it anyway. Isn't he handsome now? Not happy? Wouldn't it be nice for him to be a powerful minister? Ji Chang's is indeed in great glory now. In Hu County, the Ji family has been visited by people since he left. However, their family has no background and only relies on Ji Chang's. Zhang Wanqing does not dare to get too involved with others. Every time someone comes, she always excuses her husband's absence. In the mansion, neither the old man nor the old lady understands this. She is a weak woman, and the remaining brothers are still young. Let these people wait until her husband comes back to visit her. I originally wanted to take advantage of Ji Chang's absence to exchange feelings with the Ji family to see if I could get some advantage, so they had to give up. Gradually, everyone came to know that the door of the Ji family was not so easy to open, and fewer people came. On this day, Zhang Wanqing woke up at the same time every day. According to the rules, now that her husband is an official, the house must also follow the rules of officials. She has to bow to her mother-in-law every day. It's just that her parents-in-law were worried that she had to leave early in the morning because of her big belly. Secondly, they were not the kind of family that paid much attention to such rules, so they spared Zhang Wanqing's salute. Of course, the word free was still said by the butler. Ji's mother said at first that there was no need to salute. She was so tired day after day and she was pregnant. So Zhang Wanqing, who didn't need to salute, would wake up in her room every day, and after dinner, she would start to read her account book, practice calligraphy, and read books. After taking a nap at noon, her two sisters-in-law would come to look for her in the afternoon. Although the three of them are different in age, they are all kind-hearted. Zhang Wanqing likes them very much because Ji Chang's loves the house and the crow. He never hides his secrets when teaching, and he teaches them while he is learning. It was the same today. After waking up from lunch break, Zhang Wanqing sat in the room with the two little girls, and she came to teach them needlework. Wei studied very seriously, but Liuya was a little behind. After all, she was still young and had little determination. After a while, her eyes were directed at the pastries on the table. She was very hungry before. Although she is living a good life now, the shadow and habits are still left behind, and she has developed a habit of wanting to eat everything she sees. Ji's father and mother felt sorry for her, and they let her eat if she liked it. After that, she got a toothache from eating, and the little bun was crying with tears on his face. He rolled on the bed, but the miracle doctor who was retiring in the mansion gave her "I've prepared some medicine and will be fine after taking it." It's just that the miracle doctor said that she is still a child now, so the pain will be relieved this time, and it will be relieved once and for all when the teeth are replaced. However, if she still covets food, she may still have pain in the future, and it may also affect the replacement of the teeth. From then on, Liuya could no longer eat as much as she wanted like before. It's just that for a child, knowing that she can't eat and being able to resist not wanting to eat are two different things. Now she was anxiously looking at the pastries on the table, drooling from her mouth. Seeing how cute she looked, Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but smile. If Liuya really wants to eat, just write obediently. When you finish writing 2 big words, I will allow you to eat half a piece of cake, but you must rinse your mouth after eating, otherwise your teeth will hurt again. Hearing this, Liuya's face immediately showed impatient expression. He quickly picked up the writing brush and said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, you promised me, I will write now." "Yes, sister-in-law promises you." Perhaps because the baby in her belly was about to come out in the next few days, Zhang Wanqing fell in love with her brother-in-law and sister-in-law more and more when she looked at them. Whether it is the steady second brother, the martial arts loving third brother, or the fourth brother who likes to read, the gentle Wei, the cute and well-behaved Liuya, they all have very lovable personalities. I just hope that the children in my belly, regardless of gender, can be as well behaved as their uncles and aunts. Under the watchful eye of the girls in the room, one of the 2 little girls was doing embroidery and the other was writing large characters. Zhang Wanqing was reading with a book in one hand, and a girl beside her was gently fanning them. In the midst of peace, someone outside suddenly lifted the bead curtain and hurried in. After coming in, she saw Zhang Wanqing looking at her in surprise. The girl saluted Zhang Wanqing, "Young madam." Suddenly many people came outside to pay homage to the master. Many ladies also sent greeting cards, saying that they were "I want to see you. Meet us." Zhang Wanqing put down the book in confusion, then thought of something, her face lit up with joy, she quickly stood up holding her belly, and asked impatiently, "But there is news about your husband in the court. I don't know about this slave, but I can ask the boys in the yard to find out. They can easily get out of the house and have good information." "Okay, go quickly and tell him to come back early." Zhang Wanqing supported the table and added, "Go and tell the people outside that it's not convenient for me to see guests these days. We'll wait until my husband comes back. People from my parents-in-law have also rejected it." "Yes." The girl went down. Seeing that Zhang Wanqing had a big belly and it was difficult to stand, Wu Ya quickly stood up and helped her, and followed the direction she was going to the window. She saw her sister-in-law standing by the window looking expectantly outside. Curious asked, "Sister-in-law, how did you know that it was your brother who came back?" Zhang Wanqing touched her hair, which had become increasingly black and shiny recently, and said warmly, "Your brother is the only adult in our family now. Those people outside didn't come to see me because they wanted to be friends with me. I want to make friends with your brother's wife. We avoided seeing them before, but they gradually stopped coming. Why are they suddenly coming here in droves now? Everything in the world is for profit, and all the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. If there is no profit to be gained, why should they come to visit us with cherished gifts when they have no connection with our family? One or two people can be said to want to make friends. If a group of people are like this, I'm afraid they have news about your brother, and it's good news." Wu Ya was young and listened confusedly, but she nodded. "Sister-in-law, if you put it this way, has my brother been promoted?" Zhang Wanqing nodded, 80% so. She thought that it would be better to cultivate more people in the mansion who could inquire about information. Although things are going well at home now, they are still not as good as other families. This time there is probably a happy event on the husband's side, but their family didn't know about it as early as others outside. Zhang Wanqing touched her belly, thinking that she might be giving birth in the next few days, so she had to make arrangements in the house first to give birth safely. Just as she was thinking about making arrangements for her husband's relatives in the house while he was away, the sound of the girl's footsteps running quickly came from outside. Chunju, who was following Zhang Wanqing, frowned slightly and stepped forward to scold the little girl, who was still sweating on her forehead and beaming with joy. "What should I do if something is so urgent and has shocked the young lady?" Yes, I am so happy. Please make atonement, madam." "All right." Zhang Wanqing looked at her, her heart beating fast for some reason, as if she had a premonition. She suppressed her guess and asked, "Why is it in such a hurry?" "Young madam, the eldest young master is back. He has already arrived at the dock. Just now, a servant came back to send a message, saying that he will be at the door of the house soon. My husband is back." Zhang Wanqing's face immediately showed joy, and she hurriedly went out to greet her, but the girls behind her quickly grabbed her. "Young lady, are you going to go out wearing these clothes? You should at least wear something outside." Zhang Wanqing nodded happily, "Yes, quickly bring me some clothes, the one with the orchid pattern. Send someone to tell the master and his wife again. The three young masters will also send someone to the school to tell them, Wei and Liuya, stop writing. Your eldest brother is back. We will go outside the house to greet him." The two little girls were also very happy, and they followed Zhang Wanqing with excitement on their faces. They all know that the good situation in the house is all thanks to their elder brother. Big brother is also kind to them. They hired a husband for them, and sent them all kinds of goodies from the capital, as well as beautiful fabrics. When the eldest brother was away, the sister-in-law took good care of them. Now when they heard that their eldest brother was back, they couldn't wait to rush to the door of the house to greet him. Ji Chang's came back with great authority this time. The number of guards around him increased several times, and the sedan became an official sedan. In addition to the guards, there were also guards specially sent by the court to protect officials returning home. The pomp was huge. Although he still rode a horse instead of sitting in a sedan chair. There were many informants from wealthy families on the dock. Before Ji Chang's even reached the shore, people already knew that this man was becoming more and more capable, and eagerly approached him to get some light. When Ji Chang's came back, he not only wanted to bring his family to live in the capital, but also wanted to repair the Ji family's ancestral hall. This is also a common practice. If anyone in the clan becomes successful, he must build an ancestral hall, buy a sacrificial field, and give some money every month to support the children of the clan. He is willing to do all of the above. In Xingguo, it is no joke that people of the same clan are united by the same spirit. As long as they are members of the clan, they are equivalent to brothers. When one person succeeds, the other will also be inspired. On the contrary, if a member of Ji Chang's clan becomes successful, they can also help him. So support is definitely needed. But at the same time, we can't just give it so directly and generously. Otherwise, when someone in the clan sees that he is easy to talk to, and uses his name to go out and do something, although he will definitely not suffer a loss, he should not do it. Ji Chang's came back in such a public manner just to let the Ji family see clearly what he was capable of. Of course, it's also for returning home in glory. The Ji family's life was not very good before, and the family members didn't care about it. Although Ji Chang's felt that the people in the village were having a hard time, and it was normal for everyone to take care of their own affairs, if he had to force others to take charge, it would be a bit of a moral kidnapping. But in this era, the elders of the clan, as well as the clan members, are indeed obliged to help those clan members who are bullied. Just like the second uncle and the second uncle of the Ji family took over the fertile land of the Ji family, if the clan elders want to no matter what, you can definitely intervene. But they all chose to stand by and watch the old and the weak being bullied. When he left the village, Ji Chang's was rushing to fight the rebels and save his wife, and he had no time to do anything else. If he becomes prosperous, the clan will definitely be able to get some benefits from his name. Ji Chang's didn't care much about this. He took a longer-term view. He is currently helping the clan, and any talents that come out of the clan in the future should be his disciples as a matter of course. But he thought clearly that those little ones were not necessarily the same. How can such a thing be so cheap? In the past, their family suffered hardships and were bullied, and no one stood up to help. Now that their eldest brother is capable, these people can confidently come out and take advantage. There was resentment hidden deep in his tone, but he was not expressing it. It would be better for Ji Chang's to come forward and put all these resentments away. He crossed the street bustlingly. Someone asked the guard curiously which official he was from. The guard immediately said proudly, "My master is the crown prince and tutor appointed by His Majesty. He has been in the first rank and has been able to wear a purple belt to go to court. This time he came back to his hometown to pick up his family and go to the capital." Everyone who heard this opened their eyes in shock. Oh my God! From Yupin. The biggest official they may come into contact with in this life is the county magistrate. Some of them have never even met the county magistrate, only the officials in the county government office. As a result, a first-grade official actually walked in front of them. Still the crown prince and tutor. Most of the people were illiterate and did not know much about the official positions in the court. They knew what the prince meant, but some did not know what the taifu did. Even if someone asked out of curiosity. Someone else in the crowd who knew about it replied, "You don't even know about taifu?" One of the three masters, he is the teacher and husband of His Highness the Prince. My mother, she has not only been a high-ranking official in the first rank, but she has also become a teacher for His Highness the Crown Prince. Then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be His Majesty in the future. There was such a person in their Hu County. No wonder when they were crowded together to watch the fun, he only raised his eyes slightly and was blinded by the light shining on the horse. I'm afraid this is the real Wenku star descending to earth. If Ji Chang's knew what this passerby was thinking, he would definitely reply to him, "No, you were blinded not by the light shining on me, but by the sun shining in the sky. It has been raining in Huxian County for the past few days, but it has cleared up today. The sun is so bright that it is very harsh on the eyes." Ji Chang sat on the horse, squinting his eyes under the glare of the sun, and walked forward leisurely on the horse. Many years later, when everyone on the internet was looking for the image of Nagasawa, the three men who, together with the other two, were said to have changed the entire world, a student swore by it. My grandfather told me that our ancestor met Ji Chang's, and he also wrote a letter. The letter is still in our house. It said that Mr. Ji Chang's had squinty eyes. He was very handsome and tall. He had to raise his head to see Ji Chang's chin. It also said that Ji Chang's was the descendant of Wen Kuxing. When he looked over, his body was shining. No one took what the student said seriously. Who doesn't know that Ji Chang's is a famous handsome man? It is said that when he was 40 years old, some foreigners came to pay homage to Emperor Xingguo. Their female prince also came. When he saw Ji Chang's, he was astonished at the first sight. He also said he made words that sounded shocking in that era. The general meaning is that she does not ask for the name of husband and wife with Ji Chang's, but only wants to leave a child of Ji Chang's in her belly. After that, she will return to her own country to inherit the throne. From now on, the child in her belly will not matter whether it is a boy or a girl. All will be established as princes. And she was willing to offer many gold treasures and rare treasures in exchange. Ji Chang's refused without hesitation for a second. If you think about it, even modern people would definitely be shaken if they encountered such a thing. You don't have to be responsible. You can get so much gold, silver, treasures and treasures with just one shot, and your own children can be emperors in the future. What a wonderful thing! But Ji Chang's refused very simply. In the history class, when the history teacher talked about this incident, he focused on how powerful Ji Chang's was in that dynasty and how much people at that time admired him. Otherwise, the female prince would not have thought about having a child with him. Her intention may not be to have a child as smart as Ji Chang's to strengthen her country. Of course, another factor is that ancient people had no regard for heirs. They all attach great importance to it. If Ji Chang's really has a child with this female prince, then for the sake of blood relationship, he will definitely help more or less in the future. But this also shows from the side that Ji Chang's is indeed a handsome man. Otherwise, when the female prince made this request, the reaction of the court ministers was not "this kind of thing is too shocking," but "Prince, are you scared? It's love at first sight like this." Because whether it is unofficial history or official history, it is clearly recorded that Ji Chang's was a very good-looking man, and his manners were also very good. When he retired at the age of 45, he was sitting in the car with his wife, and many young women hid upstairs and watched, throwing down their handkerchiefs to express their expectations for their future husbands. They hoped that their future husbands would be as outstanding as Mr. Ji Nagasawa. It can also be seen that he not only looks good, but also takes good care of himself. When he was young, he was a handsome man, and when he was middle-aged, he became a handsome uncle. It is said that when he got old, he traveled around the world with his wife, and he was also a handsome grandfather. Therefore, it can be concluded that the letter left by the ancestor that the student said is false. How could a handsome man narrow his eyes? Even if Ji Chang's is really a man recognized as a cheater in history, he won't be able to shine. And this height? Although there is no record of how tall he was in history, there is a picture of Yuki Nagasawa in the 100 Officials' Night Banquet. He is a little taller than the people around him, but it's not like the student's ancestor could only see his chin when he stood on tiptoes. Fake. Absolutely fake. Don't be more truthful when you're lying. So, on this day thousands of years ago, Ji Chang's, who squinted his eyes because of the strong sunlight and sat on his horse, only allowing the people below to look up at his chin, arrived at the door of the mansion smoothly. An old boy witnessed this scene. After returning home, he wrote a letter to his good friend, telling him that he saw the crown prince and Teifuji. His eyes were narrowed and his body was shining. He could only stand on tiptoes. Seeing the other person's chin, I sighed in my heart, now the world is dominated by young people. Of course, he didn't know that 1,000 years later, the letter he saw with his own eyes and wrote with his own hand was regarded as false evidence of artificial aging. As Ji Chang's approached the door of the house, he saw his family waiting outside. He faced the sun with a smile on his face. When he got there, he turned over and dismounted, and saluted his father and mother. "My son has met his father and mother. Why did you two come out to greet me in person? Get up, Nagaze, you've worked hard, look at this face, it's all." Although she hadn't seen her son for only a few months, Ji's mother had already thought about it very much. While enjoying the glory and wealth in the house, she would also think about her son becoming an official, and she didn't know how to survive in the audience. Just as he was about to feel distressed about losing weight, he choked up again when his eyes met Ji Chang's face that had obviously gained some weight. "This face is a bit rough from the rush." "It doesn't matter, why does a man have to be so tender-skinned?" Ji Chang's wiped his face carelessly and turned to Zhang Wanqing, who was being supported by the girl and looking at him smiling. "Your belly is so big, yet you come out to greet me." The gentleness of his words instantly dispelled Zhang Wanqing's slight unfamiliarity caused by not seeing him for several months. After all, she was a little embarrassed to hear her husband greeting her in front of many people. She blushed slightly and said softly, "It doesn't matter, the child won't make a fuss." "Then it seems that he is a good person and knows how to love his mother." Ji Chang's naturally took Zhang Wanqing's hand with an upright look on his face. Zhang Wanqing blushed even more, but did not refuse. She just let her husband take her into the house with a blushing face. That night, Ji Chang's and Zhang Wanqing were sleeping in the same room. During the night, he heard her crying out in pain in her sleep. He immediately got up without waking the other party, but quietly went out and called the girl to arrange the arrangements. The child was indeed well behaved and didn't make much noise. It only took less than a quarter of an hour for Zhang Wanqing to wake up from the pain and give birth to the child. This speed is indeed a bit fast. Wen Po has just entered the house and the hot water has just been boiled. Ji's father and mother also hurriedly came outside the courtyard, intending to wait for Zhang Wanqing to give birth to the child. As a result, she held Ji Chang's hand and gave birth to their eldest son. A red, somewhat ugly boy. Zhang Wanqing was stunned as soon as she picked up the child in her arms. She even looked at the child in shock, then at Ji Chang's, and even freed up a hand to touch her face. Ji Chang's was amused by her expression of "How could my child be so ugly?" He took the child and coaxed him, and said with a smile, "Children are always like this when they are born. My second brother and the others were even uglier than this when they were young." Zhang Wanqing, who had no younger siblings, recalled the face of her second brother Ji, which was indeed good-looking, and then she fell asleep peacefully. "I just kept thinking about this matter in my sleep, always thinking that this child would not stay so ugly forever. Facts have proven that good-looking children born to both parents are definitely not that ugly. This child is getting visibly whiter and tenderer day by day, and his eyes are like black grapes. He can't see people clearly yet, but he likes to look around." Just when the child was getting better and better, Ji Chang's took people to the ancestral hall. 3 boys and 2 girls were with them. He made it clear to the ancestral hall directly that they were willing to build the ancestral hall and give land for sacrifices, but if someone in the clan committed adultery and committed crimes, he would not care about it. If he had to let them control it, then he would have to ask a few questions. "Why is it that no one cares about me when I am being bullied?" The third uncle was a smart man. He saw that Ji Chang's did not think of raising an army to hold him accountable, but was just using this incident to scare the clan members away from making mistakes. The old man agreed immediately. Among the younger brothers and sisters of the Ji family, except for Lu Ya who was ignorant, the rest, whether it was the boys or Wu Ya, cried fiercely after they returned. From this moment on, they felt completely at ease, settled their grievances, and could concentrate on being themselves. When the child was 2 months old, Ji Chang's returned to Beijing. This time, he didn't retire until he was 45 years old. Throughout his life, he was a walking cheating machine to future generations, and a savior to Xinguo. The Ji family is very famous whether in Xinguo or other countries. The boss of the Ji family has great power, but he never loves power. As soon as the little emperor grew up, he couldn't wait to give up his power and leave. The second eldest son of the Ji family, he likes to do business, is a philanthropist, and has always been very wise. The third eldest son of the Ji family was born with great strength, so he joined the banner of General Ho, and later became a general himself. The fourth eldest son of the Ji family, he was polite, courteous, and very knowledgeable. He wrote countless books throughout his life. The fifth sister of the Ji family opened the first girls' school in Xinguo. The sixth sister of the Ji family became the first female military general in Xinguo. The only son of Ji Chang's and Zhang Wanqing was even more powerful, opening up countless territories and later imitating his father, retiring at the age of 45. In the words of later generations, this is a walking cheating machine for the whole family. Little Emperor Extra. I am the Emperor, and I have been since I was still nursing. I have a great master who knows everything and teaches me everything. Everyone admires him, but some people secretly tell me to beware of my great master. I don't know why I have to be on guard against the Taifu, but I don't think the Taifu is a bad person. At the age of 10, Xinguo took back all the lands that had been taken away from him. When I was 15 years old, I went to the market. The people were living and working in peace and contentment and smiling happily. At the age of 16, a fast horse station was opened in the imperial court, and the treasury was quickly filled. I live very happily every day. I am afraid that there is no emperor in this world who is more relaxed and at ease than me. Later, when the Taifu was 45 years old, he resigned. The life of lying down is over. At the age of 25, when I woke up early in the morning to approve the memorial, I recalled the happy life I once had. But I am still a happy emperor. Because of my country, my people are very happy. The most important thing is that every time I feel defeated in political affairs, I call General Ho, who has also retired, into the palace to chat and play chess with me, and my confidence can come back. Oh yeah. Ding. The task is completed. Please choose 1, continue the task. 2, take a vacation. 1. Ji Chang's opened his eyes. A wealthy playboy in the entertainment industry. Arrange. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Two people were sitting in front of Ji Chang's. They were dressed casually, but they had very confident faces. He glanced at them again and saw the beautiful watches they were wearing on their wrists and the color of the wine one of them was drinking, and immediately confirmed it. Although the clothes of these two people are not very good, their family conditions should be good. They all look pretty good, but one of them has a baby face. He is eating peanuts and complaining, "Nagays, tell me, you know that your uncle is not happy that you are too close to the female stars in the entertainment industry, but you still I don't know what you think about being with those artists every day. Now that it's fine, my uncle has kicked you out, and I don't know when I can calm down." Ji Chang's only had a vague memory. He didn't know the situation at the moment, so he nodded and said nothing. Another tall man with an aura of decadence between his brows pushed the baby's face gently. "Why are you telling Nagasawa this? It's not like you don't know his temper." Okay, I won't say it anymore. In fact, it doesn't matter if you think about it. Uncle is an only son like Nagasawa. Even if he kicks you out now, it will definitely be temporary. I say Nagasawa, don't mess around. I think Uncle treats you very well. You are the best among us. If Uncle didn't love you, why would he call us to accompany you? Just go back and admit your mistake." As he was speaking, The person next to him suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt, and glared at him fiercely. The baby-faced boy immediately realized something and quickly shut his mouth. "Well, that's not what I meant. Don't be angry." Ji Chang's also heard it. These two people are the uncles they call, the father in this body, who are here to lobby. He didn't show anything on his face. He just stood up and said, "I'll get you a glass of water. You guys sit down." With that said, he turned around, found the kitchen and went there. There were only two people left on the sofa. "Look at you, what nonsense are you talking about? If Nagaze becomes unhappy later, it's all your fault." "I didn't mean it. It was my uncle who asked us to come over to accompany Nagasawa. I really can't figure it out. Uncle is obviously very good to Nagasawa, so why is he so repulsive? Look at the two of us again. If Dad could treat us half as well as Uncle did to Nagasawa, we wouldn't be so miserable." Ji Chang's listened to the vague conversation between the two in the kitchen and began to check his memory. The original owner's father did love him very much, but it was a pity that he loved the wrong person. This is a parallel world, a modern imaginary. The original owner's father is one of the richest men in the country. He only has such an only son, so he always loves him very much. The original owner didn't appreciate it. The reason is still this industry. This industry was not won by his father from scratch, but was passed down from generation to generation. It has a profound foundation. If it were really ranked, it would definitely be among the top 10. The original owner has always been very yearning for this property. It stands to reason that he is his father's only son, and Ji's father loves him very much. He wants the company to be simple, but the problem is that he is such a fool. Growing up, maybe it was because I always wanted what I wanted. The original owner wanted good grades but didn't want to work hard. When I was in school, I spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. After graduation, at his strong request, the original owner's father gave him money to open a small company and become a boss. Unfortunately, he really didn't have that talent, and the small company didn't last more than a month before he left the original company. Collapsed under the wise leadership of the Lord. I also owe a lot of debt. Naturally, these are the holes that his father helped him fill. The original owner was naturally unwilling to do so, and insisted on his father letting him manage the branch. As expected, the management became extremely chaotic. He was incompetent and didn't want to learn. Every time Ji's father tried to teach him something, he used the excuse that he didn't understand. After that, one after another, under the pestering of the original owner, his father gave him a lot of money and helped him establish many small companies. After almost a dozen companies were tricked into death by the original owner, he gave up. The original owner's father saw clearly his son's ability and tried to save it, but found that he couldn't save it, so he had no choice but to give up the idea of letting his son inherit the company. Although he is not yet 50 years old, he has to pay attention to the company at all times. He also feels that his health is not as good as before. He is also worried that if he dies, his son will kill the company and have no shelter, so he starts to find someone to help manage the company. That is, the legendary working emperor. Find someone, give him shares, and ask him to sit in the position of general manager and work hard for the company for the rest of his life to protect his son's well-being. It's a pity that he loves his son so much that the idiot son of the original owner can't feel it at all. Even very angry. The reason for the anger is naturally that the father has a ready-made son of his own and has to find someone else to manage the company. And because the general manager who was found was very young, the original owner began to wonder if he was his father's illegitimate son. Naturally, he made a big fuss, and the original owner's father was exhausted mentally and physically, but he could only coax him, explain the whole story to him, and tell him that he was doing all this for him. Then it hit me again. It's true that the original owner is an idiot himself, and it's true that he's unwilling to study hard, but he doesn't like others to say it. Who would want to be told that he is a fool and has accomplished nothing, not to mention that the person who said this to him finally concluded that he was not suitable to manage the company and wanted to hand it over to an outsider. From this day on, the original owner had resentment towards his father in his heart. He even had an idea. If the father dies, does the company belong to him? This is as it should be. After all, the father has an only son like him. G's father also didn't expect that. He thought that parents and children in this world should be that you do my best and I also think of yours. And he had a very good relationship with his wife who passed away early. He had been in pain since he was a child when it came to the love child she left behind, and he turned a blind eye at the thought of the pain. No, not only is he a white-eyed wolf, but he is also an idiot. Everything G's father did was for this son, but if the original owner himself uprooted G's backer, there was really no question of how he would live in the future. But the original owner didn't think about it. He doesn't want to spend tens of millions buying a car and still have to ask his father for money. The family has so much property, let alone tens of millions to buy a car, even hundreds of millions. It's not like his father can't afford it. If his father dies, the entire G family will not belong to him in the future. He can spend the money however he wants, and he can manage the company if he wants to, and no one can say anything. After the original owner had this idea, he began to secretly switch the medicine his father took. The original owner's father was sick and had to take medicine every day to control it. Because he was sitting in this position, he was always very vigilant and never let others see the medicine. He always took it at home. As a result, he never expected that it was his biological son who replaced his medicine. And just when the original owner had just changed the dressing, something that was a minor episode for him but a nightmare for a girl happened. The original owner liked beauty, which was okay, but he knew that his father was very biased against celebrities. In order to anger him and make his illness worse, he began to deliberately pursue the female stars in the entertainment industry. G's father was naturally furious. He had always been prejudiced against people in the entertainment industry. On the one hand, he knew that this industry was very chaotic, and on the other hand, because he had not yet met G's mother when he was young, and his first love was a female artist. The situation was a bit chaotic at that time, and the family members who had a little money didn't reveal much about their background. Grandpa G asked his father to represent him in advertising negotiations. At that time, the company was choosing between 3 female artists. As a result, G's father was in the process of contacting him. Found that he fell in love with one of them. The female artist also showed that she liked him. G's father happily thought that he had found true love and gave her the advertising resource. Just when he was about to take someone back to meet his parents, the female artist who got the advertisement turned around and kicked him out to find a financial backer. When G's father came to question him in disbelief, she readily admitted that she was the one to take advantage of the honey trap he used to get that advertisement. G's father was still young at the time, and this incident was such a shock to him that he was once afraid of women. Waiting until Grandpa G saw that he was getting older and had not yet gotten married, and had no intention of getting close to women, he arranged a blind date for him. The blind date was the mother of the original owner, and he was considered a good match. The original owner's mother had a cheerful personality. After knowing that G's father had this shadow and did not dare to touch women, she directly said, "Then you don't have to worry about me. In terms of money, my family is not much different from yours. I have no intention of lying to you and using you for anything." The two got along with each other, and they were considered to be in love after that. Unfortunately, G's mother passed away early, and G's father was the only one left. He has returned to his original attitude of shying away from women. When it comes to his son, he taught him when he was young that he must never have anything to do with people in the entertainment industry. As a result, not only did his son not listen to him, but he also followed those female celebrities who only had money in their eyes every day. Father G took this for granted. He was a rabbit at first, so he naturally wanted to avoid these foxes, but the original owner was not a good person, and he had no sincere feelings towards these artists. On the one hand, he wanted to see how good looking they were, and on the other hand, he also wanted to make G's father angry. That's all. Just when the original owner was satisfied that G's father was getting seriously ill due to being angry with him, he suddenly discovered that he was really interested in a female artist. He was about to take action when he suddenly found out that this female artist's situation was a little different from the women he had fallen in love with before. Although she has been in the industry for a long time, she has never been very popular because she refused to follow the unspoken rules and ended up offending people. The company ignored her and did not arrange resources for her. She could not leave the company due to liquidated damages, but she could not starve to death and could only find work everywhere by herself. But according to the contract she signed, the money she earned from the job she found had to be distributed to the company, which made her already tight life even more difficult. But even so, she never bowed to the company, refused to accept the unspoken rules, and just struggled to hold on. If a normal person hears this, they will definitely sigh at the fact that she has the backbone and bottom line. But the original owner is different. His first reaction after hearing this was, if this girl doesn't want to be unspoken, doesn't it mean that he can't take advantage of her? Otherwise, the original owner was a bitch. He was originally only interested in this girl, but after knowing that it was not easy to get her, his interest suddenly increased to the highest level. After much thought, he felt that nothing seemed to work. At this time, G's father couldn't bear all his actions. It was really hard for him to imagine that his future daughter-in-law was here to take advantage of his son. As for his son's innocent, he thought, temperament, when he died, he didn't know how he was going to be cheated. In a rage, G's father kicked the original owner out of the house when he deliberately made him angry again, and announced that the G family would draw a clear line between him and him in the future. Of course, he certainly didn't really think so. At first, he was angry and said that he was bald, but then he started to think about it, thinking that if his son was kicked out of the house like this and was penniless, he would still be able to rely on his friends to support him, and his life would definitely be pretty good. Where to go? But the female artists around him are different. They are living off their youth, and they are with his son just for money and resources. If they can't get both now, who can still have that? Patience. G's father worked so hard, but it's a pity that the original owner couldn't accept it. He was originally full of resentment towards his father. If he still admired his father when he was a child, as he grew older and wanted to take control of the company but was rejected, this resentment turned into hatred. Now G's father kicked him out again. His mind was filled with the thoughts of you are unkind to me and I am unjust to you, and in this case, don't blame me. He was even more determined to kill his father and get the company. Idea. He was still angry, and when he wanted to vent, he happened to meet the girl who didn't want to be unspoken. The person who was drunk and was in a daze but insisted on leaving the hotel to escape was accidentally caught by the original owner. Together with his lust, he took advantage of the dim light to drag her into the house and spent the night with her while she was in a daze. The next day, the original owner who had eaten all the food was satisfied, straightened his clothes and left, completely ignoring what would happen to the girl. Later, in order to deliberately anger G's father, the original owner took money from Fa Xiao and formed a grass stage team to become the director himself. It was said that it was about selecting actors, but in fact the script was written by the original owner himself. Yes, it is commonly known as self-writing and self-directing. They were all female characters, not a single male character. The audition was not an audition, it was a real harem talent show. As a result, the girl also came. She had no impression of the original owner at all. After all, she was drugged that day and she was in a daze. How could she see clearly who was around her? Naturally, her attitude towards the original owner was only towards the director. When the original owner saw the girl who had taken the food, his thoughts arose again. He kept the person behind and used the crew to have a dinner, forcibly getting the person drunk and eating him again. When someone has no lower limit, no matter how hard you take precautions, it is useless. The girl had already noticed something was wrong at the time, but the original boss was always nice to her, and even gave her a chance after not receiving a role for a long time. There is the grace of knowledge and encounter. She hesitated and drank the glass of wine. As a result, the original owner showed his ugly face that night. She regained consciousness at one point, cried and struggled, and was violently suppressed. Later, photos of her were taken as evidence of threats. When the girl wanted to sue him the next day, he threatened her by revealing the names of her family members. Of course, the original owner does not have this ability, but he is rich, so it is not easy to check people. After that, the relationship between the two continued like this. The original owner just liked her to resist him, liked her unwillingness, and just regarded the other party as a plaything. As a result, the news that they were together reached Father G's ears. He was angry at first, but when someone checked and found that the girl was indeed a good girl, his anger subsided. He has been seriously ill recently, and he has long thought about not having a son by his side. Now he sees that this girl is indeed a good girl. She entered the entertainment industry because her family was poor. Since then, she has always refused to be unspoken, and her heart softens. If your son likes it, just like it. Anyway, he is old and can no longer control his son. If she is really a good girl, just be nice to his son. After G's father thought about it clearly, he called the original owner back and told him in a gentle voice that he had accepted this daughter-in-law. Original owner. But he doesn't want such a wife. He only treated her as a plaything and never thought about actually marrying her. The original owner was a little anxious when his father asked him to bring the girl to him, and if there was no problem, he would hold a wedding for them. He knew what kind of temperament his father was like. He had always been relatively upright and had a very bottom line in his conduct. Not to mention that woman, if he hadn't threatened her family before, she would have died with him long ago. If the person was really brought to his father and the woman realized what his father was like and complained in front of his father, this matter would be difficult to handle. The original owner prevaricated at first, planning to tell his father that the two had broken up. As a result, at this time, the person who had tricked the girl into the hotel and drugged her saw that she had actually hooked up with a rich second generation, and actually took out a photo of the girl being brought to the door of the room in a daze by the original owner. The title is also very exciting. An actress was drugged and taken to the room to enjoy. The reputation of female artists in the entertainment industry is very important. Even if they are victims, once the photos are published, a large number of fans will turn negative. G's father looked at the photo and recognized that the man in it was his son. He just thought it was gossip in the entertainment industry spreading the news. My son and that girl are boyfriend and girlfriend, isn't it normal to be closer? On a whim, he planned to drag his sick body to visit the two of them in person, and then comfort the girl, telling her that the G family would definitely make the decision for her. He means well and wants to meet someone his son likes. As a result, when I knocked on the door at the place where my son lived, the girl happened to come to question the original owner. She was almost driven crazy by the torture. It turns out that the culprit who made her so embarrassed from the beginning was the person who threatened her. Now her reputation is gone. Her mother, who was already in the hospital, couldn't stand the excitement after seeing the news and was admitted to the ICU. However, the original owner still wanted her as if nothing had happened. Come and serve him. While the two were arguing, G's father came. Hearing Father G's voice, the original owner suddenly panicked. He knew G's father very well. Even though he kept saying that the old man had no affection for him at all, in fact he knew better than anyone what Ji's father meant to him. But if Ji's father knew that he had done such a thing, it would be hard to say whether he would still love him as much as before. In a panic, when he saw the girl angrily going to open the door, he pulled her back. When he saw her shouting, he put his hand on her neck again. After that, a pair of hands strangled her neck, harder and harder, until the person under his hands stopped moving and stopped breathing. Ji's father outside had already left because he didn't get a response. The original owner looked at the dead people and finally became completely panicked. This girl is a star in her own right, and has been on the forefront of the news recently. Whether she disappears or dies at this time, she will definitely be investigated by the public. His family is rich, but according to his father's temperament, after knowing his Shari'an, he will hire the best lawyer to fight for a lighter sentence, but it is absolutely impossible to cover up the past for him. But if he just ignores it, the police will find out sooner or later and track him down. The original owner finally thought of it after sitting in the room all night. He turned on the air conditioner like in the TV series and let the girl's body freeze overnight to confuse the time of death. The next day, he called Ji's father to come to his home, saying that he wanted to introduce his girlfriend to him. When the person arrived, he made Ji's father drunk, held his hand in gloves and put it on the girl's neck. After pinching out the mark, he pretended that Ji's father accidentally strangled someone to death when he was drunk. Then he grabbed his father's hand and hit his head with a wine bottle. Then he fell to the ground and pretended to be unconscious. You can imagine how devastated Ji's father was when he woke up and found out that he had actually killed his future daughter-in-law and injured his son. The point is that he has no memory of what happened, and he relies on the blood and tears of the original owner to accuse him. Ji's father did not doubt his son, he truly believed that he had killed someone. Kill the person his son likes. He called the police, turned himself in, and was filled with remorse. The original owner is happy. It's okay now. A woman died, and his father was also dragged into the water. No one can control him in the future. He can spend as much as he wants and run the company as he wants. Less than a day after he was happy, he was found out by the police. When this result came out, for Ji's father, it might as well be that he was drunk and Shari'an. The son he raised in the palm of his hand actually wanted to frame him and put him to death. He also killed an innocent life with his own hands. The reason why he killed him was because he threatened the other person for his own entertainment and was afraid of being exposed by the other party. This case is really appalling. The son framed his father, but he was still an only son. The original owner's previous crimes were exposed one by one and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. If nothing else happens, he will be in prison for the rest of his life. Ji's father couldn't stand the stimulation, and the original owner broke the pot and directly told him that changing his dressing would worsen his condition, and he was even more disheartened. He donated all his family property and left that night. The original owner spent his entire life in prison. Although he was suffering in prison, compared to that innocent young girl, his family who grieved after losing her, and Jifu, who had planned for him all his life, but found out that he had raised a beast, he was still alive at least. Ji Chang's finished reading this. Counting as usual, if we only talk about human lives, the original owner killed 2 people. But how can this evil be explained clearly by just a few human lives? He lives to harm others, and this sentence is absolutely correct when used here. Ding. The memory has been transferred. Please change the predetermined ending of everyone who was killed in the mission, and the characters cannot be destroyed. Please choose whether to stay. Ji Chang stayed. After staying, he was thinking about it. What is the character of the original owner? He definitely can't be a beast. Even if he kills many beasts, he will definitely not behave like this to the outside world. After recalling it, Ji Chang's concluded a few points. First of all, he is a loser who has no knowledge of company affairs, and then he spends money like water. He is a rebellious son to his father, and he often complains to his father, "You all don't understand me. My father doesn't care about me at all and only treats me as a loser." My friend is also full of hostility towards the general manager who is now working as his father's assistant in the company. There must be hostility. After all, in the original owner's opinion, the position of general manager should belong to him. Now that it has been taken away by an outsider, he simply wishes that the general manager died on the spot. The current timeline is that the original owner has already grabbed the girl in the hotel and spent the night with her. Now, in order to compete with his father in the ring, he is preparing to establish his own draft team to draft female talent, audition. I called these two young boys just to ask for money from them. Speaking of which, no one around the original owner is bad, including the general manager who is devoted to the company, his father who loves him extremely and is very upright, and two people who grew up with him and immediately help him when he is in trouble. Haircut with financial support. It happened that everyone else was fine, but the original owner was such a weirdo. Ji Chang's turned on his phone and looked at it. Sure enough, the news that this crew was going to audition had already spread. He thought about it, poured 2 glasses of water, turned around and left the kitchen, and placed the 2 glasses of water in front of the two of them. There is really water to drink. The baby-faced boy glanced at Ji Chang's in surprise, with an unbelievable expression on his face, then smiled and joked, "It seems that this young master of yours is really in trouble, and you are actually willing to pour water for us." Ji Chang's glared at him angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and lend me the money. Our eldest young master of the Ji family has begged me like this, so of course there is no problem." Babyface pretended to cherish the glass of water and drank the glass of water, then smacked his lips and said to Ji Chang's, "If you borrow our friendship, I will just give it to you. Wait until you make money from this TV series." Ji Chang's interrupted him, "It's a movie." Oh, yes, when your movie makes money, won't there be some box office? Just treat this money as an investment, and then give me the profit." That being said, don't those of them who grew up together know what Ji Chang's is like? This movie probably cost me all my money. Babyface said this because he didn't want Ji Chang's to feel burdened by paying back the money. Good. Ji Chang's had the familiar confident smile on his face. With an arrogant look like I'm the third oldest in the world, he raised his chin and said to the two of them, "What does the old man think I can't do? Does he think I really can't live without the Ji family? Isn't he unhappy with me? Do you want to play in the entertainment industry? I still have to make my way in this industry and make him regret kicking me out of the house." The two young men looked at each other and saw clearly the helplessness in each other's eyes. The man who looked very handsome and had a good temper persuaded him, "Nagaze, my uncle is actually very good to you. He said he would drive you away," which meant he was angry. "Go back and admit your mistake to him, he will definitely forgive you." "Yes, Nagasawa, really, you should be the luckiest one among the three of us. Look at me and Huiru, as for him, he has a stepmother and a stepfather, and he is almost being squeezed out of the Xia family. I am just an illegitimate child. Although I was brought back to be raised, you know my father. If he found all the illegitimate children in the world, he would probably be able to form a row. My mother would have died long ago. I am incompetent. He doesn't even care about me as a person. He doesn't even remember my birthday. If my aunt hadn't cared about us illegitimate children and gave me money every month, I would have starved to death." This was said by Zhou Haoan, also known as Babyface. As he said, these two little ones were both very miserable. One was completely out of sight of his stepmother after his biological father married him, and the other was an illegitimate child that his biological father didn't care about at all. If he hadn't been Madame, she looked at him and took care of him pitifully, and he couldn't be as carefree as he is now. but the two of them only looked at the scenery on the surface. As for Xiaohuilu's family, his father doesn't want to see him, and his brothers are all eyeing the company. It is conceivable that when his father dies, he will definitely not get anything. It's even simpler for Zhou Haoan. His father has capable legitimate children and illegitimate children whom he values very much, but they are not him. Now his father's wife is still there, and she can still give him money every month. In the future, it will not be his father who is in power, but his brothers and sisters. You can imagine what will happen to him. So although these two people are well dressed, they never have the problem of the rich second generation who like to play around or drive the family car, which they will definitely not spend money on anyway. They all think long term. Sooner or later, no one will be able to rely on them. It is better to save the money and wait until later to spend it. Now with Ji Chang's words, they can give him their savings without asking him to pay them back. You can imagine what Ji Chang's status is in their hearts. However, they didn't know that the original owner became friends with them in the first place because of their situation. He had no money and no one to help him, so he could only support him. Unlike those who were confident, they couldn't stand him at all. Ill temper. The original owner wanted to find a follower, but these two people really regarded him as a brother. It is not said that he is willing to go through fire and water, but it can be said that he has complete trust. But in the original timeline, the original owner didn't care at all that this was all the savings of the two people, and he was unceremoniously defeated. After reconciling with his father later, he was not short of money to spend, but he never thought about paying back the money to the two of them. After the original owner was imprisoned, the future life of the two was exactly as they had expected. On the one hand, the brothers took control of the company, and on the other hand, his father died and Mao was not left to him. However, they don't have any arrogant and extravagant habits. They opened a restaurant together. Although it is not as good as the life of a wealthy family, they still have enough food and clothing. In the memory of the original owner, the two of them came to visit him, but because they mentioned why he was so confused, the original owner immediately turned against him and kicked him out. Ji Chang's really admired the original owner. Almost everyone around him was kind to him and dedicated to him, but in the end, he didn't appreciate any of them and forcefully killed all those people who were willing to protect him. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the table with an impatient look on his face. Anyway, the old man and I are at loggerheads this time. If he doesn't admit that I'm not a straw bag, I won't go back even if I starve to death outside. As he spoke, Ji Chang showed a slightly smug look on his face and said to the two of them, "I think I have the talent to be a director. I have seen a crew filming before. It is not difficult." The two. Is Ji Chang's going to see the crew filming? That's to see the beauties. Nagays, being a director is not easy. Look at all the famous directors nowadays who have not studied professionally. You haven't even read a book on this subject, so you become a director. Isn't it a bit difficult? Otherwise, if you think this will work, you can hire a director, and you can learn from the crew this time. As soon as Xiaohuilu finished speaking, Ji Chang waved his hand. Talent is something you can master even if you don't learn it. Don't try to persuade me. I believe I have talent in this area. My time in the entertainment industry has not been in vain. The two of them. They all grew up together, don't they know who Ji Chang is? During this time, he was hanging around in the entertainment industry, but wasn't it all for some beautiful female stars? Seeing that they still didn't believe it, Ji Chang reached out and patted their shoulders one by one. Okay, I know that my brothers also believed in me and lent me the money. You can rest assured. Once my movie is released and makes a lot of money, I will give you all the box office. After he finished speaking, he patted his chest again. I'm not a fool. I know very well that you treat me well. At this time, I don't trust anyone. Didn't you see that I didn't find anyone but you? They are all just hangers-on. You are my friends. I trust you, and you should also trust me. That's weird. The original owner completely regarded these two people as enemies who would not laugh at him. However, both Xiaohuilu and Zhou Haoan believed it. He looked at Ji Chang's with a happy expression. They knew that those people outside were just gossiping and that Nagasawa just regarded them as followers. He clearly regarded them as his best friends. But now looking at it, Nagasawa is indeed serious this time. Okay, Nagasawa, we believe in you, so do your best. Try to impress everyone. Okay. No problem, but before we start working hard, there is something I want to tell you. The two of them were still in a state of excitement, you say. Is it how the crew recruits people, or does it require their help during auditions? Or hire a powerful screenwriter to revise the script? Nagasawa is really going to do something serious. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Ji Chang's took out his mobile phone and entered the unlucky girl's name into Baidu. After finding a photo, I put the phone on the table. This is a brother idol. I want to support her. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Aidu. Zhou Haoan and Xiaohuilu never dreamed that this word would pop out of Ji Chang's mouth. Of course they know what idols mean, but in their circle, they believe that people who want to play with female celebrities are star chasers, especially men who are star chasers. After all, men are inherently bad. If there is a female celebrity they really like, they will try their best to meet her. At first, they must just want to have a close contact. When they actually meet, how can a real person be more careful? Producer who edited the photos. If Zhou Haoan said that he had an idol, it would seem quite normal, but Ji Chang said. Xiaohuilu clapped his hands, you mean you want to pick her up? Damn it, I already said he was an idol. Ji Chang's glared at Fa Xiao very rudely, pointed at the photo on his phone and said, don't you think she's cute? Two people. Cute is cute, but aren't there a lot of people like this cute type in the entertainment industry? Although they complained in their hearts, they were always very grateful to Ji Chang's. After all, if Ji Chang's hadn't been playing with them since he was young, their status in their own family might have been lowered long ago. Now Ji Chang says he likes this artist? Praise. Must support. Okay, Nagasawa, tell me, how can we praise her? It's to spend resources on her. Or help her advertise. Why don't we just find a marketing company to do some marketing for her? While the two were thinking about it, Ji Chang said, of course, let me hold it with my own hands. He nodded on the table with a serious expression. I cast her as the heroine of my movie, and after the movie became a hit, of course she became popular. Two people. Zhou Haoan's face was stiff. You mean, you want to use your movie to praise her? Any questions? What is the problem here? This problem is simply huge. If Ji Chang's uses movies to praise people, just his talent show movie, that would be harmful to others. Xiaohuilu still had some sense and was not shocked by this news that made people want to complain. He asked a sole question, but in your movie, aren't all the female protagonists? Ji Chang's fell into deep thought. Zhou Haoan fell into deep thought. Just when Xiaohuilu kept up his efforts and was about to say, brother, let's give up and quickly find some resources to throw at her, Ji Chang's in front of him suddenly said, then just change the script. He was very confident, I wrote the script myself anyway, so it's not easy to change it. Two people. Even if they are not in the entertainment industry or in this profession, they know that it will never be as simple as Ji Chang said. But Ji Chang's not only said that, he immediately turned around, went into the room, took out his computer, and started making changes. While revising, I also took the time to say a few words to them. I am indeed a genius. Only my father is blind and thinks I'm a fool. This movie is definitely going to be a big hit. You guys are going to make a lot of money. Then you have to thank your brothers a lot. 2 people, haha, haha, thank you. Ji Chang's typed on the keyboard very quickly. In one afternoon, he completed the temporary outline revision. Then he looked at the script and fell into deep thought. Xiaohuilu and Zhou Haoan were playing games in the living room. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, they curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "The script has been revised, but we don't have enough money." As soon as these words came out, the 2 people's expressions suddenly became a little confused. Not enough money? Didn't we collect a lot of money before? It stands to reason that the money would be more than enough to make not only 1 movie, but 2 or 3. New scripts cost money. Ji Chang's counted on his fingers for them. In order to start the production, the crew must recruit people, the actors must be paid, the equipment must be purchased, the rental fees must also be considered, and there are expenses for this and that. In short, it costs a lot of money. The 2 looked at each other, "But we have no money on hand now." "Why don't you wait a little longer?" "I haven't paid off this month's money yet. When I get it, I'll." Ji Chang's put his hand on the shoulder of Zhou Haoan, who said this, and patted his shoulder. "I know brothers are tight on money, and I don't want to ask you for it. Wait, I will go back to my old house in the evening and follow the old man is going." "Uncle? Isn't he angry? Will he give it to you?" "When he's angry, I'm also his only son. If he doesn't give it to me, who will he give it to? Will he give it to that Cheng Li?" When he said this, Ji Chang's was obviously a little angry. Both of them are used to it. Cheng Li is the working emperor under Father Ji, and is now the general manager, or president, of the company. Ji Chang's has always been worried about this, and often scolded Cheng Li at them. In fact, according to what the 2 of them said, Ji Chang's would be very relieved if his uncle could find such an outstanding general manager as Cheng Li. He doesn't know anything about the company's affairs. Although his uncle is here now, his health is not good anymore, and he doesn't know if he will suddenly leave one day. With Cheng Li in the company, Nagasawa at least doesn't have to worry about the company collapsing after his uncle leaves. Both of them were sincerely interested in Ji Chang's, so they couldn't help but give him a few words of persuasion. They had tried to persuade him before, but Ji Chang's didn't listen. If they were ordinary friends, they would definitely let it go once they found out that the other person had a bad heart, but neither Xiaohuilu nor Zhou Haoan were the kind of people who would ignore the trouble in front of them and ignore the minor issues. Always find an opportunity to give Ji Chang's a word or 2. It's still the same this time. Ji Chang sneered, "Come on, you said that the old man will help me and I still believe it. Cheng Li will help me? It's more like he hurt me." As soon as these words came out, they were all stunned. "Harm you? Why? Cheng Li uses money to do things, so he doesn't want to harm Ji Chang's." Speaking of this matter, the friend in front of me showed anxiety on his face. He waved his hand and said in a bad tone, "Anyway, please don't worry about this matter. This Cheng Li and I are incompatible." After he said this, the 2 of them could only nod. "Then when you go to see your uncle in the evening, say a few nice words. Your uncle will be soft-hearted. If you say this, he will definitely not be angry." "What are you talking about? I am his son and he is my father. Isn't it natural for him to give me money?" Ji Chang's was as confident as ever. Zhou Haoan and Xiaohuilu were envious of Ji Chang's for being raised with such a spoiled temperament, but at the same time they were worried that his attitude would make Ji's father even more angry. Just like 2 mother chickens giving instructions to their chicks, they told Ji Chang's a lot of things to pay attention to before watching the person go out. He kept watching Ji Chang's car go away. Xiaohuilu turned around and asked Zhou Haoan worriedly, "Do you think Nagasawa can succeed? With his temper, Don't have a big quarrel with uncle then. Zhou Haoan found it difficult too. Hey, Nagasawa is good at everything, but his temper is not very good. If he could change, he wouldn't be in such trouble with his uncle. If people in Ji's house heard the sentence, they might laugh out loud. Ji Chang's is good at everything? Come on, he has such a bad temper. He treats people who come to clean and take care of the house as if he is on guard against thieves. He looks down on them at first glance. Although their job is to clean, we are no longer in the old society. They come to receive wages and work, and they are treated as servants. Isn't it embarrassing to not allow them to enter the house but also to ask them to clean the house? And he would shout and drink at the people in the room at every turn, as if they were all very lowly. If the eldest young master hadn't been at home for a short time and Ji's father was very kind and generous, they would have resigned long ago. Anyway, no one in the Ji family's house likes Ji Chang's very much. They all felt like he was spoiled. This time Ji Chang's had a falling out with Ji's father and was kicked out of the Ji family. These ants were the happiest. They are so happy cleaning these days. They want to spin, jump and dance. They walk lightly and always have a smile on their faces. One of them, Aunt Zhang, was like this. She was in a good mood and sweeping the floor with a smile when the doorbell rang. She was close to the door and hurried to open it. Seeing that the person outside was actually Ji Chang's, the smile on her face immediately froze. Why did this ancestor come back? When he left, didn't he have the guts to say that he would never come back even if Director Ji begged him to do so? Even though she had run through countless alpacas in her heart, Aunt Zhang could only try to squeeze out a smile when facing her employer's son. Nagaze is back. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? I do not want to eat. As expected, the young master was still as arrogant as before. He walked in without even looking at Aunt Zhang. He looked around and asked, "Where is the old man?" Director Ji is still in the company. Hearing this, Ji Chang's frowned and asked again, "Are you still in the company so late?" Aunt Zhang said quickly, "Yes, because the company has some matters that need to be dealt with." Mr. Chang called and Director Ji went. As soon as she finished saying this, she noticed that Ji Chang's face turned gloomy and he quickly shut up. Then, the young master sitting struttingly on the sofa said in a strange tone, "The old man has a good relationship with Cheng Li. I used to ask him to go out and he wouldn't go out. When Cheng Li asked him, he still went to the company so late. No wonder people are talking about these two outside. He is more like a father and son than me." Aunt Zhang's mouth twitched when she heard this. The words don't sound like what this young master said. Cheng Li called someone over, who was going to the company to do business. Every time the young master called Director Ji, he always asked him to clean up the mess. Either the car is broken down, or it's causing trouble, or it's asking for money. When the frequency was the highest before, it could be called 5 times a day. Director Ji has to worry about the company's affairs, so he has no time to worry about such trivial matters for his son. Originally, there was no need to show up in person for this kind of thing, just let the assistant bring the card. Why did it become like this when it came to this young master's mouth? She was complaining in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face, and she didn't say much. Otherwise, what if the young master was so difficult to serve? What if he said the wrong thing and was kicked out? Seeing that she didn't speak, Ji Chang's didn't talk to her. He stood up and stretched. "I went upstairs. Have you tidied my room? Everything is packed and you can rest at any time." Although Director Ji said he was driving the person out, how could he really not want his son? Ji Chang's room was ordered to be cleaned every day. Watching, Ji Chang's nodded and went upstairs. Aunt Zhang sighed. Several other aunties who were cleaning on the first floor dared to come around when they saw Ji Chang's coming upstairs. "Why is he back?" "Yes, didn't you tell Director Ji that you would never come back?" "I see, he came back to ask for money." I think so. Maybe he got into trouble again outside and asked Director G to help him clean up the mess. Seeing the lively discussion between them, Aunt Zhang also said, anyway, this is Director G's family matter, we can just watch it, don't talk too much. Even if you want to complain, just do it in your heart without showing it. The other aunties nodded and said nothing. Ji Chang's, who was upstairs, did not enter his room. Instead, he pushed directly into Ji's father's room and found the medicine box very skillfully. Just as he was about to flush the medicine inside into the toilet, he suddenly paused. This medicine is not poisonous either, it is just an ordinary calcium tablet. After all, Ji's father's disease needs to be controlled by drugs. It is very dangerous for him not to take the medicine that can control the disease. The original owner is not stupid. If this kind of thing is found out, the police will definitely investigate who bought these drugs. So these calcium tablets were all taken from Zhou Haoyan's calcium tablets when he went to his house. Zhou Haoyan's life was not very good when he was a child. He was always a little malnourished, thin and small, and had a baby face. For this reason, he feels a little inferior in his heart and always keeps calcium tablets at home. And he never remembers these things. Bottles are placed randomly, and a few can be found in any house. Zhou Haoyan himself doesn't know how many calcium tablets he has at home. Even if the original owner walked away, he wouldn't be able to find it. What's more, the original owner didn't take the bottle with him, but took the calcium tablets directly. He still held it with gloves on. During the whole process, I didn't let my hands come into contact with the calcium tablets. These calcium tablets are the most common ones on the market, and anyone can buy them. The pharmacies in the city are so big, even if they want to check, they will definitely not be able to find the original owner. So the original owner is too contradictory. He is not smart where he should be smart, and where he should not be smart he is a thief than anyone else. Ji Chang's looked at the calcium tablets in the box, and took out the medicine he bought for Ji's father from his pocket. After thinking about it, he put the box and medicine on the table. Then he lay down on the sofa peacefully, closed his eyes and started to prepare for a nap. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the door downstairs opened and the car drove in. Ji's father got out of the car with a tall and strong man, followed by an assistant. As soon as I opened the door, my aunt came to greet me. "Drg, Nagasawa is back and seems to be in your room now. Nagaze is back." Ji's father still looks very good, and he is also a good-looking uncle, but his face is a little haggard due to illness. When he heard that his son was back, his face immediately showed joy. After being happy for a while, he cursed again, "This damn boy still knows how to come back. Didn't he say he would never come back in this life?" Chen Li next to him smiled and said, "He is young. He will know that his family is better after suffering outside. Mr. G, you'd better go and see him and talk to him. The incident last time is in the past." The assistant also quickly answered, "It's not Director G. Nagasawa is still young. He was ignorant before, but now he must know he was wrong." Ji's father had actually wanted to go up to him for a long time, but he had directly told his son to get out of Ji's house, but now that he was back, he couldn't bear to look at him. Chen Li and his assistant gave him such a step, and he climbed down naturally. "Okay, Xiao Chang, you are familiar with our family. You sit by yourself for a while. I will go up and teach this brat a lesson. You really rebelled against him and dared to challenge me." After seeing Chen Li nodded, Ji's father went straight upstairs angrily, full of joy, even walking a little briskly. The assistant thought for a moment, said hello to Chen Li, and followed him. Arriving in the corridor, Ji's father heard the voice and looked back strangely. "Xiaolin, what are you doing here?" "Drg, let me tell you, I also have children in my family. The rebellious period of this child is essential. In a situation like Nagasawa, he must be rebellious, so you must not go against the grain, but follow the trend. As a qualified assistant, Xiaolin has always been worried about his boss's needs and concerns. He has watched helplessly as Ji Chang's left home, and their boss Ji's spirit has become worse day by day, and his face has become haggard. They are all fathers, so he thinks he can understand. I must be thinking about my son. He missed his son but was too embarrassed to call him back. Ji Chang's also had a bad temper, and neither father nor son would bow their heads. This time Ji Chang's bowed his head first and came back. He must persuade Director Ji to talk to him properly. When Ji's father heard what he said, he heard it in his heart, but on his face he snorted coldly, I am his father, and I still want to obey him. It's just temporary, Director Ji. Children are like this. If you follow him, he will be sensible. If you want to go against him, then he will have to go against you. When Xiaolin said this, he felt his face hurt. How can there be children who are 24 or 5 years old? Facts have proved that in the eyes of parents, children who are 50 or 60 are still their children, let alone 24 or 5. Ji's father listened and said, well, Xiaolin, you come with me to see him. If there is anything, you can look around in the middle. Hey. No problem. Xiaolin nodded quickly. Is this helping the boss? No. This is a great way to spread your wings on the road to promotion and salary increase. Once he helps his boss achieve perfection in his family, his boss's affection for him will definitely increase by at least half. Ji's father didn't see Xiaolin's excited look. He went directly to his room. Sure enough, the door was ajar and the lights inside were on. As soon as he opened the door and before he opened his mouth, he found his son lying on the sofa and asleep. The sound in his mouth was swallowed immediately. He quickly turned around and made a silent gesture towards Xiaolin. Xiaolin understood instantly, and quickly shut his mouth without making any sound, and quietly followed the boss into the house. Father Ji stepped forward and saw two things on the table at a glance. The same is the medicine box he used to put medicine, and the same medicine is contained in a plastic bag. He picked it up and looked at it, and saw that there were medicines he had taken, and the label was still attached to the bag and had not been opened. Obviously, Ji Chang's bought it for him at the drugstore. Father Ji's heart suddenly softened. Although his son is always at odds with him, he is still father and son, and he must be thinking of his father in his heart. He quietly went to the bed and took a blanket, carefully covering his son, then gently sat on the sofa and looked at his sleeping son. Xiaolin watched from behind with a dumbfounded look on his face. Sure enough, there is no overnight feud between father and son. Director Ji was very angry before, but now he softened immediately when he saw the person sleeping. Father Ji wants to go back to the past. This child is still the same as when he was a child. He is very honest when sleeping. He is obviously very naughty. When he closes his eyes, he looks very good. He suddenly realized that he had not seen his sleeping son for a long time. When my son was young, his father passed away. He was in a busy period at that time. He left early every morning and didn't come back until midnight. When he came back, he sometimes felt tired and couldn't hold on any longer, so he quietly came to his son's room, turned on the bedside lamp, and sat by the bed to watch him for a while. When I think that everything I have done is to deliver a better Ji family into the hands of this child, I feel motivated again. After that the child slowly grew up. He became more and more rebellious and disliked communicating with himself less and less. He began to lock the door when he went to bed at night, and began to exclude others from entering his room like a male lion. Every night, everyone was sleeping, but he jumped up and down in the room. It wasn't until Ji's father hired someone to install soundproofing equipment that the matter was resolved. He doesn't know since when, he has never seen his son sleeping like a little angel like he did when he was a child. But he is rebellious, speaks rudely, and only asks his son for money. Ji Chang's, who was sleeping, moved and a corner of the blanket slipped off. Father Ji stretched out his hand and put back the corner of the blanket. This child doesn't even cover himself when sleeping, and he's not afraid of catching cold. Just when I was thinking that I would give him a good warning when he woke up, the man who was sleeping with his eyes closed suddenly moved again and called out in a daze, "Dad." Ji's father was stunned at first, but when he realized that Ji Chang still had his eyes closed, his heart softened. This kid said he would never come back. In fact, I miss him as my father. Xiaolin did not miss any opportunity to flatter him, and quickly whispered to Ji's father, "Look, Mr. Ji, the child misses you. He never forgets to dream about you. After all, they are father and son. It's not necessarily true that Nagasawa is outside. How regretful." Ji's father felt relieved after hearing this, and the corners of his mouth turned up. He waved his hands and said, "I am just a child after all. I don't know how much I regret being alone outside." Xiaolin ignored the fact that Ji Chang's had grown up a long time ago and echoed, "Yes, he must be missing you outside." After hearing what he said, Ji's father was pleased and proud when he heard Ji Chang's shouting in confusion again, "Dad, give me some money to spend." Ji's father. Xiaolin. He immediately looked at his eyes, nose, mouth, and heart, thinking that he was a wooden person. Father Ji took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat the child. Looking at his sleeping son, he tried his best to say it silently in his heart. "Biological, biological. This is my biological son, I can't beat him." After all, he couldn't hold it back, and he angrily pulled off the blanket from Ji Chang's. "You brat, you know how to ask for money." Just after picking up the blanket from his son, Ji Chang's opened his eyes and looked at him silently. Then, he looked at the blanket in Father Ji's hand, and then at Father Ji's hand holding the blanket, and frowned slightly. Then he glared at his father angrily. Ji's father. He looked at his posture. There was a picture of a son sleeping soundly under a blanket, and his domineering old father suddenly took away his blanket. "Father Ji, do you believe me that I covered you with this blanket?" It was obvious that Nagasawa would not believe this dog-tempered person. But after all, he is also the chairman of the company, so such a small scene is not a problem for him. Ji's father put away the blanket very naturally and said in a normal voice, "You don't have to worry about catching a cold if you sleep on the sofa. Go to bed and sleep." Ji Chang sat up, with sleepiness still on his face. He looked at his father suspiciously and asked, "Did you just secretly take away my blanket while I was sleeping? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your father. How could I do such a thing? If you don't believe me, just ask Xiaolin." Xiaolin, who was pretending to be a wooden figure next to him, nodded quickly and testified, "Yes, Director Ji put this blanket on him. Did you hear that? I covered you with the blanket." With a righteous expression on his face, Ji's father folded the blanket and put it back on the bed. "Didn't you say you would never come back in this life? What are you doing here this time?" Oh, when talking about this, Ji Chang's was very confident, "I'm here to ask for money." Ji's father, who was originally expecting his son to apologize and admit his mistakes, said. Although he knew that Nagasawa would most likely come back to ask for money. But why not be so direct? Xiaolin is still here. Behind him, Xiaolin continued to act like a wooden man. Ji Chang's didn't feel direct at all. He tore open the medicine bag, took out the medicine inside, and unscrewed the medicine box. "I went specially to buy medicine for you this time. Can you not give me the money?" Father Ji almost laughed out of anger. But he took a deep breath and asked patiently, "How much do you want?" "Not much, just tens of millions. I want to make a movie, the best kind." Ji's father. Although tens of millions was nothing to him, Seeing Ji Chang so casually and confidently ask for tens of millions to make a movie, he still felt the desire to hit people. What kind of son is this? He was born to be a debt collector. I want money, I don't know anything else but money. Seeing the anger on Ji's father's face, Ji Chang stretched out again and confidently went to the window and opened it. Xiaolin quickly moved quietly to Ji's father's side and whispered, "Drg, bear with me, Changs, it's a good thing to want to do things on your own. He doesn't want money to spend, but to make money. This is to make progress. What a waste of progress. Isn't it clear to him as a father? Every time this kid tries to make money, he loses more than he would normally spend. Ji's father wanted to tell me directly that he wanted money, but he didn't want to get out of here. But thinking about the tragic situation when the two of them had a disagreement last time and their son ran away from home, he missed his son but couldn't bear to let go of his dignity to meet someone. If he is getting someone away this time, this guy is so concerned about face, he will definitely not take the initiative to come to the door next time. He tried his best to recite silently in his heart, "He is my biological child, don't care about him, don't care about him." Xiaolin next to him was also whispering to encourage him, "Be patient, Mr. Ji, speak well and obey the child." After reciting silently, he remembered what Xiaolin told him to obey his children. Ji's father's face became much better. He came back and sat next to Ji Chang's, trying his best to show a kind look on his face. "Nagays, if you want money, Dad won't give it to you, but when making a movie, do you want to invest? If you are not a professional and don't understand this kind of thing, investment will be a waste of time. Those companies of yours before, is this the case? Otherwise, I will give you money and assign some people from the company, and then you will just wait to receive the money." Ji Chang stood by the window and looked back. "I'm not talking about investing, I'll take the photos myself." Ji's father, "I shoot it by myself. Yes, I want to be a director, and I wrote the script myself. Now everything is ready, all that is left is money. As soon as the money comes in, I will start filming immediately. After the filming is completed, I will release it, and then it will take the box office by storm and earn a few bucks. Billions and hundreds of millions." Ji's father. He looked at his son who was talking freely, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Ji Chang still said, "When the time comes, I will win another award, the Best Director Award and the Best Screenplay Award. These are all mine." Ji's father. He listened patiently to his son Balabala's words, and finally said, "In the past few days, I have been watching online courses on becoming a director from scratch, and writing scripts. Dad, I think I was born to do this." Father Ji. Seeing that his face was livid and he looked like he was about to get angry, Xiaolin quickly whispered next to him, "It's a good thing to have dreams. It's better than wanting to live and die and wait for death. You agree? Talk it over and communicate well." Father Ji. He also wished that his son's dream was to eat and die. When this guy said he wanted to start a business before, he was happy and supportive. But it's not that he doesn't let Nagasawa do what he wants to do. It's actually this kid who always gets out of the business every time he starts a business. Every time I didn't lose everything, it was because he, the father, was behind the scenes. He took a deep breath and tried hard to tell himself that the person in front of him was his biological child. Then he squeezed out a smile and said, "Nagays, it's not that Dad doesn't want to support you, or that he doesn't believe in you. Otherwise, if you want to be a director, I will send you to a directing class. You should study hard first and learn everything clearly now, when the time comes." "Why should I study that? It would be so tiring if I didn't study." Father Ji's breath almost caught in his throat. He almost twisted his face and turned to look at Xiaolin. "Xiaolin." He could only step forward. "Nagays, it's okay for you to want to be a director, but you don't know anything. Even if the funds and everything are in place, can you shoot well? You'd better learn the basics first. When you really have this ability and can really start filming, Director G will definitely support you, right Director G? Father G took a deep breath and nodded, yes. Dad supports you. As long as you really like it and really learn it, money is not an issue. Just lose money anyway. He has long been used to it. After Ji Chang's heard this, his face showed a bit of joy. He strode forward and sat down on the sofa. This is simple. I don't want to learn. I can just hire an assistant director. When the time comes, he will shoot and I will direct it. Ji's father. Xiaolin. You're also conducting, do you think you're doing music? You, a layman, will give orders. Xiaolin suddenly understood, and he whispered to Ji's father, Drg, I think what Nagasawa means is that he spends money to buy people, and he sits by and watches. Father Ji also understood. He felt that he must have done a lot of evil things in his previous life to have such an unlucky son in this life. The unlucky son is still urging, Dad, didn't you just say you support me? I really like to be a director. Now I am full of talents, but I am short of money. Don't you support me? Xiaolin quickly winked at Ji's father. Father Ji, for the last time. If you lose again this time, don't even think about becoming a director. Hey. No problem. Ji Chang's agreed very happily, and even smiled compassionately at his father. Father Ji, what kind of evil is this? The son who got the money was rarely attentive. He picked up the medicine box that he had put down before, turned it around and said to Ji's father, Dad, I will help you fill the medicines. I went to the drugstore to buy these medicines myself. Although he was a bit suspected of using money to do things, Ji's father was already used to being abused. Ji Chang's sudden filial piety was still very useful to him. Nodding with satisfaction, he sighed, finally enjoying the blessing of being a father. Xiaolin next to him quickly flattered him, Drg, I really envy you. Nagasawa is so filial. He even helped you buy medicine. Look how sure he is. Just after he finished speaking, Ji Chang's unscrewed the cap of the bottle and was about to put the medicine inside. Suddenly his hand shook out of nowhere and the cap was thrown to the ground, spreading the medicine all over the floor. Xiaolin. Young master, you are here to slap me in the face today. He quickly smoothed things over with a dry smile, it's okay, it's okay. If the medicine is spilled, the disease is also spilled. This is a good sign. Just as he was talking, Ji Chang's picked up a pill, looked at it in his hand, and rubbed it. Then he looked up at Father Ji, old man, this medicine is wrong. Ji's father, what did you call me? Ji Chang's immediately changed his mind, Dad, why does this medicine look different from the one I bought? Xiaolin was startled and quickly picked up a medicine on the ground and looked at it carefully, and then took the medicine Ji Chang's bought to look at it. At first glance, they are indeed the same, but when the two pills are put together, they are very different. He looked serious and quickly handed the two pills to Ji's father. Drg, it's really different. Take a look. Father Ji frowned, looked at it, and then felt shocked. It's really different. He immediately thought that his illness had been recurring recently, but it was not good. What's going on? This is not the medicine I took. Xiaolin also had a serious face, and all kinds of palace fight dramas flashed through his mind. I was wondering which turtle's descendant was behind this. Boom. Ji Chang slammed the table and stood up suddenly. I told you a long time ago, don't let outsiders clean the room, but you just didn't listen to me. Now it's better. The medicine has been changed. If I weren't smart, you wouldn't even know after taking it. Father Ji frowned and shook his head, they may not have done it. Ji Chang sneered coldly. If it wasn't them, how could it be me? Hey, it's really him. The author has something to say, Auntie will not take the blame. Nagasawa said this just to whitewash his previous behavior of not letting Auntie into the room. Good night, good night. Random red envelopes. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Mao. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Ji's father's medicine was silently replaced by something else. This was undoubtedly a very serious matter. Everyone is sure of this. But after Cheng Li was called up, Ji's father, assistant Xiaolin, and Cheng Li sat side by side on the sofa, silently watching Ji Chang's in front of him speak animatedly and passionately. Not only could he not have any serious thoughts in his heart, but there is still a hint of laughter. Because Ji Chang's discovered this matter, he had more say. Now he is exercising his power. When I was 5 years old, I said that I could not invite ants to my home. The windows must be closed tightly every day, and the door must be locked. I put a piece of hair at the door before going to bed every day. If someone outside quietly opens the door and comes in, this hair will definitely disappear in the next 2 days, it's absolutely foolproof. But you just didn't listen. Not only did you not listen, you also thought I was meddlesome. It's fine now. The naked evidence is here. Why would someone change your dressing but not mine? Now you know who it was in the first place. Who is wrong? Looking at Ji Chang's, who looked confident and even with a hint of pride in his eyebrows. Xiaolin. Cheng Li. Ji's father. Cheng Li couldn't help but tilted his head and asked Ji's father, "Drg, did Nagaze really say such a thing?" Ji's father. How could he remember what happened so long ago? And if Nagasawa said it when he was 5 years old, even if he remembered it, he would probably only regard it as children's words. Nagaze, where did you see all this? Ji Chang's answered very happily, it's a palace battle drama. Ji's father. At this moment, he felt the vague and reserved glances of the two subordinates next to him. It is indeed not a good behavior to let a 5-year-old child watch a palace fighting drama. Ji's father never expected that Ji Chang's would answer like this. Why didn't he know that his son liked to watch palace dramas? Moreover, TV dramas are TV dramas, reality is reality, one is ancient and the other is modern. This kind of dressing change is harmful to people's lives. If you are caught, you will definitely go to jail. Who would be so stupid to do such a thing? As soon as Ji's father said these words, Ji Chang's asked, then who changed your medicine? Ji's father. Yes, who changed his medicine? Seeing that the father and son finally brought the topic to the right track, Cheng Li interjected, Drg, no matter what the situation is now, we must first catch this person. This is harming others, and that person can change the medicine. Seeing that you are okay, I might take action next time. Just like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, it wants to come out and bite people. The most important thing now is to catch that poisonous snake. Xiaolin also nodded, yes, Director Ji, think about it, do you have any enemies? I have so many enemies. Father Ji thought about it carefully and found that his enemies were countless stars in the sky. But it's unlikely that the ant at home did it. I've always told them that there are hidden cameras in the house, so they wouldn't dare to do this. Ji Chang's was stunned, why didn't I know? Ji's father, that's why I told them this, to prevent outsiders from having any thoughts. You are my son. Why should I lie to you? Ji Chang stopped talking. Of course, he only said nothing on the surface. When he was downstairs just now, he noticed that those ants were very particular about their words and deeds. Generally, ants would not behave like this in the absence of their employer, and he had always had a weak sense of presence to these ants. There's no way they would act like that for him. So he figured out what they were afraid of. But he didn't find any cameras along the way, so there was only one reason. Ji's father lied to the ants that there was something in the house that could monitor them. Father Ji is indeed an old fox. It's a pity that he trusts his son too much. If he could treat the original owner with the same scheming as he treats others, he wouldn't have died so miserably. He sat on the sofa opposite, tilting his long legs to the side, looking like a young man. Anyway, I helped you pick this out. You can find out who released it yourself. As he spoke, he reminded again, otherwise, you can also go to the police. What about checking fingerprints and checking people who buy medicine? Isn't that how it is done in TV dramas? Well, now he doesn't look like he was completely immersed in a palace battle drama just now. None of the three people present thought much about it. After all, Ji Chang's has always had an unreliable image. It would be abnormal if he was really enthusiastic about helping solve the case. It can't be that simple. There are too many people sitting in this position and watching. If the matter of calling the police becomes a big deal, there is no telling what nonsense is being spread outside. And since that person can so unknowingly put the drug on, how could there be no protection at all in my medicine box? Chen Li also nodded and analyzed carefully. Since Director Ji told the ants downstairs that there are cameras in this room, we can rule out that one of your own committed the crime. The person who came to your room to change the dressing must not be the one who committed the crime. Know this. Xiao Lin also joined in the fun. There is an ant downstairs during the day, and there is only one way up. This person will definitely not dare to come, so he can only come at night. But at night, Mr. Ji, you always sleep in your room, so he can only come on a night when you're not here. Ji's father touched his chin. If you want to see the private schedule when I'm not around at night, you have to ask the people around me. Xiao Lin was shocked and said quickly, Director Ji, I can guarantee that I have never disclosed your itinerary to anyone, not even my parents. I always kept my mouth shut. Father Ji still believed in Xiao Lin. He is young, his family is well off and not short of money, his parents are well off, and he is an only child. Although he is sitting in the position of assistant, he wants to work hard step by step. Moreover, the young man is full of passion and it is too difficult to bribe him. Then it can only be people who know my public schedule, but I usually don't go anywhere. Apart from going home, I usually attend a banquet. Even if I attend, I won't go until very late. Only those this happens at business banquets, but only a small group of people know about these banquets. Chen Li frowned. Most people don't have the courage. It seems that they are the ones attending these banquets. The three of them exchanged words with each other and quickly locked on the target. That person was definitely someone who was not within the Ji family, knew Ji's father's public schedule, had money to hire people, and was in conflict with Ji's father. Chen Li searched in his mind and quickly narrowed down the scope and gave the suspect. Director Liu, Director Wang, and Director Chiu, these three people are famous for their ruthless behavior. There were rumors before that they targeted the younger generation, but the police did not find any evidence. The three of them also had problems with you. It is very likely that they are the three of them. One of them. Father Ji nodded in agreement. Obviously he also felt that it was one of these three. Now in modern society, it is really hard to find people who are so ruthless in doing things and go directly to other people's homes to change medicines. Ji Chang sat on the side, watching the three of them talking to each other, and finally determined the suspect target. Then he added, isn't it really the ant downstairs who did it? Concubine Li in the TV series said that in the palace, it is not the concubines who are most likely to poison others, but the palace maids. It is these very inconspicuous ones. Man, I think this is very true. Father Ji slapped his forehead. This stupid son. Seeing Ji's father looking like he was about to suffocate, Chen Li coughed dryly and asked for him, Nagaze, we are in modern times and not in the palace, right? Ji Chang's knew he would say this. He deliberately curled his lips, looking unconvinced, and glared at Chen Li. I'm talking to the old man, why are you interrupting? Nagaze, why are you talking to Chen Li? How many times have I told you that this is one of our own? It's one of your own. Ji Chang showed anger on his face, stood up suddenly, and said to Ji's father, "Anyway, as long as you know who got this medicine, I'm here to ask for money today. When will you give me the money?" Ji's father was so angry that his hands were shaking due to these words. He was about to stand up and scold him when he realized that although the son in front of him was talking about asking for money, there was still residual worry on his face. Suddenly, the anger in my heart slowly disappeared. He knew that Nagasawa still had something to do with him, an old man. If you want money, you need money. I make money just so that my son can spend it, right? Ji's father rubbed his eyebrows. "I'll ask Xiaolin to call you this afternoon. You stay for dinner today." "No, what if someone poisons the food again? I still want to live for a few more years." Ji Chang's words were still as reckless as before. "As I say, fire all the aunties, put a piece of hair under the house before going to bed and before leaving the house every day, close the windows, and preferably install cameras in the house. In fact, I think hiring bodyguards is a good idea. Hire 18, all strong men. They will stand guard by the bed when you sleep. It makes you feel at ease, old man, don't you think so?" Anyway, I knew that Ji's father would not listen, so he let him go completely when he was talking nonsense. As soon as these words came out, the other three people in the room were stunned. The key is that Ji Chang's expression and eyes are very serious. He looked like, "You heard me right, it's absolutely fine to do this." Three people. Ji's father managed to squeeze out a sentence through his teeth, "You'd better not worry about it and go make your movie quickly." Ji Chang's clicked his tongue. "You really don't understand good people's hearts." Seeing him turning around to leave, Ji's father suddenly thought of something and shouted from behind, "The house is going to be rechecked these days. It's too messy. Don't come back yet. If you need anything, come to the company to see me. I know, it's annoying to treat me like a child." Ji Chang's walked out in a big way. The two subordinates in the room didn't know how to speak for a moment. Chen Lina has always been concentrating on his career and making progress. Ever since he was hired by the Ji family company, the people he got along with were either old foxes or little foxes. This was the first time he met Ji Chang's, a simple and unpretentious person. The eldest young master spoke, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. At the critical moment, Xiaolin's flattery business is solid and full of skills. He was the first to react and took a moment. "Drg, I think Nagasawa still cares about you very much. Although he is a bit awkward and what he said is a bit unrealistic, all this is based on worrying about your life. It's safe." Ji's father could tell just now that his son's awkward and disgusting words were hiding his concern for him. This kid. He was no longer angry or uncomfortable, and even felt a little faintly proud. This child has always been rebellious, and it can be seen from his past company bankruptcy records that he has not inherited his father's intelligence. But he is his biological son after all. Still care about him. And it is precisely because Nagasawa is not that smart that his concern can be seen through at a glance. Thinking about it this way, it's a good thing that Nagasawa isn't very smart. After he was overjoyed, he remembered Ji Chang's glare at Chen Li just now, and quickly went to comfort his subordinates. "Xiao Chang, don't argue with Chang's. He is young, ignorant, and doesn't know your contribution. It's okay, Director Ji. Nagasawa is really serious. Although he doesn't like me very much, he can only glare at me for so long. I don't blame him." Chen Li told the truth. He never had a problem with his boss from the beginning. It's as if he is a tiger. Every day in the mall, he either competes with tigers for strength or competes with elephants for water. I have seen a lot, and I have seen a lot of ruthless people, as well as those who smile on the surface but do things behind their backs. Like Ji Chang's, he expresses all his emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy on his face, just like an angry rabbit. Even if he bites someone, it won't hurt him. What's more, behind this rabbit is his immediate boss. Chen Li is so busy every day that he has no time to argue with the prince. That's good. Father Ji felt relieved, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face immediately darkened. The fact that my medicine was changed must be investigated strictly, and we will investigate it according to the scope drawn before. He also thought a lot, since someone could run into his room silently and change his medicine. Could he also come to his room silently and kill him directly? This is why Ji's father asked Ji Chang's not to go home for the time being. He loves his son more than himself. If something really happened to his son, Ji's father might go crazy. Xiaolin nodded and continued, then I will send the money to Nagasawa this afternoon. By the way, Director Ji, since Nagasawa wants to be a director, that circle is completely unfamiliar to him. Should we find someone to help him? Father Ji thought for a while and shook his head. Let him do it by himself. Anyway, his temperament has always been to spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. Once this thing fails, he will no longer be interested. And we still don't know who wants to harm him, so it seems that it was a good thing to say that Nagasawa was kicked out of the house by him. If others knew that he and his son had fallen out, at least they would not think of harming his son. Ji's father finally made a decision: don't reveal to the outside world that I have reconciled with Nagasawa until the person who drugged him is sent to prison. Xiaolin nodded, understood. Chen Li raised a soul-searching question, DRG, what if we haven't confirmed who was responsible for the drug? Those 3 are all veterans. No matter which one of them did it, they couldn't be caught easily. Even if they are really caught, they will still find ways to convict someone. Father Ji sneered, his words filled with murderous intent. Then just get all 3 of them down. Anyway, we have a grudge, and their hands are not clean. I still don't believe it. I have brought down all my enemies, and who else dares to harm me? He was a loving father to his son. These people really thought he had lost his temper. At this moment, Ji Chang's, who was already in the car, didn't know that his father had decided that he would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Anyway, he had a grudge, so let's just get involved. He was browsing the website one by one for the talents needed for filming. This website is specially designed for people in the entertainment industry to find talents, including directors, photographers, editors, etc. Although Ji Chang's can do it all, it is already amazing that he is very talented in directing. If he can do it again, it will be perfect. And it's so tiring to be perfect. Ji Chang's is probably the most relaxed and worry-free director in the entertainment industry. He owns the bulk of the crew's capital, and he is the minority investor in the other 2 investors. He has no intention of getting the money back, and he is not interested in intervening in the crew's affairs. In modern society, money makes things easier. With a wealthy father leaning on his back, Ji Chang's directly found all the manpower and props needed for filming the movie with a wave of his hand. After everything is settled, sign the contract and then find the actors when you're done. He spread the news that his crew was going to audition to major companies, and also made a special note that he was not short of money, and the remuneration for the actors was very considerable. News spreads fastest in the entertainment industry. Ji Chang's is a rich second generation who had a falling out with his biological father but still has a lot of money. Everyone knows this. None of them are very optimistic about this crew. It's not that Ji Chang's had a falling out with his father, but that Ji Chang's was indeed a complete newcomer. He never even studied directing. This is obviously for fun. There is no shortage of fun-loving people in the entertainment industry, such as those who spend a lot of money and have a great time playing the leading role. Anyway, if they are rich, it will be fun for them. But that's being an actor. As long as the director can keep up with the script and editing, Even if the protagonist's acting is bad, it can still be saved. It will be fine when we get to Ji Chang's. He wants to be the director himself. Director. Joining the crew is like a ship, and the director is the captain. He will make it to the shore safely, and he will hit the iceberg if it hits the iceberg. If a layman wants to be a director, even if the filming of the movie has not started yet, 99% of people can definitely say, take jujube pills. The remaining 1% don't know about this yet, and if they do, they will definitely say this. And I heard that the script was written by Ji Chang's himself. Oh my god, everyone knows his resume clearly. After graduating from college, it was just one word, Lang. What kind of script can such a person write? As you can imagine, this is an absolutely terrible movie. But any artist who cares about his feathers a little and wants to increase his fan base and public influence through his works has never thought of auditioning. But there are still a lot of people going to auditions. There is no way, outsiders see the entertainment industry as glamorous, but in fact what they see are those who have already made their mark. These people have survived. They get high-priced pay for filming a movie. They have countless fans in the variety show industry. The number of live broadcasts easily exceeds 10 million. The luxury houses and jewelry worth hundreds of millions are all seen by outsiders. But in fact, they are just a small group of top people in the entertainment industry. There are also a large number of artists who are struggling in this circle, unable to even make ends meet. After all, there are more wolves and less meat. And for many artists, they are not afraid of hardship or tiredness. Jumping into icy water in the middle of winter and being beaten by whale with bruises on his waist are nothing. What they fear most is that there will be no scenes to film. There are no scenes to shoot. Firstly, there is no source of income. Secondly, it will gradually fade out of the public eye. When the audition crew sees it, you have no fans, so how can we find you to act? We are all looking for people with our own traffic. After such a repeated vicious cycle, the artist is basically useless. If we encounter another shady company, it would be even worse. There was no filming, and I was going to starve to death. There was nothing I could do. I had a contract, so I had no choice but to hold on, otherwise I would have to face sky-high liquidated damages. Qin Lankai is the artist who has achieved all of the above. I signed a contract with a black-hearted company and had no filming. I was already extremely poor and couldn't change my career. I still had to work hard to find a way out. She has worked as an extra and a stuntman, and it was not like she didn't work hard to learn how to socialize with others before starting the show. The result was that time, he was actually drugged and made drunk, and he lost his first time in a daze. Qin Lankai was not the traditional kind of person who would seek life and death after the first time. She only felt disgusted. I just felt as disgusting as if I had been bitten by a dog. The key is that she didn't even know which dog bit her, and she didn't even know what the person looked like. She only realized when she woke up the next day that she had been tricked. After that, Qin Lankai quietly hid the matter, bought birth control pills and took them, and went to film a movie the next day. Otherwise, what else could she do? Firstly, she had no background, and secondly, she couldn't remember the other person's appearance. If the police were called, her identity would definitely cause a wave of news. She could tolerate it, but her parents could not. I can only suffer the loss of being dumb and pretend that nothing happened. Her agent treats her very well, although it may be because both of them are poor people in the company. She was deceived into signing the contract, and she couldn't leave if she wanted to, and she offended someone and was almost frozen. Her agent also offended other agents. That agent happened to have a high-level background, so he was assigned to take care of these little transparent people. The agent didn't know what Qin Lankai had gone through, so he thought those people had touched her. After comforting her, he tried hard to use his previous resources to find a crew for her to audition. That crew was an IP drama, and the character her agent had favored for her didn't have many roles but was very lovable. If she performed well, she might not be able to make a comeback. Lan cherishes this opportunity very much. She read the original work back and forth more than a dozen times, trying to figure out the person's psychology, personality, and expression, and practiced in front of the mirror for a long time. The agent was obviously very surprised when he accepted the results, and both of them were full of confidence. During the audition, the director and assistant director were obviously very satisfied with Lan Kai's audition. They all thought they were safe. After returning home, I had the rare luxury of having a hot pot meal. As a result, the crew soon received news that she was rejected. The agent inquired about the past contacts and found out that Lan Kai was originally scheduled to be cast, but it turned out that the deputy director knew that Lan Kai had offended someone before, so he was afraid of trouble and persuaded the director to give up. It's just a small supporting role anyway, there's no need to offend people because of this supporting role. So, the only hope was shattered. Life is always like this. It's already very hard, but it still pops up and gives you a slap in the face. Tell you what, are you thinking, little bastard? It's the later ones who complain about it. Lan Kai has been having nightmares every night these days. For a while, she sat uncomfortably at the edge of the table, embarrassed to retreat when the people next to her were toasting, thinking that it would be okay to have a drink, and drank that glass of wine. She was auditioning for a while, and the people present looked at her with satisfied eyes, but there was a voice beside her saying, "What's the use of being satisfied? They still won't use you, even if you work hard, no matter how hard you try, no one will use you." The pressure from the company and the pressure from her family are all weighing on her all the time. Today was another day of nightmares. Lan Kai woke up from the nightmare, wiped his face, and forced himself to wake up and wash up. She opened Weibo on her mobile phone, and there were only a few people under her Weibo account, most of whom were abusive. Lan Kai is good at comforting herself. It is better for these people to scold her than for no one to pay attention to her. And they scolded her mostly because of the role she played. Because there was no filming, Lan Kai had no choice. Although there were some people snatching up the vicious, low-end roles, there were fewer people who came to the entertainment industry. Since entering the film industry, the scenes that Lan Kai has grabbed are basically this kind of vicious character. Which star doesn't want to make the audience and fans have a better impression of themselves? But before that, she had to survive. After reading those comments, Lan Kai tried his best to cheer himself up with his exhausted body. These people scolded her because she acted well and because she acted vividly, so they scolded her. This shows that she is actually great. Yes, that's right, that's it. Even if she doesn't make much money, Lan Kai is very busy every day. After all, opportunities will not fall out of thin air. If she wants to film, she can only audition like crazy. Open the memo and look at the 3 crew auditions that I wrote down yesterday. One is a little maid who has very few roles. One is a cannon fodder female supporting character who bullies the heroine, and she also has very few scenes. One is a palace maid who needs to act ugly. She is vicious, bottom line, and a little disgusting, but she has many roles and a much higher pay than the first 2. Lan Kai sighed and circled the third one. As ugly as you want, making more money is the way to go. Just as I was changing my clothes and about to go out, my manager called me. A new crew audition? I'm going to audition for the female lead. Lan Kai almost suspected that she was dreaming. After all, she could truly say that from the time she entered the entertainment industry to the present, she had never auditioned for the role of a heroine. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I know that even if I tried to be a director, I wouldn't choose her. The crew with money and background is not short of money to find big names who are capable and driven by fans. The crew who have no money and no background are the ones who are afraid that Qin Lankai will offend. In short, it's just one word, difficult. Yes, that's the heroine. Qin Lankai's agent is called Sister Huang, and she is saying with a little excitement at this moment, Kikai, this is a great opportunity. This crew is quite special. It was created by a rich second generation. He is the director himself, because you are a novice, so those artists with a little bit of a name are not willing to go, but the salary he offers is very generous, and he is an outsider. He may not know who you have offended. Even if he knows, he is the second generation of rich people. Not afraid. And I have already received this script. The heroine's appearance, figure, and temperament are exactly the same as yours. If I didn't know that you don't know any rich second generation, I would have thought it was this. Tailor-made for you. Qin Lankai was a little confused when he heard this. Is it really so mysterious? Really, you don't believe it, right? Let me read you a paragraph from the script. She has a pair of almond eyes, a straight nose, an oval face, a tear mole under the end of her right eye, and a small mole on her collarbone. When the young woman saw her, she burst into tears and hugged her, believing that this was her lost daughter. Sister Huang finished reciting excitedly, and then said, "Don't you have a tear mole under the end of your right eye? There is also one on your collarbone. This is simply a 100% innate condition. If you just go there, maybe these two items can also be used. Bonus points for you." Qin Lankai lowered his head in confusion but with a bit of disbelief, looking at the small mole on his collarbone. Sure enough, they were all right. There are really such coincidences in the world. Sister Huang continued to say, although the script can be changed according to the actors, this script was written by the rich second generation himself. He will definitely not change it if he can. And everyone is saying that he is here to play for fun, so it won't be that troublesome, Kikai. Don't accept it because you think it's just for fun. After all, she is a female lead, which will be your bonus in the future. And the most important thing is that this crew is generous and the pay is high. If you negotiate come down, you won't be short of money in the short term. Qin Lankai understood that Sister Huang definitely said such words for her own good, and she was not the kind of person who doesn't recognize good people, so she nodded immediately. Sister, thank you. You will send me the script later. I will take a good look at it and then go for an audition. Okay, take a good look at it. He has sent out the script now. The audition will be held in 3 days. Don't go out and do anything else during these 3 days. Just study the script carefully and try to win this role. Don't worry about whether this crew is playing tricks, and don't care about what you look like in the editing. It's a good thing that we have a movie to film. Well, I know, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lankai found that his heart was beating a little fast with excitement. After all, she is very eager to play the heroine. Even if the other party is playing tricks, she is still full of yearning. Sister Huang quickly passed the script over. Qin Lankai quickly looked at it. There are almost no men in this script, and even if there are, they are just soy sauce, and there are basically no 2 or 3 sentences. She hesitated a little, but continued reading. 3 hours later, Qin Lankai rubbed his sore eyes from staring at the computer for a long time. Although he was tired, his eyes were very bright. This script was many times better than she imagined. It tells the story of a little girl from a poor family who eventually became a famous opera singer during the Republic of China. It is also intertwined with the stories of several other girls who joined the theater troupe with her. The characters are very distinct, especially in one scene where she secretly helps a girl who is being chased by an island soldier. Some patriotic words. Even though it was just a script, Qin Lankai was quite excited while watching it. She even fell in love with this heroine. She was brave, kind, able to endure hardships, not lacking in charm, and had her own bottom line. She could laugh and curse, but she could also be loyal and loyal. Qin Lankai was even a little unsure that he could perform well. In the next 3 days, she had been trying to figure out the character and acted it out repeatedly in front of the mirror. The more she practiced, the more she realized that this girl did look a lot like herself. Especially when the script was first written, the heroine was from Jiangnan, and she spoke in Jiangnan tunes. Qin Lankai initially spoke in a soft and waxy tune. Later, in order not to dub, she forced herself to change it. Lost. But if she was asked to speak, she could still do it. Qin Lankai never gives herself too much hope, because she has experienced many times when she had hope and then was disappointed. But this time, she really couldn't help but have hope in her heart. This role fits her so well. She is confident that she will be able to play a role that perfectly fits the character, and her appearance is very similar to that of the heroine, which is also a plus. On the third day, Sister Huang drove to pick her up early in the morning. The company did not have a nanny car. This was Sister Huang's own car. The two had chatted on WeChat before. After getting in the car, in order to avoid putting pressure on Qin Lankai, she did not ask Qin Lankai if he was sure about the audition. Chatting while driving. Are you saying this is evil? The company was only notified of the casting audition and no actors were found separately. Wasn't I assigned? I shouldn't have known about it, but it turned out that it was Lu Qingzi who told me about your appearance. If the conditions match the heroine of this script, you might be able to audition for the heroine. My jaw will drop, Lu Qingzi. Qin Lankai was also very surprised when she heard this. She knew this Lu Qingzi. Sister Huang had complained to her before. Lu Qingzi was also regarded as Sister Huang's rival. Before Sister Huang was assigned, the two of them used to compete for resources. I wondered at the time if she was cheating on me. Then I inquired about it, and it turned out to be true. What did you say about Lu Qingzi? I have been asking about it for the past 3 days. The crew is indeed true, and the script is also true. The director and everything are true, but why is she so kind? The two discussed it and couldn't figure out why. After waiting until the crew received the reception, Qin Lankai said that he wanted to audition for the female lead, and said directly, "Sorry, we are not open to female leads for this audition." The people in the queue at the back glanced at Qin Lankai curiously. "Don't you know?" This time, Director Ji directly spoke. He has already decided on the heroine, and there will be no public audition. Qin Lankai understood immediately. Lu Qingzi was indeed fooling them. She had known for a long time that the heroine had been confirmed, and she also knew that they were not well informed and were deliberately playing tricks on them. The face of Sister Huang next to her suddenly darkened, but Lu Qingzi came all the way to see her lively today and brought an artist to audition, just in time to catch the scene. After seeing her, she laughed and gloated, "Hey, Sister Huang, why don't you ask clearly to see if this little girl's trip was in vain?" You. Qin Lankai quickly grabbed Sister Huang. "Forget it, Sister Huang, in public, the company already has a problem with you, so don't make a fuss." After saying that, she was about to say let's go, when suddenly a man with a work ID came out and was holding a phone to make a call. He glanced over and saw Qin Lankai. His eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly walked over. "Teacher Qin Lankai, right?" Qin Lankai nodded blankly. The man said, "Why can't the phone number given by your company get through? I've been struggling all morning and still can't contact you. Who called you here? Why didn't you tell me? I'm going to go out and call someone." Qin Lankai looked confused when he heard this. "What do you want to see me for?" The staff member next to me interjected, "Brother Lu, she was not called here. She is here to audition for the heroine." "What's the audition for?" This person had been on the phone all morning. When he heard this, he slapped his thigh with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't you already make an internal decision? Director G didn't tell you. The author has something to say. I hope that one day I can choose my idol. He. Okay, I just hope. My idol is richer than me. Mo randomly sends out red envelopes. Good night everyone. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. After the man finished speaking, he originally thought that Qin Lankai could follow him in, but she was still confused. And for some reason, the manager next to her and the one named Lu Qingzi also looked confused. Seeing them like this, he was a little confused. As I said before, Ji Chang's is willing to spend money. If he wants to make a movie and assemble a crew, he needs a lot of staff. The director's team, the production team, the crew team, the camera team, the art team, the recording team, etc. add up to it. Many people. But basically everyone was seduced by Ji Chang's huge sum of money. This was the case with the man who came out to call Qin Lankai. His name was Fen Yang. He had experience before and was neither old nor new. This time Ji Chang's was looking for someone, and he came as soon as he heard that there was a lot of money. Fen Yang himself knows his own strengths, and he still needs to learn a lot if he studies hard. Although he can still only do some trivial things now, he may not be able to grow up slowly in the future. So his goal has always been to learn from famous directors. But who still dislikes hot money? The same goes for studying after earning this amount. From the moment he received this drama, Fen Yang thought that he would not learn anything from this drama. After all, the chief director is a newcomer and an outsider. The most fearful thing when making a movie is the outsider's guidance. Now, in this crew, the people who describe the country are all complete outsiders. But he also accepted it well. Isn't he just a rich second generation who wants to play for fun? Give money to dad. When he got to the crew, he didn't refuse to do anything because he got paid anyway. Decide on the actors first. Sometimes if the actors are good and other aspects are in place, but the director is rubbish, the movie can still be saved. Moreover, he also read the script carefully and found that it was indeed pretty good. Director G said it was written by him, but Fen Yang didn't know whether he should believe it or not. But if you make sure that no one will admit that you wrote the script, it will be fine. The script is good, the crew is rich, and except for the chief director, the entire crew is experienced and responsible. Fen Yang's mentality changed from although I know this movie is a jujube pill, I still have to work hard to this movie still looks promising. If I work hard, I might be able to make a comeback. So, he took the initiative to ask Ji Chang's if he could review the audition artists. The crew auditions either go directly to film and television schools for open auditions, or they notify artists they think are good to audition. This director has just come to the entertainment industry and obviously has no connections, so he chooses to send the news directly to major companies. It's not a good idea, but it's a solution. He also felt lucky that director Ji Chang's was not the type who liked to control everything and had directly delegated the power to select actors. It's okay, he likes to have a boss like this. As he was rejoicing, the director turned around and said, by the way, don't audition for the heroine, I've already decided on the heroine. Fen Yang. Now that the crew has prepared everything, and there are so many staff members, you just gave us the female lead decision? Why didn't you say it before? But unfortunately, the person in front of him is the chief director, and he is also a rich chief director. Facing his What's wrong? Is there anything else? Expression, Fen Yang could only squeeze out a smile. Then he said respectfully, Dad, don't worry, it's okay, Dad, we accept it well. He relied on his strong willpower to get Qin Lankai's name from Ji Chang's with a smile on his face. After that, I went back and searched frantically. When he got the name before, he felt something was wrong, because he had worked with many crew members, and Fen Yang clearly remembered the names of various slightly famous artists. But he had no impression of Qin Lankai at all. Either a newcomer or an unknown person. And she is also the largest investor in this crew and the unofficial heroine named by the chief director. According to Fen Yang's experience, those who are appointed to the group and rely on care to get in will probably not have good acting skills. And not only are they not good at acting, they are also very temperamental, and the director is so aggrieved that he doesn't want to give up on anything he says. Well now, the director of their production team is the one who wants to appoint someone, and he may not even say it. Click. Fen Yang felt that his dream of relying on this crew to counterattack was shattered. He searched carefully and found that it was not famous. In the past, I had played some clowns or vicious supporting roles, basically trying to be ugly on purpose. Fortunately, my acting skills were pretty good. But Fen Yang also found it strange that Qin Lankai had good acting skills, good looks, and a background like Ji Chang's behind her. How could she still do so poorly after being in the entertainment industry for so long? After some more gossip, he would understand. Qin Lankai was targeted because he didn't accept the unspoken rules and offended the big guys in the industry. She definitely didn't know Ji Chang's before and had no background behind her, otherwise she wouldn't have been in such misery for so long. So, is she finally giving in to life? I ruined my future because of the unspoken rules before, but now I got the role again because of the unspoken rules. Although it was not like he had never seen this kind of thing before, Fen Yang couldn't help but sigh. In this circle, there is so much helplessness. He no longer has a bad impression of Qin Lanqi, and of course he doesn't have any good impressions either. He can only say that he is just an ordinary person. During today's audition, he just wanted to make a phone call and ask someone to come over and audition for the scene. Although the director directly spread the news that he had chosen the female lead, it didn't stop him. As a result, Qin Lankai didn't know how miserable she was in the company, and the contact numbers given by the company were all wrong. Fen Yang also knew this routine. Obviously it was intentional, just to cut off Qin Ian's 7 resources. He was a little happy when he saw someone coming, thinking that this person was smart enough to know that he was here. It turned out that Qin Lankai didn't know that he was hired, and Fen Yang was also confused. No. Are all the speculations he made during this time false? Director Ji, what is going on? There is no way that the heroine has been secretly decided and not told to the heroine. Fen Yang felt that he was going to get angry. What kind of charter is this? Without asking clearly about the other party's wishes or whether the other party had a schedule, the new director directly told him that Qin Lankai had been booked. In the past few days, he has been thinking about how to promote the crew based on Qin Lankai after she joins the cast. As a result, now, people don't know anything at all. Anger suddenly emerged in his heart. But just when the anger was about to burst out, his still sober brain automatically recalled the salary in the contract. The anger in Fen Yang's heart disappeared without a trace, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. It doesn't matter, he can do it. Whatever the sponsor's father said and done was right. Anyway, since Qin Lankai came to audition, it means her schedule can be freed up, right? Very good, looking at it this way, it is still very perfect. Qin Lankai was confused. When she looked at the person in front of her and realized that she didn't know the secret decision at all, she didn't know what to think of. The expressions on her face were so colorful, with all kinds of emotions. In the end, it actually settled on a smiling face. It seems that our crew did not do their job properly and did not notify you. Since you are here to audition for the heroine, it means you still have ideas about playing the heroine. Let's go inside and talk about it. Fen Yang's attitude was very good, but Qin Lankai was so embarrassed by his good attitude. She never believed in pie-in-the-sky things, especially when it was such a coincidence that she came to audition for the heroine, but the heroine was unofficially cast, and the artist was still her. She looked at Sister Huang next to her with some anxiety. "Sister, I'll go with you." Sister Huang recovered from her daze and was filled with joy after reacting. This is really a good thing. Although it is a bit dangerous to say that there is a certain probability, the contract has not been signed yet anyway, and it is not too late to make a decision after the situation is understood. Fen Yang didn't say anything not to let his agent accompany him. Director Ji is his immediate boss, so he would be crazy to be rude to the artist he has appointed. But what is the situation? Qin Lankai obviously didn't know anything. He also tested it out along the way, and she didn't even know who Director Ji was. If he hadn't checked with Director Ji with her photo after knowing Qin Lankai's name, and the various facial features of the heroine in the script matched, Fen Yang would have thought it was just the same name. When he arrived at the inner room, Fen Yang followed the original plan and asked Qin Lankai to perform a performance first. Originally it was just a try, but as soon as I saw Qin Lanqi, I fell into the role. She looks beautiful, has a gentle temperament, is not lethal, and speaks softly and softly. But after entering the play, although she still had the same standing posture, that look, and her whole temperament, she suddenly changed. She was still gentle on the outside, but mixed with a lot of fortitude on the inside. Flavor. Qin Lankai auditioned for the part where she resisted the pressure from Japan and risked her life to save a little girl from the Japanese. As soon as she opened her mouth, Fen Yang's eyes lit up. What Qin Lankai spoke was Jiangnan dialect that was very suitable for the heroine of the script. Wu Nong whispered, "Soft and long." It was obvious that the words were soft and gentle, and the tone was still recognized as gentle, but the feeling was no longer the same. Soft, but a little bit hasty. A woman who grew up in a theater troupe and whose every movement was charming and whose voice was soft and waxy, but who was not very soft but had a tenacity that made it easy for people to bully, stood in front of them. Fen Yang was also very surprised by Qin Lankai's line skills. He stuck to the idea word for word, without reading the script, and completely said a long paragraph in the script. "I'm afraid I'm drunk. We are an opera troupe here and there are always no outsiders behind us. How could someone else come in? Imperial Army, if you want to break in without permission, don't blame me for not warning you. You are watching the show on the stage. But Matsushita-sama, if Nong breaks in and surprises that gentleman, we cannot bear the responsibility. Is there any movement inside? You're kidding me. This table was set up just for us to remove makeup inside. It would be scary if there was no movement." As she said that, there was a look of helplessness in her eyes, as if she was bothered by the man in front of her and no longer wanted to push. She turned around slightly and pushed lightly with her hand. "If you want to go in, the Imperial Army can go in. Just be gentle. Our platform is connected to the front. If Matsushita-sama is frightened, his head will be lost." After saying this, the non-existent Imperial Army in front of him seemed to be a little hesitant by her words. She always had a smile on her face, but the fingers behind her back were shaking nervously. It wasn't until almost 10 seconds later that the person opposite her decided to leave, and she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The charming and feminine posture she had just been looking at suddenly relaxed, and her expression was wary and cautious. He looked around fearfully, then opened the non-existent curtain and walked in. Watching this episode, Fen Yang's inner satisfaction kept rising. It's certainly not shocking. But the tension and small details that Qin Lankai just performed were enough to scare a group of people in the circle. She is definitely capable. Good. Very good. Fen Yang was also a little surprised by Qin Lankai's Jiangnan accent. The script stipulates that the heroine is from Jiangnan, and Wunong's soft words are also a very important key point. This setting is included in many plots. Although it is possible to find a voice actor, it would be surprising if the artist trained specifically for this role. Teacher Qin, I remember that your Mandarin is quite standard. Did you also practice Jiangnan dialect specifically for this role? Seeing that he was satisfied, Qin Lankai breathed a sigh of relief. When Fen Yang asked, he didn't hesitate. He shook his head subconsciously and replied, I am originally from Suzhou, and I have always been able to say it before. Fen Yang nodded and was about to say what a coincidence. But before he could say anything, he remembered that the heroine in the script looked exactly the same as Qin Lankai. Even the tear mole on the face and the small mole on the collarbone are exactly the same. Not to mention she is still an unofficial heroine. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. It was more likely that the director used Qin Lankai as a prototype when preparing the crew. But Qin Lankai didn't know him yet. He hesitated again and again, but in the end he couldn't help being curious and asked again, Teacher Qin, do you really not know Director Ji? If you don't know him, how could he appoint you? Qin Lankai himself didn't know. Not to mention Director Ji, she has lived so long and the only person who knows Ji is a primary school teacher. That would be strange. Fen Yang touched the back of his head and saw Qin Lankai looking at him with a little uneasiness. He quickly said, then there will be no problem today. In fact, we are just going through the motions. You can just go out from the back and leave one behind. We will send you the contact details directly from the internet. Once you confirm that there is no problem, you can sign the contract and negotiate the salary. Qin Lankai came in dazed. I went out with Sister Huang again in a daze. Neither of them spoke a word along the way. They waited until they were both sitting in the car. They didn't drive, they just sat there. After a while, Qin Lankai turned to look at Sister Huang, and her face slowly showed disbelief. I just passed it? Sister Huang also looked as if she was dreaming. They said we have to sign the contract. It should be passed. After she finished speaking, she suddenly became energetic and quickly opened her bag and took out her computer. I'll quickly see if the specific contract terms and remuneration have been paid. If there are no problems, we should sign it quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. She started knocking, and Qin Lankai still felt like she was in a dream. This is too incredible. Yes, Kikai, do you really not know this director? Why did he appoint you? How strange. Seeing Qin Lankai's confused look, Sister Huang added, it's okay, just tell me, it's not a shameful thing, I definitely don't blame you. She thought Qin Lankai couldn't bear to contact people in private. Sister Huang is not the kind of person who is stubborn and prevents her artists from finding other ways to find a way out. She doesn't ridicule or sneer at the kind of artists who are unspoken rules by the big boss. Anyway, you and I are willing to pay for their money. There is nothing to laugh at. And for people like Qin Lankai who don't want to be unspoken, she will help her avoid this aspect. So if Qin Lankai really couldn't bear it and found a supporter, Sister Huang would definitely accept it well. Qin Lankai understood, but she really didn't. Sister, I really don't. You have arranged my schedule. I am so busy every day that I fall asleep when I go home at night. I have never met anyone else. She was still wary in her heart. Ever since the last time she refused to drink a glass of wine at the hotel but was plotted to sleep with someone she didn't know who she was, Qin Lankai couldn't help but think about something every time she saw something. Be wary of a few levels first. Could it be that person who set the trap? Sister Huang thought for a few seconds and shook her head. No, you have been suppressed like this now. If she really wants to punish you, she will probably continue like she is now, putting pressure on the crew to prevent you from filming, and dragging you down bit by bit. Now Qin Lankai is already at a trough. If someone wants to deal with her, isn't it wrong to first pull her out of the trough and then deal with her? It's not like I'm too busy. Anyway, once the contract is signed, if you save some money after it arrives, you will be able to relax for at least a year. This crew is a serious crew, and you are not the only one joining the crew. It should be fine. Let's take a look at the contract first. It's nothing. If you have any questions, sign it immediately and wait until you join the cast to see how it goes. Anyway, the worst outcome is that the film won't be broadcast or the film won't be good for you. It's better than playing a vicious supporting role. What Sister Huang said was reasonable. Even though Qin Lankai couldn't help but conspiratorial theories, she finally nodded and tried to calm down and accept it all. After returning home, Sister Huang went to deal with the contract, while Qin Lankai couldn't help being happy while trying to go to bed early and get up early to take care of her skin to keep herself in the best condition. She waited until the production crew sent a notice to let the actor join the set, and it was Sister Huang who sent her as a gift. Even though he had been cheering himself up these past few days, Qin Lankai still felt a little uneasy when it came time to actually join the filming as the heroine. While encouraging herself in her heart, she stepped into the set. The atmosphere of the crew was similar to that of the crews she had been in before. Although filming had not started yet, all departments were already preparing and everyone was very busy. Everyone is used to walking at a brisk pace. After all, when the crew started filming, they were burning money every minute, and time is money. Teacher Qin is here. Fen Yang was directing people to move things. When he saw Qin Lankai, a smile immediately appeared on his face. We will be filming here for half a month. Your room and the assistant's room have been arranged and they are next to each other. Then the director will give you there is a dedicated makeup artist, and I will take you to get to know him later, and... He talked a lot about Qin Lankai. When had he ever received such patient treatment, and listened excitedly and quietly. Waiting until Fen Yang finished speaking, he asked her, "That's about it? Do you have any questions? There are still problems." Qin Lankai looked a little embarrassed. "I don't have an assistant." Fen Yang was stunned. He used to set aside an assistant's room to take care of the leading actor, but he forgot that Qin Lankai was just a small artist, and the company didn't pay much attention to her, so of course they wouldn't arrange any assistants for her. Then this is embarrassing. There is no assistant in the room given to the assistant. How can this be done? Just as he was about to drop the topic with a smile, Ji Chang strode in this direction. Hearing this, he smiled and added, "It's better to have an assistant. Shooting is hard, and if you do it alone, you'll be in a hurry." When Qin Lankai heard the voice, he subconsciously turned around and faced the person in front of him. Before he could react, he heard Fen Yang shouting from the side, "Director Ji! Brother Feng!" Ji Chang's greeted him, looked at Qin Lankai with surprise, and stretched out his hand to her. "Hello, this is the first time we meet. I am Ji Chang's. Is this the discipline director?" Qin Lankai didn't think much and quickly reached out to shake his hand. "Hello, Director Ji, I am Qin Lankai." Fen Yang next to him. It was actually the first time we met. Ji Chang's didn't look at him. He was already talking to Qin Lankai with a smile on his face. I know, you are my idol." Qin Lankai, Edu. Of course she knows what idol means. But she hasn't been doing well since she entered the entertainment industry, and she doesn't have many serious fans, let alone being an idol. Fen Yang next to him was also confused for a while. He had made so many speculations before, including sadomasochism between wealthy families, deep brother-sister love, etc. But now Ji Chang said that Qin Lankai was his idol? Weirdly reasonable but also surprising. Ji Chang's nodded. His face was full of joy, and he even started to say with a little nervousness, "I have been paying attention to you. You really work too hard, too diligent, and you have good acting skills. The UNU you played in Daming Palace was simply amazing. It's my original intention, the yellow sand in the iron-blooded battle, the layers of benevolence and love, and he read out the names of the characters that Qin Lankai had played one by one, even those passers-by who had no names, with full praise and praise. You are a qualified fan. Qin Lankai was flattered. She has very few fans, and almost no true fans. Someone like Ji Chang's remembers all her characters clearly, and boasts about them so seriously that it makes her heart beat uncontrollably. No one likes others to praise themselves. What's more, this is obviously not a perfunctory boast. By the time Ji Chang's finished talking about the last role, Qin Lankai was obviously looking at him much closer. It was the first time he met such a true fan, and was praised like this in front of others. Qin Lankai didn't know whether he was excited or embarrassed, but his cheeks were burning red anyway. Thank you. Actually, those are minor roles, and most of them are clowns or vicious characters. I really didn't expect anyone to like them. Thank you. Look, they are no longer cautious in using honorifics. That's because your company is not good enough. Kikai, you are so hardworking and diligent, and your acting skills are so good. Even if you play a role that lasts only 3 seconds, it is still flesh and blood. If the company hadn't been weak, you would have become famous long ago. It's purple. Ji Chang said this with great force. Qin Lankai's face turned even redder. No, I'm still learning. Fen Yang next to him now believed that Qin Lankai was really Ji Chang's idol. After all, the words he said were so familiar to Fen Yang. For example, a certain kid he knew before had quite a few fans. He had gone to Weibo to observe when the crew was promoting. I found that fans mostly use the same words when praising their idols. My idol is hardworking. Effort. Go forward. Good acting. Still willing to endure hardship. Some fans also think so. Why isn't it popular yet? It's not because his company is not strong enough. If the company hadn't provided resources, my brother wouldn't be in such a miserable state. He is such a potential person. So we have to do the rankings for our brother, he only has us. Ji Chang's was filled with indignation. It's all because of your garbage company. I've been observing it for a long time. They don't help you find resources at all. It all depends on Kikai's own efforts. But you don't have to worry. You still have our group of fans. I will support you silently behind my back. Fen Yang. It seems that Director Ji is this type. Qin Lankai's eyes widened slightly when he heard it, and he saw Fen Yang next to him, who was listening without changing his expression, looking a little embarrassed. Thank you, I thought I didn't have many fans. How come there isn't? Ji Chang's took out his phone and showed it to her. Look, this Kikai Konggaya fan group at the top is all your fans. This is the real deal. He wasn't playing at home when he didn't come to the crew these days. Instead, he integrated all the previous scenes of Qin Lankai, edited them, and added his own plot. Qin Lankai is a person with very good acting skills. No matter which role she plays, she will do her best and work hard to make the person who may only have 2 paragraphs in the script fit the character and be flesh and blood. Coupled with this editing by Ji Chang's, he quickly gathered a group of fans. Ji Chang's also established Qin Lankai's fan forum, where he changed accounts and talked about how hard she worked and how great her acting skills were. With the video and various "My family Kikai is really miserable," some people became fond of her because of her acting skills, and then empathized with her, until they found out that the real person is actually so good looking, but they are not lucky enough to get anything good despite their hard work. When I saw the character, my heart suddenly felt distressed. After developing a group of fans, Ji Chang's formed a fan group and created enough atmosphere. Qin Lankai didn't expect that he would have a fan base. At this moment, even the word surprise could not describe her mood. She watched Ji Chang's open the group, and the fans inside were scrolling. Because Qin Lankai is not popular, and the roles she plays have basically never been searched for before. Of course, she has no peripheral products, and she has not accepted advertisements. The fans in the group only need to entertain themselves under the leadership of Ji Chang's. There are no peripherals, they draw them themselves. Look at my painting of Kikai, falling to the ground in the flames of war. The painting is so good. This picture is full of tears, but the sight of it is always on our national flag, which is really tearful. It's simply amazing, it completely captured the strong patriotism that Kikai expressed at that time. Do you want to post on Weibo? I want to retweet woo. Qin Lankai looked at the refreshed screen below, feeling warm in his heart. That role also had very few roles, but it was a rare positive role. After receiving it, she was so happy that she kept thinking about it. After meeting the performance requirements given to her by the director, she tried to work harder to act. It's just that this role is too small. Qin Lankai had been looking forward to it when the drama started to air, but until the drama ended, no one noticed that her face was black and white, and she fell in the fire of bullets. It is impossible to say that I am not disappointed. But the more times you lose, the more you get used to it. But now, seeing the fans liking that character so much, Qin Lankai was almost moved and her eyes turned red with excitement. I never thought that I would have so many fans. She was stunned, and her expression was a bit dreamy. I have persisted for so long without getting any good results. Even if she still works as hard as before, sometimes she will inevitably feel inferior. Do I really have no talent, and am I really not suitable for this industry? That's why no matter how hard you try and how you try to make progress, you will always stand still or even regress. But now, her efforts have been seen by her fans, and they also affirm her efforts and like her efforts. At this moment, Qin Lankai almost felt redeemed. How come you don't have fans? It's just that we didn't do much on Weibo before. Kikai, you are really hardworking and excellent. I wasn't interested in any movies or TV series at all at first. When I saw the ones you played, they were all flesh and blood. After playing the role, I became interested in learning about the entertainment industry and wanted to make a movie. Having said this, he smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, I used you as a prototype to write the script. After I wrote it, I thought that I must film it, and I must find someone. You came to play the heroine, so I borrowed several million from my brother and asked my dad for another 20 million to put together this crew. I believe that with you here, this movie will be a success. It's the most powerful. Fen Yang next to him. It turns out that there is such a story behind this rich second generation who doesn't know anything and came to make a movie. Please give him such a brother and father. Qin Lankai was already so excited that he didn't know what to say. Everyone knows that fans are a help to artists in the entertainment industry, but she never expected that one day, her fans would actually bring the heroine of the movie and the salary to her. How pure love can make the person in front of me make such a decision? And this pure love is for her. I really thank you, really thank you. He really didn't know what to say, and was even a little incoherent because he was too excited. Qin Lankai could only thank him frantically. You don't need to thank me. You got this role because you are already very good. This role was born for you, because I know you can play her well and make her come alive. I'm not here to act H0 Yumi, and if you are not good at acting, I will not fall in love with you. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he looked at Fen Yang aside. Brother Fen, do you think so? Isn't Kikai's acting skills great? Ah. Fen Yang was immersed in the rich idol fell in love with me drama in front of him and couldn't help himself. Suddenly he heard his name being called. He quickly came to his senses, coughed dryly, and nodded with a serious face. Yes, Teacher Qin's acting skills are indeed good, and I am confident that Teacher Qin can perform well. Ji Chang's immediately looked at Qin Lankai with an expression of just watch it and I'll tell you. Seeing that Qin Lankai's cheeks were red with excitement and he couldn't contain his emotions, he said considerately, anyway, do your best, come on. You go and take a rest first. Qin Lankai nodded, okay, thank you very much. You are my idol, you should. Seeing Qin Lankai walking towards the lounge, Ji Chang's did not forget to make a cheering gesture. Come on. Qin Lankai nodded gratefully again. When she turned back and walked forward, she realized that her nose was sore. She really didn't expect that her fans had been supporting her and believing in her. Moreover, he also gave her such a big surprise. She would be so happy just thinking about what Ji Chang's had said about her just now. If she were in bed now, she would definitely roll around in the quilt a few times. This is simply. It's so unbelievable. The chief director of the crew is her fan. Oh my god. Ji Chang's kept smiling as he watched Qin Lankai's figure disappear around the corner, then turned his head. As soon as he turned his head, he faced Fen Yang's big face. He covered his chest and took a step back, startled. Brother Fen, why are you so close to me? I was just reminiscing about the beauty of my family Kikai. When I turned around and saw you, I was almost scared to death by you. Sorry. Fen Yang chuckled, Director Ji, I didn't think you were the kind of person who could say nice things before. I didn't expect that you would always say complimentary things. Of course. Can you have the same attitude towards your idol and your subordinates? Ji Chang sat on the chair and fanned himself. My Kikai obviously has no self-confidence. I praised her so much just now just to make her confident. Didn't you see that she became much more confident when she left just now? Fen Yang thought so too. He sat next to Ji Chang's and said, Director Ji, your trick is working. I don't have much confidence. Why don't you praise me and give me some confidence? Ji Chang's glanced at him, you are not my idol, why should I praise you? In this way, we praise each other. If you praise me, I will praise you. Fen Yang thought about it and realized it was not a loss. He said, Director Ji, you are such a nice person, you are excellent, rich, and handsome. Ji Chang's nodded and praised back. You have such good taste, Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Fen Yang almost choked to death at Ji Chang's words. Is this a compliment? This is obviously a disguised form of bragging about oneself. He looked constipated. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, Ji Chang's was his immediate boss. How could he have the nerve to say things like, it's wrong of you to do this, you should praise me in any way. But that's not right. He had seen before that Director Ji was a very easy to talk and fun-loving person, but he didn't know how good his attitude was towards Qin Lankai. Even if one is an idol and the other is a subordinate, the comparison wouldn't be so tragic. Fen Yang soon found out. Ji Chang's doesn't have two faces towards his idol and his subordinates. He has one face towards his idol and another face towards other people. Anyone who is a director has a loud voice. After all, if it is not a big one, the noisy shooting scene will be difficult to manage. Maybe the director who has just joined the crew is quite polite, but after a long time, even if he persists, he is still as polite as before, and his voice still cannot be reduced. But Ji Chang's didn't. No matter what the situation was, his voice was always the same, neither high nor low. It doesn't matter if no one is there to hear him. There is also a boy with a loud voice beside him, who is specially used to repeat his words and help him yell at people with a loud voice. At first, the crew was a little unorganized when they first started filming. The attitude of the staff, including the artists, was not very positive when the work started. Except for the artists who were filming for the first time or got an important role for the first time, they worked hard like chicken blood. The other veterans were all like you. Move as you like, I won't move anyway. Ji Chang's understood this. After all, he is a new director, everyone knows that he is here to play, and now everyone knows that Qin Lankai is his idol. Ever since, he has become a rich second generation who plays tricks to support his idol. In addition, he has little directing experience and was not a professional director before. He is like the kind of person who has no interest in the crew and feels that the crew will not be able to produce anything good anyway, and it will be over if he just hangs around. After all, the results are all the same. Ji Changs can understand their mentality very well, but understanding does not mean condoning. He lives and eats on the set, and when he sees someone who is not serious or an artist who is perfunctory, he will immediately kick them out. What? Liquidated damages? The uncle can afford it? It's not like you, the second generation of rich people, only know about me in a day or two. After he opened a few staff members at first, the attitude of the staff below suddenly became serious. There is still no need to pay liquidated damages at this time. After all, the relationship between him and these staff members is just an employment relationship. The boss just wants to fire the disobedient subordinates. At most, he will pay you a little more salary. Artists are more difficult to work with. Among them is a seasoned artist, who can be considered a professional walk-on artist. He has an innocent appearance and takes good care of himself, so he can play a girl even if he is a little older. Fen Yang was in charge of the original audition. The reason why she chose this artist was because she was considered to be a fan among the people who came to audition. Therefore, although the required salary is a bit higher, considering that her face does fit the character, the fans behind her can be used as the basis for movie promotion. In addition, she can be regarded as an old actor, so she has more experience than those new artists. This artist was chosen due to various factors. As a result, the problem arises. Maybe it's because there aren't any famous people in the cast, but the short one is the most popular. The artists don't dare to offend her, and they always talk to her in a low voice. The crew members on the set were also very respectful to her. In less than a week, this guy already thinks of himself as a big shot. In normal times, it's okay to give orders to others, but when filming, I still don't shoot properly. This scene is about the heroine played by Qin Lankai as a senior who comes to welcome the new sisters. Among them is a girl who is timid. Because Qin Lankai has a friendly attitude, he likes to get close to her and always pulls her. Talk to her. Ji Chang's request was that when the two of them talked, they should express the misery of this girl who lost her parents because of the war, and who eventually went from being a well-educated girl from a well-to-do family with a kind mother, a filial son, and a younger brother, to being reduced to a troop member. And fear, coupled with some hatred of the war, and hatred of the imperial army but did not dare to hate. Although it is not very simple to express this plot, it is not that difficult. After all, the lines have been clearly stated. She only needs to say the lines with red eyes, hatred, and sadness, and the work is roughly half done. When Ji Changs wrote this girl, the final position was that she would die. And he will die in front of the heroine. She was originally the eldest daughter of a scholar's family. She went to school, was loved by her parents, and protected by her younger brother. However, she lost everything because of the war and was sold to a theater troupe. Moreover, this opera troupe is not her final destination. If you want to sing, you have to practice it from a young age. She has grown so big when she came here. The troupe did not buy her just to let her sing. But while the people in the troupe were singing on the stage, they were serving the imperial troops below. If any imperial army took a fancy to it, it would of course be overnight. If you are ransomed, this is not a good thing. After all, everyone can see how cruel the imperial army is. In the past, girls were taken away, only to be thrown back after being played until they were dying, and died after 2 days. Under such circumstances, she was definitely afraid, and the only heroine who was kind to her became her last life-saving straw. She likes to talk to the heroine, likes to quietly watch the heroine sing her voice, and likes to hide in the corner and imitate the heroine in singing. Finally, she learned to make singing shoes from an ant in the theater troupe. After working during the day, she secretly of doing. I plan to give it to the heroine after it is ready. Ji Chang's wrote her so lovable because he wanted to make her death more intuitive. If the actor does a good job, the audience will naturally feel sad and angry when she dies, and be drawn into the plot. As a result, when filming started, the actor was crying. But while she was crying, she moved her body to block Qin Lankai's face and let her face face the camera. Before the shooting of the scene started, Fen Yang specifically told her to free up the screen for Qin Lankai. The first time, Ji Chang's frowned and called Card to try again. The second time, he had already darkened his face. By the third time, he threw the thermos cup on his hand to the ground. Snapped. When the shattering sound sounded, the entire crew fell silent. Although Ji Chang's is not a good-tempered person, he does not look like the domineering rich second generation mentioned on the internet these days. He never interfered with the work of professionals and gave them great trust. Although he had hired a few staff members before, isn't it quite common to hire people on the crew? In addition, everyone knows that Ji Chang's is a fan of the heroine Qin Lankai. Every day, he tells Qin Lankai the drama with a fan smile and gives Qin Lankai wolfberry water. There was a scene that required cold water before, and he was filming. He checked it many times before letting Qin Lankai go into the water after making sure that there was nothing wrong. Before going into the water, I made some ginger soup and prepared a warm blanket. It can be said that he takes good care of people. If this were any other crew, everyone would have been gossiping in private, but if it were Ji Chang's, his frank attitude would make people wonder where to start. Maybe it's because Ji Chang sometimes makes videos with the girls in Qin Ian's 7 fan groups. Watching helplessly, this tall, handsome, and flamboyant second-generation rich man approached Qin Lankai, who was resting with a Zipod pole. Looking at the phone, he said, "Dear group members, our family Kikai is taking a rest. She just finished the hard shooting and is drinking wolfberry now. After finishing it, I would like to add one sentence amidst the envious screams of the girls: I soaked this wolfberry." Then, most of the people in the crew looked at the director with equals expressions, just like a child, proudly showing off to the fans of the girl at the other end of the video how much he had said to Qin Lankai today. How many words were spoken, how many photos were taken, etc. It's really down to earth. He is completely a qualified fan. To be honest, if Qin Lankai wasn't popular right now and had few fans, Ji Chang's, a domineering idol who would be in the same crew with his idol every day and could communicate in various ways, would definitely be jealous to death. Of course, the prerequisite for being jealous of him is that you don't know that he is a director. Anyway, Ji Chang's behavior these days is really hard to find fault with, and although he is only gentle, kind, considerate, and thoughtful to Qin Lankai, everyone can see it and unconsciously feel that Ji Chang's is a very easy to talk to. Even if he hired someone before, he was very talkative and politely sent him away with half a month's extra salary. Everyone can see whether the fired staff members have worked well or not. Ji Chang's fired them, and the other staff members in the crew felt a little relieved. After all, if they work well and others don't work well, if the other party can continue to receive wages well, they will feel unbalanced. Almost everyone agreed that Ji Chang's had a good temper. No one has seen him get angry in the past few days since joining the group. Therefore, he suddenly got angry, and almost everyone's attention fell on Ji Chang's, including the actors who were filming. Ji Chang stood up directly with a dark face. The artist was also stunned for a moment, but quickly calmed down. What was she afraid of? Anyway, if Ji Chang's blamed her, she could just say that she didn't pay attention at all. She is the only one in the crew who has a large number of fans. So what if Ji Chang's is angry that she took away the scene of Qin Lankai? Can he still drive her away? She confidently waited for Ji Chang's to question her so that she could reply. As a result, Ji Chang's didn't go to see her at all, but called directly, Fen Yang. Fen Yang next to him saw his scary look for the first time, and he quickly ran over, Director Ji. Can he not be afraid? This is similar to a giraffe that had been eating leaves and suddenly transformed into a carnivorous dinosaur. Please deal with this person and send him out of the crew. Ji Chang's made a decision directly without any further nonsense. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone who heard them was stunned. Among them were Fen Yang and the artist. Director Ji, isn't this a bit sudden? She just didn't do well in the filming. How about she do it again? When it comes to filming, it's normal to fail even after a dozen times. Fen Yang's first reaction was to put things to rest. After all, there are not many powerful people in their crew. If this artist leaves, they will really be a group of unknown newcomers or rookies. At that time, there was no fan base at all. After the release, it was almost a hit. Teacher Lu Lan, come over here and apologize to Director Ji. Fen Yang wanted to help keep the person here, but Lu Lan didn't get his kindness at all. She is also confident. She has signed the contract. She has seen it very clearly these days. Ji Chang's, a rich second generation, is very easy to talk to. He doesn't interfere much in other work in the crew. He just comes to enjoy the director's pleasure and support others. Only Qin Lankai. The scenes have been filmed for several days now, and the scenes between her and Qin Lankai were mainly filmed these days. If Ji Chang's drives her away at this time, Qin Lankai will have to reshoot again. And who knows how expensive reshooting footage is. Fen Yang will definitely try his best to stop it. As for Ji Chang's, seeing how he cares for Qin Lankai, he is not willing to let his idol work hard one more time. Coupled with the number of fans she has. Even if Ji Chang's was unhappy with her, he would definitely not be able to drive her away as he wished. But even if she thinks so in her heart, Lu Lan is not a fool and is really tough in front of her. Ji Chang's is a layman, which is a good thing for her, but at the same time, he, a second-generation rich man, cannot stand being stimulated. As long as she admits her mistake well and makes it again next time, and admits it again after she makes it, there is nothing she can do about him, a rich second-generation layman. Just look at how gentle he is towards Qin Lankai. This person should also have a preference for beauty. If she softens her voice and says nice things, she might be able to seduce this rich second generation. I'm sorry, Director Ji. Thinking about it, Lu Lan stepped forward, with a somewhat pitiful expression on her face, and said cautiously, I'm so sorry, I really won't do it next time. Shit, she will definitely do it again next time. On the one hand, he wanted to get more shots for himself, but on the other hand, he was a little jealous of Qin Lankai. What kind of bad luck did this man have? It was obvious that she couldn't compare to her in everything before, but she was so lucky that a rich second-generation fan fell from the sky and spent so much money to support her. Even if this movie is destined not to be a good movie, it is still a movie after all. As soon as you show your face, don't all the fans come? Look at her again. She obviously has the most fans and is the most famous among the entire crew, but in the end she can only serve as a foil for Qin Lankai. It works anyway, so why not do it? In the entertainment industry, what's the use of having face? Apologize, say something nice, and continue next time, or if you get caught, you'll have to apologize again. Ji Chang's is a newcomer, he is so rich, and he is still a man, so he is always embarrassed to argue with her. However, facing the pitiful Lu Lan, Ji Chang's frowned. I watched you take pictures 3 times, and each time it was more outrageous than the last. Who knows whether you will do this again next time? The expression on Lu Yian's face froze, but she quickly recovered and asked with a confused expression, but Director G, I was quite into the drama just now. I don't understand where I went wrong. She originally thought that Ji Chang's, a layman, would be dismissed by her in a few words, but Ji Chang's didn't answer at all. Did Director Feng tell you before the filming started to remember to show your face to Qin Lankai? Did you show it? I just wanted to have your whole face on the camera. It happened 3 times, each time more and more. You have such a big face that nothing else can fit in the camera lens. Did I come here to ask you to make fun of me? Or was it a one-man show? I told you clearly before that the two of you acted opposite each other. What happened? You just push others aside and you're a fool. Lu Lan. Her face suddenly turned red. After all, she had never been scolded like this in front of so many people before. Seeing the people around her focusing on her, she felt uncomfortable all over. Director G, I really didn't mean it. No matter what, let's clean up first and then talk about it. She quickly thought about what to say in her mind, and then said, Director Feng told me the play before, but I didn't understand it very well, so. Don't you understand? Ji Chang's eyebrows furrowed even more. As an actor, you don't even understand what others say to you. He stopped wasting time with Lu Lan and turned to Feng Yang with an impatient expression, look at who you are looking for. He has poor ears and poor understanding. Change him now. Lu Lan. Why doesn't Ji Chang's follow the routine? Feng Yang also felt that Lu Yian's attitude was unacceptable, but considering the cost of the crew, he began to whisper to Ji Chang's, Director Ji, we have already arranged how to spend the money before. If we change people now, we will not only have to pay compensation for liquidated damages, we have to find another person. The scenes shot by teacher Lu Lan before were completely ruined, and we have to shoot them again. This money. In fact, making movies is really difficult. Basically, as soon as the phone is turned on, the money is gone like water. That's money for everything. And accidents happen from time to time, so the crew usually prepares a sum of funds for emergencies. If you change someone at this time, you will basically lose a lot of money. Lu Lan couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, but she could roughly guess it by looking at Feng Yang's troubled face. There was a bit more pride in her eyes. You know, what if Ji Chang's doesn't play according to the routine? The crew has been working for so many days now. How much damage will be caused by changing people now? Even if Ji Chang still hates her, she doesn't care. She would be scared if this was a director who was a relatively well-known big shot in the industry, but Ji Chang's, an outsider, came to the circle to praise his idol. His family is rich, but he himself has no ability, and she is afraid of a ghost. Lu Lan felt at ease. Then he saw Ji Chang sneer, take out his mobile phone and make a call in front of everyone. Hey, Dad, my crew needs money, please give me another 10 million. Ji's father, who was battling 3 enemies over there, heard this and was about to open his mouth to say 10 million shit, you are your father's money printing machine. Suddenly, he remembered that his son had been reporting to him passionately on the filming progress of the crew in the past few days. His son, who had never endured hardship since birth, would stay up until 3 o'clock in order to film a scene, and would even design some props himself. He even lived in a small bungalow and ate a big pot of rice every day. Yesterday I ate chicken drumsticks. His drumsticks were a little bigger than the one next to him. It was worthy of him taking a photo and sending it to himself to show off. When has Nagasawa ever suffered like this? The key is that although he endured hardship, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in good spirits and in a good mood, as if he was not afraid of any hardship or fatigue. In the past, the squeamish son who never stayed in 5-star hotels when traveling became like this for filming, which shows that he really likes him. It's rare for a son to have something he likes, how could he not support it? So, at the filming site, in full view of everyone watched Ji Chang's turn on his mobile phone hands-free, and a male voice came from inside. "Okay, I'll ask Xiaolin to call you. If it's not enough next time, don't talk to Dad." Everyone. 10 million. Even if they knew that Ji Chang's was the second generation of rich people, his family couldn't be so proud, right? This was money that ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime, but according to Ji Chang's and his father, it was as simple as giving pocket money. At this moment, most of the inner activities are like this. "Director Ji, are you still missing any younger brothers in your family? So can a son. Those who know how to work don't need 10 million but only 5 million. Ji Chang's briefly said a few words to Ji's father, hung up the phone, and then turned to look at Fen Yang. Fen Yang. His spirit was shaken and his waist straightened. "No problem, disciplinary director, I will negotiate with teacher Lu Lan right away." After saying that, he walked up to Lu Lan with his chest raised and his head raised, and made a gesture of invitation. "Teacher Lu Lan, let's talk about the liquidated damages and confidentiality agreement, shall we?" Lu Lan. She never expected that Director Ji's family would be so wealthy. Now she really regretted it. "Originally, I just wanted to get some benefits from Jiao, but I thought that Ji Chang's had made the crew such an egg anyway, so he didn't dare to touch her. Who knows, it turned out to be a golden egg. After being in the industry for such a long time, she wouldn't have the number of fans if she wasn't thick-skinned and couldn't bend and stretch." Lu Lan made a quick decision and started pleading with her face to say something nice. "Director Ji, I really didn't mean it. Please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. I will shoot it well and seriously next time." Ji Chang's, so you didn't take the photo seriously just now? Lu Lan, Director Ji, I am really sincere. I know I was wrong. I will apologize to you properly, so please don't argue with me. Ji Chang's didn't accept her words at all. "I will forgive you if you apologize. It's fine if you just waste my time and my money. Anyway, I don't care about these things, but you are clearly wasting time on purpose. The plot that could have been shot once was filmed 3 times. The crew I paid to hire were to work for me, not for you to play around with. Okay, there's nothing more to say. I, Ji Chang's, have been here since I was born. When have you ever been so aggrieved? Fen Yang, send her out and find me an actor to replace her." Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. She could clearly feel that since Ji Chang said, the staff didn't let her play around, the eyes of other people who were just watching the fun immediately looked at her with a little more anger and gloating. Before, it was just a quarrel between her and the director, but now it has turned into her deliberately stealing the camera in order to get more shots for herself, causing everyone to have to accompany her for multiple filming. If you have been on the set for a long time, you will know that what everyone is most afraid of is that a scene will just get stuck and they can't get through it. In the first filming, the actors entered the scene with sincerity and the staff took it seriously. The second time, the actors had to enter the scene again, and the staff had to continue to be serious. By the third, fourth, and fifth times, you will become numb. There is only one thought in everyone's mind. Hurry and finish the filming. Hurry and finish the filming. I really can't stand it anymore. Not only the actors who have to repeat the same scene all the time can't stand it, but also the staff who have to do repetitive tasks and can't see the end of their breaks can't stand it either. It's annoying even if it's not intentional. Now that Ji Chang's has made it clear that Lu Lan did it on purpose, isn't everyone's resentment for repeating the filming 3 times directed at her? Lu Lan gritted her teeth and wanted to defend herself but found that she really didn't know where to defend herself. She could only sullenly follow Fen Yang, who motioned her to move forward, and left here. What a big deal. A new director leads a bunch of rubbish. No matter how rich you are, so what? It's not like there aren't people in the industry who spend hundreds of millions and end up making a crappy movie. Now that she is free and gone, not only can she not worry about her face appearing in bad movies in the future, but she can also get a liquidated damages. Speaking of which, she was the one who made the profit. Just thinking about being blocked by Ji Chang several times just now, I was still very angry in my heart. This Ji Chang seems to be quite talkative these days. Why are you so tough? Pooh. Trash rich second generation. It's just because his family has money. Does he really think this world is so easy to get involved with? Don't end up spending a lot of money and get nothing. Ji Chang's didn't care what Lu Lan thought. He felt with satisfaction that since Lu Lan was replaced by him, even though he had to pay liquidated damages, the working attitude of everyone in the crew has improved a lot. Especially the artists. They didn't have much confidence to begin with, otherwise they wouldn't have joined this crew that was doomed to fail right after it was formed. It's not like Lu Lan, who still has the foundation and fan base. If this drama is gone, she can still look for another drama. If this drama is lost, they don't know how long it will take them to find a crew who is willing to let them play more roles. Ji Chang's move was just right to kill the chicken and show it to the monkey. Anyway, he never heard anything about what some people in the crew were saying in private, that he was a new director or what happened between him and Qin Lankai. The next step is to concentrate on shooting. Fen Yang is really experienced. He knows that his crew has money, so he has enough confidence. He originally wanted to find a famous person, but the famous ones are not short of money, and they also cherish feathers, so he is not very happy to come to them. The crew made a bad movie. So in the end he went to film university to find a girl who was still in school. This girl is really young and looks very innocent. She looks like a deer when she looks at people. She meets the requirements of the script even more than Lu Lan. After the person was found, everyone began to reshoot the previous plot. Qin Lankai never complained from the beginning to the end. Ji Chang's gave her wolfberry and said it was hard on her, but she didn't feel it at all. What a hard work this is. In order to get a role that could show up, I soaked in cold water in the middle of winter and was dragged away in order to act out the scene. I got a lot of bruises on my body. I couldn't have a stand-in during the scene and had to do it by myself. In the end, I was sore when I got home. For many days, I didn't dare to twist my neck. She has experienced all this. Compared with those days, it's already a magical time on the set. Although she is not a big shot, Ji Chang's, a fan, really wants to take care of her in all aspects. For the first time, I felt someone coming ashore from the cold water to greet me and ask for help, handing me blankets and ginger soup. For the first time, I have a dedicated makeup artist, and I no longer have to sit on the floor with a mirror to apply makeup. For the first time, after shooting, I could go back to my own lounge instead of being crowded with a bunch of people or rushing home on the subway. Qin Lankai was extremely grateful. She knew that Ji Chang's gave all of this to her. Even though Ji Chang's had been saying that this was done willingly, she couldn't just ignore it just because he did it willingly. She didn't know how she could repay her, so she could only work harder to study the role, be serious when acting, and study hard when studying with opera experts. Others in the crew also felt that Ji Chang's did not look like he was playing tricks. Whatever tool is convenient for shooting is the best. This is understandable, after all, the second generation of rich people. It's understandable that the food is excellent, you're a rich second generation. But every time, we followed the camera, discussed with Fen Yang, discussed with the editor, and flew them around to shoot exterior scenes. For one shot, the entire crew could fly to a deep mountain and old forest. He himself followed. When everyone is running around, he is running around, and when everyone is tired, he is also tired. This is really not like playing tricks. Because of Lu Ian's incident, everyone on the crew knew that Ji Chang's was not easy to mess with if he was not short of money, and they believed that if you can't do it, you have to get out. Everyone took his words as an edict. Therefore, even though he was a new director during filming, none of the artists dared not listen to what he said, and they all followed him honestly. And after getting along for a long time, they also discovered it. What Ji Chang's can't stand the most is artists who are not serious or deliberately don't follow the rules. In other aspects, he is quite tolerant. Once I was filming a plot and had to shoot it 17 times. In addition to shooting other things in between, it took a full 2 months to shoot. The girl who couldn't survive was crying because she was afraid that Ji Chang's would despise her and drive her away. After all, she didn't have many scenes. If she were replaced, it would be much easier to replace her with someone to reshoot than Lu Lan. As a result, Ji Chang's didn't show up from the beginning to the end. Get angry, shoot again if you can't pass, and keep shooting if you can't pass again. Anyway, you can't just deal with it casually, and you won't get angry because this girl can't pass. He looks like I am very Buddhist. But the person who plays opposite the girl is Chin Lan Kai, who is also a Buddhist type with capital letters. Neither Chin Lan Kai nor the director, who was following her in the scene, got angry, and the others were too embarrassed to say anything. In addition, every time the filming ended at night, Ji Chang's would not only treat her to a late-night snack but also give him red envelopes, and everyone would no more complaints. How did you say that? Don't be afraid of hard work, tiredness, or overtime. I'm afraid I won't be paid for overtime work. With enough money, they can swallow their complaints no matter how big they are. On the 18th time, Ji Chang's looked at the camera and finally stopped shouting. He waited until it was over, then smiled and clapped his hands and said yes. At that time, almost the entire crew cheered. That night, the guys went out for a meal, had a lively meal, and continued filming the next day. This kind of happy atmosphere is rarely seen in other crews, but it is undeniable that this atmosphere is very suitable for filming. Later, when we were filming, there were very few times when everyone couldn't do anything better. The filming was completed smoothly, and when Ji Chang's announced that it was over, a large number of people were still a little reluctant to leave. After all, it is really rare for a director like this to be generous, never skimp, never get angry casually, and even treat them to this and that from time to time. If everyone hadn't been running around and eating so well every day, it would be strange not to be fat. Especially for some young artists. Most of the crews they worked with before were walk-ons. Because they were young and inexperienced, they would inevitably make mistakes sometimes. When they were in school, the teacher would say that in the outside world, everyone is not their parents, so why should they help them? It is not uncommon for them to be scolded if they meet someone with a bad temper. But in Ji Chang's crew, as long as they are serious, even if they can't understand it for a moment, and have the courage to go to Director Ji or Director Feng, or even Chin Lan Kai, who plays opposite them, they will get patient answers. Of course, in view of Ji Chang's status as the chief director and his previous merciless drive away people, in most cases, these young artists do not dare to get along with him. But even so, I was so scared when I was filming. A few years later, when I recall the crew, I only remember the crew and the director. Especially the girl who took 18 shots to pass. Many years later, when this girl had become famous and a star with a high status in the entertainment industry, a host asked her if there was anything that had a profound impact on her during her years of filming. She said this 18 times without any hesitation. When I couldn't pass the third time, I actually panicked. After I finished talking, why was I so useless? I just couldn't express what the director wanted. Sister Kikai obviously did a good job. Then when I watched it for the 7th time, to be honest, I was sweating all over my back. Yes, I was anxious. I had just debuted at the time. For me, this drama was the best I could get at that time. It was a chance. I thought I was going to be scolded, but the director didn't say anything. He just said that since I was not in good condition today, I would shoot tomorrow. Then I shot 3 times the next day and failed again. The host showed a surprised expression in response. Didn't that mean it was filmed 10 times in 2 days? Yes, now when talking about this incident, the girl can already recall it with a smile. After I still couldn't pass, I really panicked. When I went back to my room, I kept reading my script and facing it. I practiced in the mirror, but the next day I had too many dark circles under my eyes because of staying up late, so I couldn't take pictures. Speaking of this, she herself was a bit dumbfounded by her naive self. Later, Sister Kikai discovered that I was not in the right state and asked me if I had stayed up late to practice. After I said yes, she has been helping me find my state. She practiced with me over and over again in private. Actually, it was said that we took 18 shots, but in fact Sister Kikai practiced with me in private at least 50 times. Even now, I am very grateful to her. Really, when you are confused and painful, there is someone who does not blame you and patiently helps you through the difficulties. I feel that I am super lucky. The host nodded. No wonder you and teacher Chin Lankai have always had a good relationship. It turned out that the foundation was laid at that time. Are you very happy after that? I was very happy. Not only me, but the entire crew was overjoyed. It felt like we had finally succeeded in overcoming the disaster. The director invited us to have a big dinner that night as a celebration. What impressed me the most was, even though I had shot it 17 times and never passed it, no one else on the crew had ever complained, especially Director G. I was quite afraid of him before that. At that time, I thought he was going to replace me from the crew. As a result, he never criticized me from the beginning to the end, and he was very happy. He didn't show his happiness until the filming was finished. I was really lucky to meet Director G when I first joined the group. The host asked, "You have a good personal relationship with teacher Chin Lankai, so did you find a chance to ask Director G what he thought at the beginning?" Have. Speaking of this, the girl's face showed a bit of laughter and laughter. At that time, I also thought about whether the director was afraid that I would have an emotional breakdown so he didn't criticize me. But one time I asked him what he thought about that scene, and he actually told me that the scene itself was very difficult. The actor needs to be extremely depressed, so that when the scene starts, he can convey that depressed emotion to the audience, so I couldn't get over it at that time. He didn't say anything on his face, but I was actually quite happy in my heart, because the more I couldn't get over it, the more I suppressed it, and the effect was explosive when it finally broke out. But he was afraid that something would happen to me if I was really depressed, so he specifically asked Sister Kikai to help me vent. He said that during that time, in order to avoid irritating me, let alone criticism, he walked away from me. The host was amused by her tone. It seems that Director G is really witty, but it turns out that at that time Director G and teacher Chin Lankai Ji Chang still didn't know that his current thoughts would be broadcast on television a few years later. He just squatted in the room with the editor and started editing the film. Outside, Su and Fa also started. But their crew really didn't have any hot spots. The only topic was Lu Ian's previous departure from the crew. Although she signed a confidentiality agreement, the confidentiality agreement only prevented her from revealing the content of the crew's filming, but it did not allow her to say anything else. A reporter who got the news knew about her termination of contract with the crew and specifically asked her why she terminated the contract. Lu Ian's answer was very official. "It's just a disagreement between the two parties. We are terminating the contract peacefully. This is nothing. We will cooperate again when we have the opportunity in the future." Apparently, this was the standard answer given by those around her. Why does Ji Chang's know? Because after Lu Lan said this sentence, he said another sentence in the subsequent interview. "I still hope to cooperate with some high-quality, serious filming crews. It is really important for actors to produce better works. Taken alone, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. But it's very different if you look at it together with the fact that she terminated her contract with the crew. She wanted to work with some high-quality crews who were serious about filming, and she had just terminated her cooperation with a crew. Doesn't that mean that the crew that has terminated the cooperation is of low quality and not serious about filming? Lulan does have some fans. As soon as her words came out, the reporter did not miss such a good topic and directly put the original words on the news. Her fans immediately began to defend Lulan. My sister really pays attention to quality and is a real actress. The entertainment industry needs artists like my sister who insist on quality. The more, the better. Sister, you did a great job, we support you. As a result, Ji Chang's and his crew were hacked before they even started promoting the film. Fen Yang came to ask Ji Chang's if he wanted to buy a navy to suppress him. Ji Chang's thought about it and asked him not to make any move yet. He also paid attention to something else. Lulan felt a little regretful about what she said at first, but when she went back and thought about it, what she said was right. If Ji Chang's, an outsider, can make a movie, what good stuff can he produce? And most importantly, the actors in this crew are all newcomers or people who have never played any important roles. It was determined from the bottom up that they couldn't do it. Ji Chang's is young and might not be able to overpower the crew. What kind of good movie can be made under such circumstances? Although what she said now may offend Ji Chang's, she didn't point at Ji Chang's nose and scold him, or anything like that. Ji Chang's is an outsider. He can spend money on his own movies, but can he still control his own affairs? Lulan thought it through and felt relieved. After discovering that this news was completely free to grow, with no one suppressing it, and the Navy company not getting involved, she felt even more confident. I can't even hold my penis down. It's cold, absolutely cold. Feeling stable, she paid for herself to copy up this topic. Now everyone is just taking it for granted, but when the movie is released and it is discovered that it is an absolutely terrible movie, she, who is willing to terminate her contract with the crew for the sake of a high-quality movie, will certainly have a better reputation. Fans will definitely label her as dedicated and unwilling to bow to money. When the time comes, I can gain another wave of fans. As for the crew of Ji Chang's, who she used as a springboard to jump up and down. Who cares? People who don't do it for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Fen Yang soon discovered that someone was manipulating the news behind his back, and hurriedly came to find Ji Chang's again. What's the rush? Ji Chang still had the same leisurely and unhurried look. Her news has been based on the fact that this is a bad movie from the beginning. The more we ignore it now, the faster it will ferment. When the movie is released, this news will bring the topic has its own popularity. But this will make some viewers reject our movie and not go to the cinema to buy tickets. Ji Chang's asked a sole question: if this Lulan is not allowed to lead the topic of bad movies, will there be an audience interested in watching it when it is released? Fen Yang. This is really a question of the soul. Their crew has unknown actors and unknown directors. There is no fame from beginning to end, the only advantage is more money. The audience is not stupid and has a lot of money, so how could they just rush in? So, don't worry about this. If she hacks us, it will attract a group of viewers who want to see how bad we can be. Then let them watch it first. After watching it, word of mouth will spread in the internet society. Come on, everyone knows our movies are good and they will watch them. The more she behaves like this now, the only one who will suffer in the future is herself. Fen Yang nodded. What you said makes sense. But Director Ji, I have a question. Ji Chang's was very patient. You ask. How do you make sure our movie is a good movie, or the kind of movie that gets word of mouth? We are being scolded so badly now. If we don't sell many tickets when it is released, it will really be the beginning and the end. Director G, didn't you tell me before that you still want to make a fantasy theme? If this movie fails, it will be hard to find actors of that quality for the next movie. Ji Chang's waved to him. Fen Yang looked at it suspiciously for a while, but finally got closer. Then he heard the director whisper to him with a whispering posture and volume, "Don't worry, our data is not much different." Fen Yang. Are you so confident? Why didn't he believe it at all? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Ji Chang simply told him directly, "My dad said that when my movie is released, he will buy tickets for employees of all the companies under his name to watch it. By then, it will be enough to save face." Fen Yang. Director G, how many employees does your father have under his name? How do I know this? I don't like going to my company, but my dad has quite a few companies. Not counting branches, there are 11 in the city, 5 in City C, City B. Ji Chang's counted for a long time and finally said, "These companies are relatively large. Each company has 500 employees, plus those from branches. Do you think it's enough?" Fen Yang. He was stunned by Ji Chang's operation. Never imagined. It turns out that movie box office can still be like this. This TMUDI is not cheating. He is simply carrying a mountain of cheats. And the most important thing is that Guishan is so supportive of his son. OMG. He used to think that Ji Chang's was just a small fish who swam into the entertainment industry for fun. Now it seems that this is not a small fish, this is simply a big whale, the kind that is escorted by its own father. Although he had confidence in his heart, Fen Yang still said with the mentality of a small citizen, "But movie tickets are not cheap. If everyone really buys them, wouldn't it be too wasteful? You can't spend it like this if you have money. It's okay, the holidays are coming soon. My dad said that we had to give gifts to the employees. All we need to do is exchange the same amount of gifts for movie tickets, and we will divide the box office among ourselves. It's almost like putting it in the left pocket and putting it in the right pocket. No loss." Fen Yang. Sure enough, if you are rich to this extent, you will definitely not lose money foolishly. This is when one's own money is transferred from the left hand to the right hand. Just deducting a little money, you can get a good box office. Hi. As expected of a rich man. It really makes sense that he hasn't gotten rich yet. Fen Yang felt relieved knowing that the data of this movie would not be too ugly. He and Ji Chang's cooperated happily, and he was already tied to Ji Chang's boat. Knowing that Ji Chang's had a backup plan, he could feel at ease. The day the movie was released, Fen Yang didn't dare to go to the premiere. After all, he had put in all his hard work and energy. He really didn't dare to face it. That day, he turned off the internet and electricity and slept at home all day. Then I went into retreat and started drawing storyboards, trying to learn a little more. When I turned on my phone the next day, there were over 50 missed calls. Fen Yang. It's over, so many people are looking for him. This movie can't really be that miserable. It shouldn't be, they are obviously very serious. He was so dejected that he didn't dare to look. Then open the internet and try to read reviews about this movie on the internet. As you can see, there are rows of long comments, and of course there are also short comments. It looks so good that I cried. Oh my god, I originally thought this was a trashy movie that relied on pretty girls to attract men, but after watching it, I almost cried blindly. This movie is so good and powerful. Cathay is safe. I have never felt how happy I am to live in a safe world. Fen Yang. Navy. A phone call came in. He answered. Director Feng. Our movie was a big hit.